You're listening to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off-kilter, the professor, the godfather. Post-wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest it's pop excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.
And welcome to the NWA Podcast, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, the show all about getting color in the professional wrestling business. We are back and better than ever for the August edition of the program here at Post Wrestling. So shout out to everybody for joining us. This month we have a jam-packed show with plenty of topics. We got TV deals being signed. We have forbidden doors being entered. And you know, we got to talk about that one brother from Florida, brother. We also have a guest joining us this month. So I'm not even going to waste any time, of course. Y'all already know who I am. I'm the Godfather, Nate Milton, your favorite podcaster's favorite podcaster. Over 10 years in the game, ain't a damn thing changed. And I am joined by the advocates, starting with the Mayor Pro Tem of Los Angeles, California, a man who some people call the angry intellectual. Some folks refer to this man as Moderna Kris. Some refer to him as Mimosa Kris, but I simply refer to him as my brother and my friend. Y'all give it up for the Professor, Kris Ealy. Can we rock? What's up, Doc?
Man, chilling, man. It's been a busy wrestling month from July and up until now. And my God, man, I'm looking forward to chopping it up and kind of getting a lot of this stuff off my chest. And yeah, let's do it.
You know, like not to tell tales out of school, Kris, not to pull the curtain back too much. I don't want this to seem like an episode of WWE Unreal. But folks in the audience, this is really the first time Kris and I have talked in like 2 or 3 weeks, man.
Happy birthday month, by the way.
I was gonna say you ain't even say nothing for my birthday, Kris. I feel some type of way, brother.
That was my bad. I really should have been on top of all that stuff. But August has just been. August is always a tough month for me because that's when school starts. But this particular August has been crazy because I'm writing for Lincoln Square now. So I got to hit those deadlines. Then I got my own Substack. And like, it's weird because when I put this Substack out, I did eventually plan on monetizing it, but I wasn't expecting money this fast. Like all of a sudden, like when I first started off, my mom was the first person to subscribe. And I think she was giving me $8 a month. And I think she unsubscribed too, like a cheap.
Damn.
It's messed up, Mom. But but then I start getting like a bunch of other ones, and it got up to like I was like, first it was like 500, and then it was like 1,000, then it was like 2,000. Now it's like 3,000, and I'm like, now you kind of feel an obligation to keep the articles like fresh and stuff, and I'm just like, Jesus, that I didn't ask for that kind of pressure, but I appreciate it though. You know?
Hey, you got to give the people what they want, Kris.
Right. And you know, we have, and that's the beauty about what we do is people like will come out and support us before we even ask them to do it, you know. And then when we ask them to do it, they step up and stuff. And this is since this is a level up year, it's just been really great to see. And I'm looking forward to, you know, just like the growth that we've all had, both individually and as a network, and all that, the drive to 500 on Patreon and all that, and the YouTube channel, the Blue Sky, all that stuff, man. So
y'all keep that phrase Kris just mentioned, the drive to 5. Just keep that in mind, because in the words of Kendrick Lamar, we'll get back to that for the record. But it is always good to chop it up with you, my man. I'm glad we were able to connect for another exciting edition of the world's fastest wrestling podcast.
What'd you do on your birthday? I didn't even ask you all that. So
I'll get into that in a little bit. But let's bring in the rest of the advocates first, and then I can tell y'all a little bit about my birthday month so far. Because this next man, he didn't get me a gift for my birthday, and I called him up and I was like, "Hey, cuz, why didn't you get me a gift for my birthday? I don't want to put you out there like that." And he looked at me and he said, "Nate, my presence is your present." And I couldn't even argue with him, Kris. Because it's a joy every time we get to talk to this brother, man. One of the smartest young fellas in the game, man. One half of our crew over at Ring Theory on the Nefarious Media Network. You already know this, man. Some people call him uptown. Some people call him downtown. Even when he's out of town, he may even show up in your town. Let's give it up for one of the newest members of the Nefarious Media team, downtown Gerard Brown. Gerard, what's good, brother?
What's good, man? And I ain't come at you on your birthday with that energy, because I was late. And as I was late, I was highly apologetic. And so we're not even gonna throw that out there. Like I was just acting like I'm that great or I'm anything like that. No.
In the words of somebody we may talk about a little bit later on in this program, when the lie sounds better than the truth, run with the lie, brother.
I agree.
But we are glad to chop it up with you as always, Gerard. Thank you for making time this Sunday evening. What's good, man? Thank you, T. Anthony, for coming in strong as always. We will talk about Super Chats here in a second as well. But let's bring in Gerard's tag team partner from Ring Theory. This man is quickly making his way up the ladder, trying to reach for that brass ring. Everybody out there in the mid-card mafia, stand up, because your hero has arrived. Y'all give it up for our friend, and again, one of the newest members of the Nefarious Media team, upper mid-card, Jay Lacey. What's good, brother?
What's good? What's going on, everyone? Nate, happy birthday again, brother. Glad we got to celebrate your month, August. Can't wait to get into subjects that we're getting ready to get into. So looking forward to it, man.
Yeah, we got a lot to get into, but there's one more member. There's one more member of the crew that we have to introduce. A controversial member of the Nefarious Media team. There is some controversy on the street, and then as Eric Bischoff once said during one of his 83 good weeks, Kris, controversy. If y'all ain't seen that clip, go to the Nefarious Media IG, because it's picking up some steam this last week or so. People are discovering that 83 good weeks clip Kris had from a few years ago. But controversy creates cash, and if that is the case, then we're about to be rich. Y'all give it up for one of the best producers in the podcast game, world-renowned, and internationally ranked milk merchant, and the Caitlin Clark of production. That's why so many folks call this man Caitlin Dog. Y'all give it up for our producer and our friend, Two-Way Ray Williams.
What's going on, everybody? I don't know what's so controversial about me other than the fact that I enjoy my glass of calcium every now and then.
Hey, it does a body good, makes your bones nice and strong, the riboflavin and all the nutrients. I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, but again, and I'm one of the people who did slip when the actual date approached, but I do want to say we appreciate you, Brother Nate, and happy belated birthday, brother. And hopefully one of many more years to come, brother.
I ain't want to say it, Ray, but when you didn't say nothing on my actual birthday, I finally, it was the first time in my life I actually understood how Solo Sikoa felt. I was like, how come there ain't nobody acknowledging me, brother? I thought I was the tribal. I got an Ula Fala and everything, brother, but ain't nobody acknowledging me.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean,
You know,
there was a
Go
girl
ahead.
that I dated back in undergraduate.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
One
Her
of
name,
Chris's 47 X's.
her name was Mia, and her when it was her birthday, she was like, "What you gonna do for my birthday?" So I was like, "Okay, I did something for her birthday. I think we went miniature golf and
Okay.
something else." And then I bought her, like, I forgot what I bought her, but then she was like, "Okay, cool. Now what you gonna do tomorrow for my birthday?" I was like, "Tomorrow for your birthday?"
Oh,
And
wow.
she's, "Yeah, I got a birthday week." And I was like, "Birthday week? Like, when did that become a thing?" And then the very next year, she was like, "Oh, I have a birthday month now." And I was, oh my God. So just think of it as that, Nate. Is all. That was a long way of saying that. So.
Okay, so people got 31 days to acknowledge me this month.
Right, yeah.
Hey, you choose your own day. I appreciate that. But there is, like I said, we do have a guest joining us this month. But before we bring in our guest, there's a couple of housekeeping items we have to address. Number one, shout out to everybody watching live here Sunday night on Post Wrestling. If you want to get into this conversation, if you want to talk about some of the topics we're going to discuss this evening, hit us up in the chat, leave your comments, and the fastest way to cut the line, much like T. Anthony did, is to hit us with a super chat. Smash the super chat button, and you get VIP. You get to cut to the front of the line like Chris's ex-girlfriend when it was her birthday month. You get to skip ahead of everybody at putt-putt and get to take your shot. That's one thing that we need to address, the super chats. Second thing, and you can bring me out, Ray, because I feel like we all need to be on screen when we talk about this, because it's not just about me. It's not just about me. I'm what the culture's feeling, and I can't do it alone. When we talk about Nefarious Media, ladies and gentlemen, we are about 7 months in to this new venture when we rebranded the Kings of Sport Network to Nefarious Media. And as Kris said, man, we doing some big things, man. We seeing a lot of interest in what we're doing, bringing thoughtful, truthful, turned-up commentary to the podcast space for such a time as this. But we are in the midst, fellas, as you all know, of the drive for 500 Patreon subscribers, which will allow us to do some different things, including bringing on production folks to help Ray and Jay out with our production, bringing on new team members here to bring you new content, making the Patreon feel more exclusive. Like, again, pulling back the curtain, we had a talk with a marketing consultant this past week, or at least I did, man. And it's crazy, Kris. Everybody's got a boss. Everybody, has people that they have to listen to in life. But this is the first time in probably about 20 years where I've actually been coached.
Yeah.
And it's like the feeling of being coached as a 20-year-old versus being coached as somebody in his mid-40s. I'm like, oh, hold on, player.
Right. Because I when I went to DC, I met a marketing consultant out there, and I was talking to her. It is different,
I think the first question he asked me, Kris, because I told him about the network, and this marketing consultant is a friend, somebody whose opinion I trust, and he was like, all right, what's the name of this network? And I was like, Nefarious Media, man. We changing the game by any means necessary, even if those means may be nefarious. And he's like, so what does that mean? How would you explain that? Put it on a bumper sticker. And I'm like, no, explain it again. I'm like, well, damn, dog. So, but it, like, we had a very productive conversation, man, and it actually got me more excited for this than I already was. You can even hear it in my voice a little bit. But if y'all want to help us on this journey, then the quickest way to do that is, through donations from viewers like you, as the old saying goes. $5 gets you instant access to our Patreon, which has over 300 hours of audio and video, exclusive programs like Kung Fu Island. Season 2 is coming out with myself and Brent Chittenden, and I think I can formally announce it. The first film we are going to review on Kung Fu Island Season 2, Barry Gordy's The Last Dragon, y'all.
Oh, yeah. I might need to keep it in on
I was going to say, Kris, you might have to hop on this maiden voyage for Season 2. We're going to talk about Bruce Leroy. We're going to talk about Show Nuff. We're going to talk about El DeBarge featuring Marcus Vanderberg as a backup singer with his kinfolk.
Yeah.
So we're going to have some fun with that, man. And we got a new show called Super Salad. We just did our Fantastic Four review this past week, which will be up on the free audio feed here pretty soon. We had our first ever live fantasy draft, which featured Brandon from New Jersey and Martin Bushby alongside Ray and myself, man, and Jay. We've got Ring Theory, which I talked about, which is looking at pro wrestling from a different perspective, a different angle with Jay and Gerard. The Kings of Sport, the mothership is still out here. We've got Styles Break Fights, the SBF podcast with Chinyere Okafor and Ray Williams. And Ray's got a great interview up right now with Jimmy Williams, correct?
Jimmy Smith.
Jimmy Smith. I made y'all kinfolk
You
real
thought
quick.
him my cousin?
Your cousin Jimmy Williams, but he's got a great interview up with Jimmy Smith. And then the full episode is going to be out on Monday, tomorrow. So we got a lot of stuff we're working on here, man. This past week, as Kris mentioned, I was off for my birthday. It's one thing that I give myself every year as a gift to myself. I'm not going to work for you, shoot job for 50, 60 hours a week on my birthday because y'all ain't even going to get me no cake, no pizza, no pumpkin pie, or nothing. So I got to treat myself. And that's what I did this past week. And I just relaxed, Kris, and I took care of myself, went to a doctor's appointment, and then just worked on some of this stuff with the podcast. And so, like, I'm very energized, even though I know now that I've had a week off, the job is like, oh, now we got to double. We got to double up. Like he's too happy coming back from this vacation. We got to break his spirit again. But they're not going to get me, post-wrestling audience. They're not going to break me. Ain't nothing going to break my stride. Ain't nothing going to hold me down. Oh, no, I got to keep on moving. And I'm not quoting the Nasty Man, that producer that is in the legal trouble. I'm quoting the original person that sang that song, who I can't remember his name. Kris probably knows. Kris knows all them 80 songs.
Yeah, I can't think of that right now.
We'll get back to you on that one. But
I know the song, it
was a great song.
Yeah.
But long story short, if y'all enjoy the type of content that we bring, help us out, man, because we are trying to do some big things, man. And in America, sometimes you have to buy time back for yourself. You have to buy freedom back for yourself. And we're just trying to do that one show at a time, man. So thank you to everybody that's already supported us and signed up for the Patreon and signed up for the YouTube. We're trying to get the monetization on YouTube as well. If you haven't done so already, please do that, man, because we trying to make some things happen. We trying to let folks out here in this podcast space see a bigger picture. And speaking of seeing the bigger picture, Ray Williams, I believe this man not only is one of the greatest producers in the podcast game today, but he out here booking guests. You know what I'm saying? We're going to call this man Expedia because he knows how to book people. Ray Williams, I will give you the honor of introducing our guest to the post-wrestling audience this month, brother.
Well, thank you very much, Brother Nate. We're all about the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, the Afrocentric view, Afrocentric lens on professional wrestling. And I thought, what other brother would be perfect for our show than this brother who I've been a fan of for going on a couple of years. He's a YouTube creator who specifically focuses on video game and retro video game hunting and retro video game gameplay as well. But he also dabbles in a bit of professional wrestling. In fact, he I won't say used to be, but is a photographer, a professional photographer, and does a lot of work for WWE and for AEW and other promotions as well. So just wanted to welcome the post audience and introduce the post audience to Brother Steven Wright, aka Mr. Right Way.
Oh, welcome everybody. Mr. Right Way here. How y'all doing? What's up? I am here. Hey,
what's good, brother?
Since I've been talking about some wrestling, some pro wrestling, some BLACK wrestling. Talk about it from a black perspective. Also invited my YouTube audience. So, if y'all watching this on YouTube on Mr. Right Way, be careful because we might say a little song. We got, there's a lot of podcasts. We do got a little drinks going on. And before I start, happy birthday, brother, because I got something for you. Here, look, right here. Hey, right here. This is a small, but I know. I hope you ain't big back because I got you a little large right here. So you had to get me up after the show. So big back. But this right here is, like I said back in the day, DTA.
Hey,
Don't trust anybody. Stone Cold Steve Austin shirt. And also, too, doing the podcast, I'm gonna try to give away a couple shirts too. I'm bringing gifts, bro. So if you know how to do that, and your audience, whoever come follow me. If y'all win a shirt, hit me up on Instagram. I'm giving away 3 medium size. I hope I'm large levels. Stone Cold Steve Austin, King of the Ring shirts right here, baby. Look at this.
hey,
Right, look at this. This is a beautiful shirt too, dog. Look at this. This is original. This is WWE. I found a box of these at Goodwill for $10. So sold some, so I'm gonna give some away.
nice.
So we're gonna do it just like that, the right way. How y'all brothers doing?
We good, man. We good. And yeah, like even if some members of the audience may be part of the big back community, maybe that'll inspire them to get that back a little less big.
Hey,
shirt. Yeah.
Bro, I gotta get rid of this 25 pounds that COVID. I've been talking about it the last 2 years. I've been feeling good. I like some chicken and Dr. Pepper. So brother got like cut back on that because look too old to be being big back. No, can't be doing that.
Man, I'm telling you. So real quick, because we got a lot to talk about, Steven. Obviously, we alluded to Forbidden Door with AEW. We alluded to the WWE making this big deal with ESPN. But I think maybe for some of our audience here at Post that may not be familiar with kind of your story and your involvement with pro wrestling and your fandom, could you give them a little bit of background about you and how you came to be involved with all of this?
Whoa, man, where do I start? I guess we start where he should not be named, brother. Talking about who got me up into the wrestling game a long time ago. But God gave me a gift of professional photography. I always was a photographer. I always saw stuff different. And I tell you how I started watching wrestling a long time ago. Actually, if some of you guys out there, I was on the episode of Undercover Boss with Stephanie McMahon, and that was crazy because I did not know that was her. They did give me all the reactions. You go on there, it is 100% legitimate. So the backstory is, long story short, is I used to just do a lot of wrestling events. I just photograph wrestling, weddings and stuff, and I go to a local organization about 10, 15 years ago down in my hometown of Conway. It was called TCW, Traditional Championship Wrestling. I just showed up with my camera and just started wrestling and act like I was there and just met a lot of people and just worked my way up from the bottom and got on that show and went to WWE for a little while, then went to AEW and then did some New Japan Pro Wrestling stuff. And just everywhere that was wrestling, I was there for the last up until 2017, and then it just kind of stopped. And then I got married. 2020, I started my YouTube channel, and it just I didn't start it. I restarted it with a focus on video games and video game hunting and just all kind of stuff with video games, helping the collector out to find good deals the right way. Okay. And man, it just been a blessing. Just God just blessed me so tremendously, y'all. I love people. I love wrestling. I love video games. I was talking about earlier, we were talking about wrestling video games. We got some old school games like here. We got No Mercy. We got WrestleMania 2000, but we got the favorite everybody might like. Here we go. WWE SmackDown. Or we got stuff like this that you probably never heard of. Rumble Roses.
I'm just gonna say Rumble Roses has some of the best physics and graphics in wrestling game history. Not about those physics, right?
We're gonna talk this. I call this little horny boy games right here. Little horny boy games right here.
That and like Dead or Alive beach volleyball. Like, what we doing?
Hey, they know you. Again, right there. Just did a lot of wrestling games and stuff like that. Man, I absolutely love video games. I absolutely love wrestling. I think they combine the both, man. Started thinking about doing a little stuff on the side, I do interviews every now and then when I get in when I fit in. Y'all know what I mean? I get in where I fit in. So go on the channel, you see some interviews with different wrestlers and stuff like that. That got a good interview with Tony Khan that went everywhere, and he still made a promise on that video that had not came to fruition. So y'all go check that out. Not yet. But go check that out. But it's been good, man. I love the wrestling community. I say wrestling is just fun, man. I don't take it too seriously. All these wrestling wars, people, WWE, I love it, everything. I love all of it, all the silly shit, love it. So, you know what? Let's talk about some wrestling. Let's get it going.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because as we were talking off mic, man, like regardless of like what you prefer, whether you like one thing or whether you like everything, man, we have not had it this good in a long time. If you are a fan of this sport,
bruh, like I was talking about, y'all. Okay, a lot of us here. I'm in my 40s. I'm about to be 40. Well, it's my birthday month. It's my birthday month too.
Okay,
but you don't have to buy me. You know, that's a women thing. My birthday next Thursday. I'll be 47. Don't look it. Thank God. You know, still got that baby face going on. You know. Hey.
Just stay hydrated, brother. It's the secret.
Hey, your mama and the daughter too at the same time. You know. No, I'm stopping. But no, man. I just love wrestling, man. Back in the day, we had to watch like tapes and stuff. Like I said, if you missed wrestling back in the day, you just missed it. You know, back in the day when you had to get the big ass satellites and get the pay-per-views that were like $75 and or the scrambling other days, or they had a little card out. Man, I'm telling you, the links we went, I know I did, to just watch wrestling back in the day, bruh. I was so happy with wrestling. Remember that show, Wrestling Secrets, that came on like UPN and all that kind of weird stuff that came on TV. Yeah. I was there. I mean,
Harley Race was on it in the shadows. Yeah,
with the stunt granny,
kind of weird stuff, man. And now people just don't know how good they. I be looking on Instagram and Twitter. I'm like, y'all fussing. Y'all just don't know how good y'all got it right now, man. You can pick up your phone and just download some wrestling. Man, I wish back in the day I could do that. Man, it's so good.
You can watch the G1 on your phone.
Oh, in the bed. I'm sitting there like, oh, this is good. Oh, go back to sleep. Oh, pause. Let me break it back up. You couldn't pause wrestling back in the day.
Right.
Pause wrestling. What? You better watch that, man. And don't let the VCR tape mess up. Oh, bro. Or somebody record of your tape after you done got home. I'm like, man. Or this is the worst thing. You put your tape in, you record, and it ain't on LP.
Right.
It just cuts off right in the middle of the good part, and you can't watch it, bruh.
They don't know the struggle.
I was in the military, so I went to the military in 97 through 2000. That's when I got hurt. That's doing like almost the height of Nitro Attitude stuff. I had to wait 3 weeks. We had to get 3 weeks to wait the tapes to come over so we can watch it. I was always a month behind, y'all. So I know how good we got it. So I love wrestling.
Well, I think that's a good jumping off point for the first topic, Ray, because, and this is something I've been waiting to talk to Jay and Gerard and Kris specifically about, the ESPN deal that was announced with WWE. So I don't know if you've got the particulars, Ray, for anybody that hasn't heard this news, but the story was actually broken to me. I had an exclusive. I'm not going to reveal my sources. Was it Triple H? Was it Triple H? I don't know. I ain't going to tell you. Enjoy the show, kid.
Hey, a black man ain't been on a singles match. He ain't Triple H. Come on now.
I don't see color, pal. But Ray, do you have the details of the deal?
All right. So, yes, I was just able, and thank you for the diversion while I looked it up. So, let me go ahead and pull
good teammate, Ray. Good teammate.
Yeah, appreciate that. All right. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. So, looks like ESPN has reached a 5-year deal to broadcast WWE PLEs in the U.S. beginning in 2026. Right. So, let me see. Did it come up? Here it is.
There you go.
And this is from our friends right here at postwrestling.com. You can find these and other articles. So, yes, they reached a 5-year deal. So it's just the PLEs. There's nothing about any other programming or any other shoulder programming like the Road to WrestleManias or the stuff like that. It's strictly PLEs, especially dealing with ESPN, who is going to have a new DTC, what they call direct to consumer streaming service. So it's going to start in 2026 and it's going to be all inclusive. So if you're a big sports fan, it's going to be ESPN, ESPN2, ESPNU, all of the conference based
Yeah.
Channels, ESPN Deportes, SEC network, Big Ten network. All of those are going to be infused into one. Even the Ocho, you can watch your dodgeball on there. But included in the streaming service is going to be the PLEs, and for the full streaming service per month is going to be $30 per month.
Right. Yeah.
So, Kris, I know you got thoughts, Professor. I'll let you bat lead off in this one. What did you think about this when you heard the news? And do you feel like, obviously, anybody that is watching this show this evening, eventually y'all gonna sign up for this anyway, whether you agree with the decision or not, because you need your fix. And Triple H and ESPN are the pusher man. They got that fixed. But Kris, do you think this is a good strategy for WWE and a good strategy for ESPN?
For WWE, I think it's a better strategy. ESPN, I don't know. ESPN has a lot going for it right now. You know, I don't think they do. They lost the MLB contract, right?
Yeah, they lost MLB and they're losing UFC.
But they got NBA. When you have the NBA contract, that's
NFL.
The NFL, yeah, that's really all you need. You don't really need the other shit. But I'm already subscribed to ESPN Plus, so if it's not that much, if it just bleeds into, I'm not gonna actively seek this out. But if ESPN Plus like morphs into this, then I'll have it, you know. And I always like, with wrestling fans, I put us in a bunch of different categories. There's the wrestling fans that like all the sci-fi stuff, like the comic book stuff. But then there's the wrestling fans that are kind of more like Marcus, who are more sports oriented, and not so much into the sci-fi stuff. I never really thought wrestling was a great fit on ESPN in the States. I thought on TSN in Canada, it worked a little bit better, but I know for a lot of sports fans out here, they could take wrestling in kind of doses, you know. But once it starts dominating their programming, people feel a little bit different about it. So it is what it is. I think in ESPN they're on. What'd you say it was a 5-year deal?
Yeah.
So
5-year deal, estimated to be around 1.6 billion with a B, billion.
Okay, yeah. So like I said, anytime you sign these kind of contracts with anybody, there's always an out clause, you know. I don't know what the out clause on this one is, but I know there is one. So I mean, they'll try it out. If it's successful, you know, it'll stay on. If it's not, they'll find another streaming service. It's not like, you know, I don't think they're like crying for, you know, streamers. You know, people are willing to, you know, have the, you know, some variation of WWE on their streamer. The network stuff, I don't even know how valuable it is. I'll tell you what, it's valuable for me because I do this show. And sometimes I go back and look at the archives. Like I like, even with the Wrestling Observer, I was looking at an old Wrestling Observer today on Lex Luger leaving to go to WCW. So I always find that stuff good for that reason. But like, I don't sit back and watch. I could find all the retro shit from WWE and WCW on YouTube. So I don't even know what the point of the library is, to be honest with you, you know. Because anytime I'm thinking wrestling nostalgia, if I want to see Earthquake squash Damien or something like that, that's what I want.
As one does.
Yeah. And I don't want to see it. I don't need to see the whole episode. I just need to see that. Or if I want to see the match made in heaven, or the match made in hell or anything like that, or Hogan turning into a heel. I just go to YouTube for that. So I don't even think there's value in that shit. I mean, they could ship it around, but I don't think there's like, outside of a historian like what we do on this show and what Mr. Rightway does on his show and what Jotted Way do, I don't see any like real. I don't know if anybody is like need to get high off of that shit,
right? And it's weird. Like one of the interesting things we're seeing it not just with wrestling and combat sports. We're also seeing it with somebody like Disney Plus. Like Disney Plus, it was like, hey, you can come here. We got everything Disney. And then after a few years, they was like, well, let's put some of this Disney stuff over here. Let's put some of this Disney stuff over here, just because the landscape of these streamers keeps changing under their feet, and these companies are trying to keep up. Gerard, let's go to you next, brother, because when I first saw this deal, I was like, I think it's a good deal for both parties. Like, obviously, anytime you get $1 billion for anything, whether it's your programming, your content, or Ray Williams showing feet on the internet, anytime you get $1 billion for doing, I'm sorry, Ray, I didn't mean to put your side hustle on Front Street, but anytime you get $1 billion for anything, that's a good
brother
thing.
Got only feet over there.
he got OnlyFeet and Ray SMR where he just whispers to people all day. It's a whole industry.
Hey, his whole network is paid for. He don't have to pay the $30. Bro, I like it. I ain't show me, man. I don't make that money.
Hey, Ray's not a businessman. He's a businessman.
Yeah.
Get that check, Fleck, man. Get that check.
But Gerard, like, I think it's also good from ESPN standpoint, because regardless of how the wider sports audience feels about wrestling, and I do feel like right now wrestling is more palatable and exciting to a mainstream audience than it's been since the 90s. Live content is always something that's going to attract eyeballs. Right. And particularly like the big four PLEs, I think they'll do fine. Now, if there's some of these kind of mid-tier, mid-card, no offense, Jay Lacey, pay-per-views or PLEs, I don't know how they'll do. But what did you think when you first heard this news, brother?
For me, I can come at it from a couple different angles. At first, I'm going to go from my initial angle, and I'm going to talk about then the audience after. But my initial angle, PO'd. I was just like, yeah, you can mess me with that. I'm super good. NordVPN, code Post Wrestling. Check that out, because I'm definitely going to be using
NordVPN.com/Post Wrestling.
Hey, for real, because that's what I will be using to just use Netflix that I'm paying for. And I'm in Metro Detroit. I'll just hop right over the 26 minutes to Windsor. Thank you very much. I'm not paying an additional $30 for. I'm tired of hearing more. Give me more money. I'm not giving you more money. WWE, take a break, take a breath, back up.
They gotta pay these wrestlers though. Gerard Karrion Kross needs his check.
Oh yeah.
Whatever.
Forgot about him.
What I need to see is what's the deal, because I've heard conflicting reports about YouTube TV. I currently have YouTube TV, and so if it's included in YouTube TV, hey,
it's included.
It's included.
Holla at me then. Hey, the deal's amazing for me. For folks, but then for the folks who have to pay that direct to the DTC cost at $30, that's not fair for them, in my opinion. Like, I get that there's the prestige of ESPN, but like, I don't feel like ESPN is as prestige as it used to be.
Right.
Because I remember those days when people would get cable packages just so you can have ESPN. Now, we've waited this long to get that direct to consumer package without the cable, but I mean, we're having to go get brands like, or a proven brand like the WWE that, okay, we've watched them from their network go to Peacock, and for all those people over there, I'm sure we'll get those people to transfer over here for those shows. And so, especially those PLEs. And so, I get why the deal is happening, but I personally, I think it's to attract and I'm gonna talk about the audience now. I think we're attracting that bro audience. And we're trying to also reach those millennials and those Gen Xers who still watch ESPN, but then, oh man, I remember I remember the wrestling days, and like to be the people who Pat McAfee hosts his show with, when they get giddy about wrestling, I think it's those people they're looking for to get you back on wrestling. And I'm not trying to like label them as the ESPN audience, but to me, I kind of feel like their show is so popular because that is the ESPN audience. And so if we can get them excited about wrestling, I'm sure with these PLEs and the promotion, we can still gather some of those 40-year-olds that had slipped away and bring them back over with us in due time. So, I mean, I see good, I see bad to it. Now that you have told me that my YouTube TV is included, there's a lot of good in my opinion because I'm about to save some money. Because,
you ain't got to go to Canada to watch this.
I would say I ain't got to go to Canada to watch this. And Peacock, I'm sorry, Peacock. I've watched enough Office, man.
Damn, you gonna cancel your Peacock? What? They got all the episodes of Psych from season 1 to all the movies. Think about Dule Hill.
I want my money back.
James Roday.
Yeah, I watch Poker Face on Peacock.
Oh, with is that Natasha Lyonne's?
Yeah, Natasha Lyonne. Yeah.
Okay, shout out to Natasha Lyonne.
Yeah,
I don't watch anything on Peacock but the
wrestling.
Bel Air too. I used to watch that. I haven't watched it in a while, but
I feel like Peacock is one of those that, like, no pun intended, but it peaked during the pandemic.
It did. Everything
people just needed to watch stuff, and now, like you said, like I'll go to Peacock when I want to watch WWE, or if I get an itch to watch a random episode of Scrubs, not Scrubs, Psych. Usually the musical episode with Jamaican Inspector Man. If I need to watch Jamaican Inspector Man, but then again, to Chris's point, I can just watch the clip of Jamaican Inspector Man on YouTube and not even sign up for Peacock.
Right, yeah. And I have ESPN Plus, and it's not impressive. It's one of the most worthless streaming apps I pay for. I wonder if it's like if it gets better, like then yeah. But I mean, it's
you not watching all these 30 for 30s, Kris?
I mean, like how many 30 for 30s can you watch though? You know?
All of them is what ESPN wants.
It's quality documentaries.
I do like 30 for 30 though, man.
I like 30 for 30, but it's like, I mean, for me, and streaming has changed the way I watch TV anyway, because like when I used to watch wrestling, part of watching it on like terrestrial television is being able to change the channel and change it back and change it, you know, like with this Netflix stuff, on direct TV stream, which is what I have to go through the trouble of exiting Netflix to change the channel. And I'm not going to sit through Raw for 3 in the whatever fucking hours it is. I'm just not doing it. I'll watch it. And then when it gets something stupid, I'll change the channel.
Kris, that's a really good point that I don't even know if they've considered. They probably have, because I'm sure there's some smart people over there. But it hasn't hurt him yet, but I think it's going to hurt him here in a few weeks when Monday Night Football comes back, because part of the ability to watch Raw on USA and then go back and forth between the football games, like that made it watchable for me as somebody who's a football fan and a fan of wrestling. But now, depending on the game Monday, if I have to choose one or the other, I might just stay with Monday Night Football.
Right.
You know what? I've been thinking about this since this announced, because this kind of correlates with video games, right? If you really do be honest with yourself, wrestling fans have money. Wrestling fans are not broke. Not in 2025. WWE, AEW has figured it out. If you go to a show, you're going to pay for parking, you're going to pay for the ticket, you're going to get there, smell that popcorn, pay for food. And you also too, you're gonna buy a shirt that range from $25 to like $60. Sometimes people might buy belts. AEW belts are $800 freaking dollars. $800 for the World Championship. That's a lot. Now I've been breaking this stuff down, right? we kind of see this and we get that sticker shot right then and like, oh, I ain't paying that shit. Yes, you will, because we from a generation of we gotta see it no matter how bad it is, because we love wrestling so much, we're not really leaving that, right?
Right.
Think about it. We have 3 ways to watch it, right? Well, I'm just putting out ESPN will be new, but Netflix is $15 a month. I pay $15. That's $180 a year. Peacock, I pay for the, I don't want to see commercials, so I'm paying $12 to $15. I'd say estimated $156 a year. Let's go back to AEW pay-per-views. There are $50 pay-per-views if you get NordVPN. Use y'all code on this channel, but you're paying $20. Even $20 a pay-per-view, 12 pay-per-views, that's $240. HBO Max, $99. What I'm just telling you right here is we are in a generation of apps and like loot box channel kind of thing. We're in like the Roblox, and we're in the whatever that it is, the big one, Minecraft and all that kind of Fortnite, all kind of things. People are used to paying right then and right now. What we do every time we want something, boom, tap to pay, bam, we got it right in there, right? A lot of us who are not going to buy it are going to figure out a way to buy it. WWE has figured out a way to monetize very well. Look at last night, them damn dolls, Finn Balor dolls, $100 dolls. I mean, I'm getting ones, but I'm just saying, wrestling fans, they know wrestling fans have money. The average wrestling fan will buy it. The tickets, people are going to buy those tickets. WWE now is what we wanted. We wanted WWE to be taken serious and be a luxury brand. WWE is now a luxury brand. I'm telling you, on ESPN, you wouldn't see this 10 years ago. They're on ESPN. They're for to get better sponsors. They're going to get BMW and Lexus and all this kind of sponsorship like this. I'm looking at it to a totally different lens, because us as fans, we look at it as like this, because I don't get it this way, so everybody else is looking. No, we are like the last of a dying breed, and they know that. They're going to hold out, and this is going to work for them. I don't make anything from this, but I'm going to enjoy it. Thank God I have the means to buy it, but you have to make a decision of where you're going to spend your entertainment dollar. Are you going to buy ESPN at $30 a month, or are you going to pay the $300 up a year? Are you going to want to see Netflix? And Netflix got more than WWE. Like you said, WWE now, ratings don't matter. They want to know watch time. Watch time is what matters. Even on YouTube, when do you watch this? You can go back and watch it. You can watch Monday Night Football and then go back and watch Netflix. It's great when you miss WWE Raw at night, because you cut all the commercials out. You can go back and watch at your leisure. I think we're so stuck as old heads sometimes as watching the Monday Night Raw and going back and forth looking at wrestling. It has totally changed, and the prices reflect that. Even stuff is expensive. Like bacon is. I was surprised. Bacon was $8. I'm like, God dang, bacon $8. Come on. But I mean, bacon be good, right? I want to wrap my big lips around some bacon. That'd be good. I want it. I just like wrestling. Sometimes it be good, sometimes it be bad. But you feel something in your soul when you miss a pay-per-view, and they know that. So don't say that you're not going to watch it. If you're not, that's cool, but you're going to find a way to watch. You're going to stream that joint, or you're going to get you a stick. And we already know what we're talking about, the stick. So, if you know, they're going to watch that. So just a little food for thought, people. They're going to get their money either way, WWE or AEW. They're going to get their way, but it's great that we have these options. Yes, it can be expensive, but you got to budget and know where you're going to spend your money at.
Yeah, and speaking of money.
Look at that. Look at that super chat.
Brandon from New Jersey, the third most popular host on the great podcast Eagles Don't Hunt Flies, a John Moxley retrospective available here at Post Wrestling and Poison Rana. What's Brandon saying, Ray?
All right, Brandon's saying, good evening, fellas. Would love it if you show love to the homie Leo watching right now. The AZT, that's a medication that you mentioned before, isn't taking an add to the Crohn's and gallbladder issue. He would love it if you chanted Clee for him. It's his aunt Cleana Love. So I don't know if we can synchronize the chant, but like, Clee,
Clee.
Clee on 3, fellas. Clee on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, let's send him a shirt if I can. Hey, try to send him a shirt. Y'all let me know. Somebody get in touch. You know how it is, and try to send him a shirt.
Yeah, Ray, if you can work through the back channel, see if Brandon can get his information.
I might try to find you a large if you're a large, but I'm gonna send you a shirt, man. Hope that make you feel better, brother.
Yeah, shout out to Leo, man. Keep fighting, brother.
Keep fighting, Leo. We rooting for you.
We appreciate you. And look, you strong enough, Leo, if you friends with this man Brandon from New Jersey, because that brother, we love him, but that brother, he could be a handful. He's in our fantasy football league, so we know. Shout out to you, Brandon, and you, Leo. But Jay, Steven just mentioned, sometimes you might have to use some nefarious means if you're not trying to pay these top tier luxury prices for this wrestler, man.
If you know, you know.
What are your thoughts about this deal? And do you agree that, like, regardless of what fans may be saying now, eventually you gonna need the product and you got to go to the pusher man?
Well, I'm glad you put it that way, because that's how I equated it. Is because you got to feed the people. I mean, ESPN is in a point now where they've got this app and they've got these streaming channels and they need product. And pro wrestling has new product. There's no repeats. There's no reruns. And so they're going to keep pushing out live content. And this is the best way to feed the streets. And I mean, I'm like Kris. I do already have ESPN Plus, and I've got it, looped in with my Disney Plus, and I got it looped in with my Hulu. But I've already got it. So I mean, I'm a sports junkie. Again, I'm like you, Nate. Football, anything except for hockey, really. I'll be watching it. But that's just one.
We apologize to all the Canadian viewers here on Post Wrestling.
I just keep offending everybody. Might as well keep the streak going.
Now that I think about it, Kenny Omega is Canadian. The lines are starting to come together, brother.
Hey,
don't step foot in Calgary, brother.
But you know what? Getting back to the point, I think that it's a good thing. Like Mr. Wright was saying, you're gonna pay for it. I mean, WWE is going to continue to trot out, someone and say, hey, look, this is our largest gate. They're gonna keep bragging about it because we're kids of trauma. We didn't go to these live events when we were kids because we couldn't afford it. Now that we got a little bit of dollars in our pocket, we gonna go. We're going to spend on merch. We're going to spend on the tickets. We're going to spend on parking. We're going to do what we're going to do, including getting this out. So, again, I think it's a good power move for those corporations. They're going to keep getting bigger and bigger, and it's just a good move, good business move, salute for that. But they got me. I'm hooked already. So I'm already, getting high off the supply.
That's a great point, Jay. And before I pivot and ask Ray this question, I want to go back to that point that you just made, because I do think there is something psychological, not only with like FOMO, the fear of missing out, but it's something that I experienced when, I came back to the States from Japan and I was like living on my own for the first time. And I actually had a decent job and was making decent money. I remember the first time I bought groceries. Like I bought too many groceries because, growing up, like we wasn't broke, but we was, we was living within our means. And so I was like, oh, I have the money and I have the freedom to buy anything I ever wanted to eat, man. And so I got all the lunch meats, all the boar's head, the premium joints. I got, like fresh salads and all the cookies and the cakes and the pastas. And that first check, when I got them groceries, about a week and a half, 2 weeks later, half of that food was spoiled because I was buying from a place of like that trauma. Like, oh, I need to get everything I can get because there were times when I didn't have anything.
Right.
And, like it's not that serious or dramatic when we're talking about entertainment, but that same psychological kind of feeling. It's like, oh, I gotta get this because there were a lot of times when I didn't have it, and so I need it now because I can afford it now. But Ray Williams, you were somebody who was not out here buying $8 bacon. I think that's the real reason you vegan. It's not for a moral stand or anything. You just think
financial reasons,
prices. But what do you think about this deal, brother?
Well, I kind of agree with you guys. I think like Brother Gerard said, I'm probably gonna stick with my VPN. But I think it works out.
/post wrestling. I think that's the code, the address.
Yes. So, but I think for those who are a part of who already have the streaming services that is going to be supported by the app, then I think it's going to work out for those folks. And by the way, let me go ahead and pull it up, because I think they did have on Post Wrestling the specific services for now, as we know of, that are going to carry the service. So Brandon Thurston of WrestleNomics, cousin light skinned Brandon, he says presently those carriers are Charter /Spectrum, DirecTV, Fubo TV, Hulu Live TV, and Verizon Fios. So now when we go down here, it leaves other carriers such as those subscribing to ESPN's linear service on Comcast /Xfinity, Dish, Frontier, and YouTube TV, among others, without the ability to get the direct-to-consumer service free. Yeah. So, again, things are being worked out, though. So we don't know.
I think that's worked out. By
the time it launches.
Because I mean, that's how this shit works. It's like every once in a while, Comcast will get in a disagreement with Disney. The channels will go black, and they'll figure something out. So I think with this, it'll more of the same.
I think that's the thing, people, and it's not that far away in our history, but like it used to happen at least once every 3 or 4 years, where you get this screen. ESPN is trying to take away football from the fans.
It'd be like,
we're trying to fight for you, and it's like, are you?
Yeah, it'd be the carrier blaming the network, and then the network blaming the carrier, and it's like, what the fuck is going
like
on?
a political ad. Like ESPN's like, Comcast doesn't want you to watch Monday Night Football. Tell them what you think. I think my thoughts on this is ultimately I think it's going to be a good thing. There may be some growing pains. There's going to be an adjustment period. Like, hell, we saw there was an adjustment period with Peacock. There was an adjustment period with Netflix. But as Steven said, man, like, if you are a fan of this stuff to the point where you are watching a wrestling podcast live on a Sunday night, you're going to be watching this, man.
Okay.
You're going to find a way.
I'm going to say
you going to push back?
Yeah, I'm going to say it's a bad thing now. Because since everyone is because this is what I'm gonna say.
Okay.
I do think WWE is getting to an oversaturation point. I think that there's only so much content you can give people before they start spitting it back up, right? Like when you get pizza on a Friday, oh yeah, you love pizza, it's great. And then when you eating the leftover pizza the next morning, oh, it's cool. And then you got more pizza to eat on Sunday. It's like, okay, this pizza shit is getting old. And if you keep on like just
I hate you, Little Caesars.
Content out like that, people are gonna just start spitting it back out. I do think that's the risk that they run with this, right? And I'm already starting to see small signs of it.
I disagree.
Yeah. Well, let me get this out, and then you have at it. But I think you have to kind of when you're putting out content, you do have to kind of like put it out in a economical way and in a way that it doesn't get old. I'm speaking for myself, not for all the WWE universe or fanatics or whatever the fuck they're called. There's only so much of this shit I can.
You're not speaking for the Homo sapiens out there.
Right, I'm not speaking for all the Omos fans and the Lash Legend lunatics and
the Lash lunatics.
Her fan base is, so Lash lunatics works for me. Or the Soul Ruka,
the Soul Patrol.
Right, the Soul Patrol. Yeah. I don't speak for them, but I do think that for casual people, because that's what you're trying to get is casual people. Not everybody's gonna be a WWE fan. It's just the fact. Not everybody's gonna be an NBA fan. That's just the fact too. But what you want with the NBA, what you want with the NFL is, you're probably not watching the NFL year round the way we do because we cover it and stuff like that. We're fans, but you want the people who I might not watch the NFL Monday Night Football every Monday night, every Sunday. I might not watch this shit, but when the playoffs come around, I'm watching it. When the Super Bowl comes on, I'm watching it. And then, you get the seasons off and then you miss it and then it comes back. WWE doesn't work like that. It works under a thing where, people appreciate it. But I do think that these wrestling booms, they don't last forever. They come and they go. And I don't think this boom is any different than anything else.
Like I said, what you say in your feelings, 100% valid. I'll give a different perspective on it because as a creator, as always a creator, it's a different world, right? WWE did not like us back in the day, like creators in general. I'm surprised to see like women creators on there and stuff like that. This has turned, like I said, into an inclusive, well, not inclusive, but I guess inclusive, whatever word.
More inclusive,
premium brand, not a luxury almost. It's going, they want to be, with them ticket prices, they want to be a luxury brand, but inviting rappers that I really heard of, streamers, YouTubers,
right.
YouTubers wrestling and stuff like that. Wrestling
comedians.
Comedians. You can never ever put a label on wrestling. Even WWE, you couldn't put it on there because it was so different. It's always changing, and that big change is now. The Triple H era, or whatever you want to call it, has changed tremendously. No matter how you say he booked, had a black folks on black male wrestling on pay-per-view, and I don't know how many ages since Snoop Dogg. But besides that point, y'all know that's true. Besides that point, man, WWE is so different. Like I said, people spend money on it where they're spread out everywhere. They're on Tubi, they're on CW, they're on Netflix, they're on USA, they're everywhere. Every night of the week, WWE is somewhere. You can see they're on YouTube. YouTube numbers doing crazy, and people we get tired of it. We fall out of it. We're gonna come back, but it's always gonna be somebody new. They're always doing something to bring that new audience in. That's one thing I learned from WWE is every time somebody watch, they put their program out, somebody new can get caught up and be a new fan. That's how I try to make my content. I try to make my content like when somebody watches me new, who is this person? What can I get from this person? WWE super serves their audience. No matter what you say as an old school fan, they really do super serve their audience, and they do it, like I say, the right way all the time. Even from Saturday Night's Main Event. How many Saturday Night's Main Event have we had now? We couldn't get a Saturday Night's Main Event save our lives. And the way they show streamers and showing that stuff makes people want to watch the content and also too want to interact with that content, hopefully hey, WWE might see me, WWE might invite me, let's work together. They're so more open to this new generation of stuff, tweets and Instagram reels and all this kind of stuff. Is just a different way of it, of monetizing. And so many people are kind of stuck on the price but looking at the value. Look, okay, I get it. The price is outrageous, but look at the price and look at the value of what you get. Look at the value of all the free stuff you get, and only we talk about the pay-per-views. We're looking at the little, small, minute pay-per-views, but look at the other stuff that you get. It's
right.
Big value.
So this is what I'll say to that, and I'm not gonna say any of that is wrong, But
no, I get it. I respect it. I get it. But
yeah, what I'm looking at this as, WWE is not going anywhere. We're not anyone saying that shit.
Yeah.
The WWE is gonna be around forever. It's gonna last forever, brother.
Then, now, and forever together, Kris.
What I'm talking about is specifically this
incarnation of WWE.
Yeah, incarnation of WWE. How long is this particular phase of WWE gonna last for? You know, how long can you be like Nick Khan, man? I think Nick Khan is. At first, I was like, "Oh, this guy is really, really good for WWE." Now, I'm not really that sure, man. I think like I said, I just think that there needs to be. I do think Vince was good about this. I think Vince kind of knew when to kind of pump the brakes on stuff a little bit more than Nick Khan. Nick Khan's attitude is, I want WWE to be on everything, every time, everywhere, all the time.
That's a good thing. Because let's take it back. Like I kind of think that you're probably my age and stuff, right? Like I was saying at the beginning, how difficult, when we was growing up, how difficult it was to find wrestling, right? Like I think in wrestling fans, we are passionate, we love our shit, we don't like stuff to change. That's the one thing. We don't like change. We hate change. Even as humans, we hate change. I'm always looking at it from a business creative standpoint. How many eyeballs can I get on my product? Nick Khan is perfect for that. He came in, dude was working at WrestleMania 9, pushing chairs and rose to the ranks. If that ain't a story, that ain't encouraging, that ain't like inspiring, I don't know what is. I think sometimes as wrestling fans, we get so selfish and so like, I don't want nobody else to have my wrestling just like it is. And that's okay, but to expand this wrestling and not fight others, oh, that shit is fake, you hear less and less of that. You hear, oh, damn, that's pretty cool. Oh, John Cena, yeah, I know him. Oh, The Rock, yeah, I know him, and all that kind of stuff. No matter all the outside noise, we as hardcore wrestling fans have this thing that they love to look at things from just a narrow point of view. And I'm not saying that you're doing that, but as I see online, you see the wars and all that kind of stuff, it's like, we got to look at this as like, this is a great thing. Like I can go to UPN or CW and watch it. I can catch it up on the app. I can catch it up on YouTube. Wrestling's being everywhere else. I wear a wrestling shirt to an event and people go like, yeet, and I'm like, oh shit. Like you watch wrestling, oh, I know that. I said, what? I like just looking at it, carrying a belt or something like that, just having more conversation, open up to different people. Wrestling is one of the few things here on the planet Earth that if it's universal, that you don't have to speak the same language and you get it. I can go to Japan and I can wear a wrestling shirt and somebody, oh, WWE or something like that, or AEW. I'm at a video game show and I didn't in wrestling, and AEW was here in Texas. I couldn't go, but I had a show that I had to be at. I put up NordVPN, find AEW All In, and start watching it. People stopping and watching. Is WWE? No, this is AEW. What's AEW? Let me tell you about it. Sit there and pull up a chair. I had 4 or 5 people watching AEW All In, like, oh my goodness, this is great. This ain't like I used to watch. That's the great thing. I think sometimes we have to let our baby go and let it grow up and let it enjoy other people. That's just how I see it.
Okay. So I do need to. WWE is not my baby, so I have to.
You ain't with your baby tonight, Double J.
It's your baby. Oh, Jeff J. Right?
I watch it and I like it, but like I said, I need it in. I need the content. I don't need to be force fed it, man. It's to me, it's like being a guy a woman likes that you just don't go away. She likes you at first, and then you're calling her every night.
Spend my day working hard and we go.
And like I said, I think
One of them Keith Sweat brothers just begging all the time.
Right, yeah. Everything reaches an oversaturation.
You ain't nobody.
I want to pose this to Ray though, because I had this thought, Kris, when Steven was talking and kind of speaking about kind of what Nick Khan has meant in this era of WWE. Ray, as somebody who has followed the UFC for a long time, do you kind of see this as when Dana White came in and we're doing stuff like The Ultimate Fighter and we're kind of trying to be on every stage and we're putting UFC in front of faces that may have not seen UFC before? Is that, even though the WWE is older than UFC, do you almost feel like this is analogous to Dana White when he came into Zuffa and he's like, hey, this is what we doing now, player?
That is a good question. I think there's a slight difference because with the UFC, when Dana came in, UFC was still in that kind of when Senator John McCain was still calling it, human cockfighting, and there were no rules, or there were only a few rules. And so when Dana came in, he was like, all right, first, in order to make this profitable, we got to make it palatable for the audience. And in order for that to be true, then we have to install rules so that everybody knows and that it's not making it to be this fight to the death type thing. Yes. So he was like, all right, let's go through the commissions. Let's see what we can do. All right, we got to put in 4-ounce gloves. All right, put in 4-ounce gloves. All right, we have rounds instead of having it be one continuous round until finish. All right, we'll do that. Install rounds in it, things like that. So I think
even the stuff that they fight in too, right? The outfits that they fight in.
Yep. Having instead of having gis and stuff is like, no, we need just everybody with shorts and stuff. Just come in, have it be more uniform. I
see what you did there.
Kind of. I know that's for lack of a better term, be a little bit more uniform. But and then like you said, Nate, then I think he was kind of in that Nick Khan phase where it was like, all right, well, let me put it out there. Now that we have rules behind it, let's see if we could get a television product. And that's when he started putting out all the Ultimate Fighter and feelers for the Ultimate Fighter. And that's how he came along with Spike. Spike TV was able to air it, and that was actually when Spike TV was also airing Monday Night Raw. So they were like, all right, well, we're going to have Monday Night Raw be the lead-in, and to see like the synergy, or to see like the transition, to see how that works out as a lead-in. And people were grasping for UFC, and they were like, oh, okay, well, it's an interesting concept. And then I believe when they had their finale, I think a lot of things worked out for UFC's way, especially when they had their finale and it wasn't even the final fight, but Stephen Bonner versus Forrest Griffin was like co-main event, and that was just, I think that one just blew it out the water for the UFC, to where people were calling their friends like, you see what's going on, man? You better turn it on. So word of mouth kind of had a catch and fire effect for the UFC. So I think, in that terms, I think that Dana White did have a mindset similar to Nick Khan, and trying to get it first off, trying to get it starting out. And then once people were familiar with the UFC, then he wanted to push in more and more and more. All right, we go from Spike to Fox now. All right, well, now we've been on Fox for a little while, so now let's go on with ESPN. And so every way they were kind of building up, and they were kind of like rising ever so slightly. And now again, and in a similar vein, you saw, all right, well, now we're not seeing sponsors like Zions Energy Drink.
Yes, Zions supplements.
Shout out to Zions Energy, man. Got me through some tough days, Ray.
It takes you back. Huh?
I was a scientist, brother.
Yeah,
well, but now, But now we go from Zions to like Bud Light. We got Bud Light on the canvas now, and we got like different movies that want to be a part of the advertising for us now. And now we got Nike that wants to be a part of it, and Reebok wants to do our uniforms now. So I think he was taking it step by step, and it all started with that TV deal, and then progressing from then on and from thenceforth. So,
but I also want to say,
go ahead, Kris.
That UFC is like UFC can't be like WWE only because WWE, like, they're a soap opera, so they have to have a weekly program or multiple weekly programs that are episodic. UFC and no other sport really works in that way, you know.
And that's the thing when you mention like the oversaturation, I think a lot of UFC fans are seeing that now because now the quality of the fight cards are kind of dimming down because now you're trying to put on a card every Saturday and then you keep going back to the Apex in Vegas where only 50 people in the crowd where we ain't in the pandemic no more. Like put no more Apex cards, like put more cards for everybody to like be in like in-house, and then especially with them being acquired by TKO, and a similar thing that you're seeing, and I know Gerard, I know you hate this because you went to WrestleMania and you experienced all this with the prices as well. The same thing is going on with UFC. Like is once they got acquired by TKO, they started raising those prices. Like I think when they had that show in the I want not the Sphere, but is it called the Sphere? Or
the Sphere.
I think they said like the minimum ticket was like $10,000.
Damn. Oh, what? So, UFC? UFC in the Sphere?
Yeah, they had a UFC Noche card last year in the Sphere, and if you're not familiar with the Sphere, it's like an all-encompassing like venue where it's like screens everywhere and they have like different visuals and stuff going on. But yeah, I think like the minimum, because I think it can hold up to no more than like maybe 3,000 to 5,000 people. So they were like, all right, well, we just gonna charge these seats.
Damn.
And I think it was like 10 grand, at least 10 grand a seat, like 5 to 10 grand to start off.
Well, so you know what? We're looking at professional wrestling right here as fans, and we're looking at it from an artistic point of view. They're a business. They have to look at it from dollars and cents, right? Yeah. They got shareholders that they're holding accountable.
I'm looking at it from dollars and cents. I'm not looking at it in the immediacy though. I'm looking like how long is this variation sustainable?
Yeah.
I'm not looking there. I think WWE is looking at it monetarily from like in the moment. I don't think they are thinking about
5 years from now, 10 years from now.
I don't even think they're thinking about Netflix being like, okay, not enough people are streaming this shit. Let's let's cut the cord on this. I think they're thinking like I think they're looking at it as like everything's gonna go 100% the way it's supposed to go.
Everything's coming up Millhouse.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, let me ask the podcast a question then. So we talking about WWE and prices, all that sort of stuff. And do you think this is a perfect time for people to start watching more and supporting more of like AEW? Even TNA, because I think WWE is trying to like position TNA because they see the power of AEW, because a lot of us, we spent the last hour talking about WWE. I think this is one of the perfect times, because if you go to a AEW show, their strategy now is smaller venues, but they sell out their pay-per-views, and they get that intimate feeling. And I went to 2 of the shows when they're down here in Dallas when they came out. It was great. Now, the TV side was blocked off, wasn't over there, but everybody else around the bowl, it was great show, great. It is great. And also, till you see AEW's leaning, it's starting to not bring a lot of WWE names in so quick. So, right. Do you think this is the time where wrestling fans, and not WWE fans, wrestling fans should start like, hey, check out AEW, check out MLW, check out New Japan, because WWE is that luxury premium brand now. What do you think about that?
Gerard, you take that because Gerard a few weeks ago had a Gerard is the world traveler around here. Gerard is the one that's paying for these $10,000 UFC tickets.
Oh, he got the money.
He got that's why he's downtown, uptown, midtown, all around the town. Gerard Brown.
Look at all the titles.
But I know how to shop. I just know how to efficiently shop. That is it. Take a breath. Because
that, Gerard.
Before I even touch on the shows, I do think you have a valid point about what Nick Khan has done for just popularizing WWE and wrestling, because I think it's very cool to be able to turn on Netflix, a brand and a product I've been watching for years and years and years that has given me great movies and everything, and now to see my wrestling alongside that, it's just something I can stream.
Yeah,
that's super cool. When I went to Elimination Chamber in Toronto, and I'm just at not my Airbnb, but my hotel, and I'm just turning on.
No, he's at Airbnb. He got an Airbnb, y'all.
And I'm literally just over here.
We got the $800 AEW belt back there too. So you know,
no. This eBay $296. $296. Be efficient. All these together, probably.
This man know how to find a deal.
Yeah,
for real. No. But here's my thing. It's cool to see it amongst those kind of moments and those kind of brands. Heed my warning. This ESPN deal it's not my issue with the cost just now. It's the future of what we're going to do with it.
Yeah.
Because we know, and what I have seen is the UFC take a towel and ring that sucker. And it's not KO. So when you had ESPN and that initial ESPN deal, the cost 1 year was not the cost of the next year. It wasn't the cost the next year after that. And we just kept going and going and going until you probably noticed on that back end, though you had a nice little payment that you were covered on pay-per-view, people probably started buying them pay-per-views less because of that cost and the shows you were giving us.
And they did.
You had to go. And yes, that Paramount deal is beautiful and great. And it's going to be nice for the UFC that, $11.99, $13.99, and you can watch all those shows. WWE is going to get to a point where I think they're going to start ringing there. And so, it's $29.99 now, folks. What's the cost next year?
Yeah.
What's the cost next year after that? Eggs are $8, folks. I know we ain't got a lot of bacon eating folks out here, but eggs is $8.
I got to pay $16 for breakfast?
Hey, might as well go to Waffle House.
So, we'll go buy your food out. It's cheaper at this point. But, and in that same fashion, it's so expensive to go to a WWE show, and the cost only keeps going up. Show to show. I've been watching it go up. I went to WrestleMania 39 in LA, and pretty much since then, I kind of been on this trajectory of like traveling shows. I've only watched the price go up. But then I've gone to AEW shows alongside that, and I've only watched my value go up. And the dollar not go up too much depending on the area. Chicago, they be wilding with cost of Chicago, and I just don't get it.
And
they get all them shows anyway. I don't understand it. But
I'll say this about WrestleMania in LA. WWE used to sell out super fast out here. It would be like they announced the tickets at 8 a.m. by like noon they would have no tickets left, right? With the WrestleMania, they weren't like that. I was finding good seats like that weren't secondhand market seats, right? Like secondary market seats. I was finding good seats like on the first round. You know, they do these killer houses, but they're not selling out every night at the moment, you know. Like they're doing good gates, you know. Like if they get a 14,000 seat arena, they'll get about 13,000 people in there, maybe 12,000 people, but it'll get, you know what I'm saying? It'll get to almost capacity, but not at capacity, you know. So I do think that I'm already starting to see. I have to ask Thurston for the specifics. Thurston would have been a good person to have on while we were having this mini debate Mr. Right Way because he's always on these numbers and shit. And I don't really know him off the top of my head. I do know that I read in the Observer or watched on the Observer, I don't remember which one. They were saying that that they don't think the Paramount Plus deal only benefits UFC at the moment. They said that Paramount Plus isn't really getting a lot for it. They're losing money on it, and that it'll be interesting to see like how sustainable this is. And that's what I say about all this stuff is just the sustainability of it. I think they're gonna get immediate success out of it. Because I'll say this too, Nate. When WWE first moved to Netflix, I remember logging on to Netflix after week 1 and they had the top 10 shows and Raw was in it. Then I never saw WWE in it again. So I'm wondering if it's like, did they just decide they're not putting wrestling in the top 10 anymore? Or is it not doing the numbers? Or what the fuck is going on? Because it's just
so much shit to watch, man. Like Netflix is like, I mean, wrestling is so different than anything. Like even UFC, like, you know, they remember that debate, like, oh, I'd rather watch UFC than fake wrestling. And nobody's watching UFC no more.
No,
but
not like they used to.
But constantly wrestling has always been that constant. Like you could just think about from like the WWF days when they had the little low budget arena, you know, when Slick was coming out and everything. Like wrestling, matter of fact, has always just been there. You know, it has its lows, but it always had this like, you know, dip. UFC had this like here, and then it just had this fall off. And then we in the fall off of UFC. It's not coming back because people get hurt. They don't have no stories. I mean, you just like TikTok, you know, people love like little bites of content and then they go away. Even TikTok is dying. You know, people like good stories, long form content. Look how long the Bloodline story lasted. That was one of the best storylines. Like next to the Austin McMahon storyline, that is one of the best storylines in wrestling that brought in new people, that did business, that did numbers, that did stuff. I mean, and created new stars. Like we're seeing that reboom. We're not seeing the Attitude Era, but we're seeing that new boom of like content. I look at kids. I look at kids when they look at Cody and like Roman and Cena and stuff like even Cena. You know, but I definitely look at Cody. Like goodness gracious, like what? Look at Jey Uso. I mean, breaking out from a tag team. I mean, just. It's so different than what we're used to. And I think that's the thing that most wrestling fans, older fans like us, are fighting, that it's different. It's not like we used to be, but it's where is it going to go? Like we don't want to lose. We get that fear. We don't want to lose what we had. So we don't really trust you. Like it's I think a lot of people don't trust the new direction of WWE sometimes. They like, oh, Vince gone, Triple H ain't really doing this, or it see a little dip and like, oh, we get scared and like, I don't trust it. And I get it. Sometimes I don't trust it, you know? But I think wrestling survives so much, it will be okay. But yeah, the price, the day price ain't gonna be tomorrow price. I gotta guarantee it. Whoo, my God. So like I say, guys, if you're out there, learn where you want to spend your entertainment dollars. Well, get that VPN on that stick.
And so I also want to throw it out to the audience. You know, that's the reason why we got the comment section. That's the reason why we got these super chats. Speaking of the price, see, the good thing about super chats is the price only goes up if you want it to go up. You are in control of the super chat. So whatever you would like to throw out there to get your opinion heard, to get your voice heard on these topics, man, hit us up and Ray will bring up your super chats or your good comments as he sees them. But I do want to kind of pivot here for a second, because I think one of the things Gerard brings up all the time when he talks about AEW, Steven, is that there is a value that is commensurate to the cost. And so, like, to your question about, you know, should fans be, if they're kind of dissatisfied with the WWE's pricing strategy or content release strategy, should people be seeking out AEW? Should they be seeking out MLW? Should they be seeking out New Japan? Like, I think the wonderful thing about wrestling right now is also it's almost like a blessing and a curse. Like the blessing is we can watch anything we want right now, whenever we want. The curse is you can watch anything you want right now, whenever you want, and have a full-time job, and have kids and a relationship, and do all this in an accelerated pace that we've all had to kind of get used to after the pandemic. But I am somebody who right now, I used to watch everything, but just, working 50, 60 hours a week at the regular job and then doing the podcast and things like that. I right now am primarily an AEW, WWE, and TNA watcher. And like everything else that's good, I'll listen to people's recommendations, people whose opinions I trust, and go seek out that match or seek out that show. Like somebody sent me a tweet on Twitter a few weeks ago, and because I was just kind of like, it was right after Ron Killings had been released, and obviously I expressed my frustration with that decision. And he was like, "Well, man, why do you keep following them if they keep doing stuff like this?" I'm like, "Well, it's part of it is because they got me on that narcotic, and I ain't gotten the 12-step yet for the WWE. But the other part is like it's part of my job. Like if we're gonna talk wrestling on a wrestling network, we're gonna have to talk WWE." And he was like, "Well, you should just watch stuff for fun, man, like you used to. Like, Ashe got this show coming out this weekend, and it was the Return of the King with Cedric Alexander, and that was one of the first times in a while that I actually just watched wrestling just to watch wrestling and enjoy it. Not saying that I don't enjoy AEW or WWE, but there is a part of it that is linked to this stuff that we do. But there's so much good wrestling out there. And there's all different kinds of wrestling. If you want to see this great technical spectacle, you can find that. If you want to see Omar, shout out to the Homo sapiens. This big giant man take on this little bitty man. You can find that. if you want to see some of the best women's wrestling that we've ever had at any point in history, it's going on right now. And so before we get to Forbidden Door, fellas, let's just kind of go around the horn. Like, do you feel like there is an appetite from the audience to seek out things that are not just WWE and maybe even AEW?
Absolutely 100% not. No. The fans today are so stuck in their ways, like older fans. I see it all the time. Like this, even though these pretend wars are kind of funny, a lot of folks are just too lazy or just too ignorant not to go out and see something else that's different. Like it's so much good wrestling outside of WWE. Yes, WWE is that brand, but we got it so good. I think people only watch it and when it gets taken away, and that's just human nature. You take something away, then they want to watch it. That would be even TNA or AEW, MLW, anything like that. Something funny happened, something like that. When I was watching that pay-per-view last night at AAA, I haven't watched AAA before. But like we were saying before we got on, they kind of WWE fired it up, and it was really good. It got educated, they did stuff right. It was pacing, it was stuff, it was good. It was what we're used to. We're so used to WWE. We're like, WWE is like, we're so used now to the general manager that we can't see wrestling show without a general manager. It's just like that. And I, as a wrestling fan first, I just go out and look at other stuff outside of WWE. But I get it. I understand. I really get it because it's so much going on in these 24 hours. You got 24 hours to accomplish stuff. And you spend 7 hours, 8 hours sleeping. So then that cuts it in half, And people got work, people got kids, people got lives. So to dedicate your time. If you're gonna watch wrestling, you gotta give your time. Time is fucking precious, y'all. Excuse my language, but time is so precious. You giving away your time to something that you want to dedicate and watch. Like we're giving our time because we love this. We love talking about it. We love getting together. Just like either we agree or disagree. But that time, you gotta look at your time is the most precious thing you can give on this earth. And to give somebody some more time that you probably don't know about, don't trust, I get it. But I wish people would. I really would. But just like. It's just how it is now. It's how it's always kind of been. WWE is trusted. It's been there forever. These newcomers come out. Most folks won't watch it. Oh, I used to see MVP on WWE. Let me go watch that real quick. And if they have a bad experience over there, they're not going back. So that's just how I see it.
And Chris, to that point, like I think a lot of times people get stuck on the brand name because WWE is the brand name. They are the NFL, they are the NBA, they are the NHL, they are the UFC. And I would say the difference, if somebody wanted to compare the WWE to the NFL, is yes, they may be the NFL, but AEW is not the UFL. No shade to Ray's DC Defenders. Like these other companies have just as good in-ring talent. The production values may be a little bit different, but it's not this dramatic drop-off where you're going from Lamar Jackson to Cardale Jones. No shade to Cardale Jones.
And the wrestling ecosystems, the mechanism that makes the NFL work in the way that it works and the NBA work and it work as the way it works. Wrestling needs two big companies. It needs the duopoly. That's the only way it survives. The NFL, the other NFL league or fake football leagues, they don't get it. They don't.
Ray's DC Defenders won a championship, Chris. That ain't a fake title.
Oh, my bad.
Still real to him, damn it.
but they work differently because the NFL. Yes, the NFL is a company and it has owners, but each team has individual owners. It's not, and if one team doesn't want you, you might find, your way on another team. It's not like wrestling. If WWE doesn't want you and AEW doesn't want you, you're languishing you're going to Japan or Indies or something, man. But at least now, for Karrion Kross, for example, he's going through this little limbo stage too. I really do believe that if WWE doesn't take him back, I do think Tony Khan will find a place for him in AEW. And that's just never how it used to be. That's how it used to be. And then it stopped being like that when WWE became the other game in town. TNA tried, but TNA was only paying like Kurt Angle and Christian big money. And everybody. Like those people they were giving big money to, but everyone else was just kind of, making basic checks. So I think that I think it's a good time to watch AEW, but I do think there is something to be said about the main brand being decent and palatable for other brands to thrive. I do think WWE, and I don't think WWE is putting on their best shit right now. I think they have ebbs and flows right now. I think 1 week it's good, and I think the next week it's not good. And this John Cena thing, which was one of the main things they did, they botched the fuck out of that. There's no defense of it. It was not good. It was bad. And I wouldn't tell a wrestling fan, come back and see John Cena. I just wouldn't say that. I'd be like, watch and try to enjoy what you can. I wouldn't.
To be fair, they ain't gonna see him even if they tune in.
Yeah. I'm not gonna point to anything specific right now in WWE. I just watch it, man, and find something you like.
Find something you like.
Yeah. AEW, I'm a little bit more better about. Like I can say, Hangman is good. Watch him.
Swerve
is good. I can't do that with WWE at the moment. Not saying it won't, because WWE is always like kind of shifting, and I think they're in a bit of an experimental stage right now too. We got to keep in mind too is they've been without Vince McMahon for only like what's been a year, because last year he was banging the bell.
I think about 2 years, man, probably.
Okay, so yeah, he's 2 years, and that's still not a long time. They're still trying to find out what they want to be as a company. And that's why, and a lot of it is trying old Vince McMahon tactics to see if that works. Like, for example, they are trying to put head-to-head programming up against the AEW pay-per-view. I'm going to watch the AEW pay-per-view, because
Mhm.
there's value in it for me, and I could just pay them the $50, and when I'm done watching that, I could watch the WWE shit that I record or is on Peacock or whatever. It's not.
Yep.
It's not what it used to be, where you had to choose one or the other, you know. And I don't. And I think if that's the shit you're trying to do, I think you're missing the trees for the forest. I really do believe that.
Jay Lacey, what are your thoughts on right now? AEW and TNA and MLW, like New Japan, like some of these other promotions, like do you feel like there's an appetite out there from the wrestling fan base as a whole?
Yeah, and I think that the whole tribalism thing, I'm completely over it. I mean, everyone's picking sides, like
I mean, to be fair though, to full disclosure, Jay Lacey is a noted Kenny Omega hater. Documented.
I heard he's not a fan of Canadians.
Yeah, I'll just embrace the hate. But the thing is, like, there's so much out there to really enjoy, and you got these lapsed wrestling fans that were WWE fans, and that's all they knew aside from glimpses of TNA or whatever. But there's so much good product out there that why are we just? There's somebody in the chat. I'm spoiling it. I don't want to take their thunder, but they had a great analogy in terms of like pro wrestling in general is like a soccer league. If you got the Premier League, you've got Bundesliga, you've got La Liga. There's so much good sport out there, and this one is pro wrestling. Why not enjoy all of it? Why do we have to pick and choose sides? I mean, I want to make sure when I tune in, I want to make sure that I basically just going out my everyday life and just watch the product for what it is, the athleticism, the storytelling, et cetera, et cetera. So I watch everything as much as I can, and if I can't watch it, I'll pay somebody to support it, like John and Way. I couldn't watch SmackDown all the time, so I'm like, you know what, since they got a podcast, I'll pay them their monthly whatever, let them watch it, and I'll listen to it. If they say it's good to go back and watch, I'll make an appointment TV. But other than that, man, I'll tell you this. The thing I really miss is like Lucha Underground. I mean, the creativity.
My goodness, that's so good.
Oh my gosh. I think that's the thing that started this whole wrestling boom again, is because the stories that were being told, the characters. I mean, I think everybody that was on the cast still isn't gainfully employed in professional wrestling. And at the end of the day, that's what we all want to see. We want to see great storytelling. We want to see the athleticism and just be thoroughly entertained.
Before we go to Gerard Brown for his thoughts on this, Ray, bring that super chat back up. What we got here?
So that's pretty much what Brother Jay was previewing. He was
Spoiler alert.
He was setting it up.
Yes. Shout out to Ron Bandish rather. Going for soccer terms, WWE equals English Premier League, AEW equals Bundesliga.
Okay. I don't know nothing about no Bundesliga, but I'll take your word for it.
Literally just kicked off, so yeah, I'm vested in that. So,
so the Bundesliga's in Italy.
That's more. I believe
it sounds German.
German is.
It sounds very Germanic. It sounds German. like a league Gunther would be into.
I mean, Kaiser, you know what I mean?
Right. Okay, I like that analogy because again, like whether you're talking about, I know Serie A because I used to play FIFA back in the day, and if Serie A teams was a problem, but like Bundesliga, Serie A, even MLS to a certain extent, like you can find good action if you're looking for it and if you have the time for it. But I think Ray. Gerard, this is where I was going to go with it. I think that Jay brings up a good point because it's a point that I feel in my life. Like there's a lot of like the G1, man. I wish I had time to just watch these matches and see all this greatness, but I don't have the time, and so that's why I tune into people like a Rich Fan or WH Park or the good sis Karen Peterson and see what they say about these shows and these matches. And then if there's something I'm like, oh, that seems really cool, let me go back and check that out. Just be, kind of having somebody curate your
Yeah.
wrestling for you.
Andrew was very good with that too. Like he would,
Andrew Thompson. Shout out to
he would tell me stuff to watch that, because like I think we talked about this when we first started the show. Day is like I'm watching WWE and AEW. Well, I think TNA, and then now I'm watching WWE and AEW, and then TNA. I can't watch all this shit, man. There's not enough hours in the day, so and like you said, there's so many good people out there that cover that stuff.
Yeah. It's like Gerard, to use some terminology you may be familiar with. For those that don't know, Gerard is very much well versed in all things anime and even some superhero things. Like, I got time in my schedule for DC. I got time in my schedule for Marvel. Image, y'all might be cool, dog, but I got to go to work at 9 o'clock in the morning, man. I ain't got time to be reading this. Time to call it.
Hey, you talk about anime. Hey, you said about anime. I'm trying to catch up on Demon Slayer before the movie come out or something like that. Hey, I'm trying to watch all that right there. I'm getting cooked on that.
There's so much content out there besides wrestling. There's like movies, TV, anime, like sports. It's just it almost feels like during the pandemic we were so starved for all of this. And then once we got out of the pandemic, like the garden hose was still on and they just never turned it back to the setting that it was on before.
Yeah, it's like there's so many channels right now, right? Because if you got DirecTV, you probably get about 200 channels, and then if you got Pluto TV, that's another 150 channels, and then if you got
Kris, I gotta say this, man, and no shade to my pops, man. Love my pops, man. Been an inspiration to me my whole life. Went over to his crib the other day, man. He's got, mom's got him a big screen TV for his birthday. So we was watching the big screen, watching his Oreos. And then he's like, see what else is on. So he got all these channels on here, man. And I went and got something to eat, brought it back to the house. When I got back, he wasn't watching the game because it was in a rain delay. He was sitting there watching the Fireplace channel playing jazz.
Right, yeah. And I find myself doing shit like that.
He said the game got rain delayed, so I just was looking for something to watch. And I'm like, you chose the Fireplace channel playing the jazz music? Like Miles Davis and this Fireplace is what you into?
Yeah. Because I was watching, I was letting because I usually at home I'm like doing grading papers or something. And just let the YouTube rabbit hole just play. YouTube is another zillion channels too, right?
Yeah.
And, then the Teen Tings came on and they were singing, and that's not my name. That's not my name. And my wife was like, when did you start listening to the Teen Tings? And I was like, since it came up in the rabbit hole, and I don't feel like changing the channel. So that's not my name.
That is a great song, though.
Can I tell y'all something I found, though? Speaking about you just plugged that in my brain when you talking about your dad watching the Fires thing. Remember when you couldn't watch shit and you just turn the Weather Channel on and listen to that music?
Yeah, exactly.
Bro.
The preview channel.
That's where I was gonna go, Kris. The preview channel on pay-per-view stuff you couldn't afford.
Right, yeah.
Hey, free fall coming up.
Watch the free fall, the countdown show, and then just imagine what this wrestling show was like. I bet it was real nice. It sounded like it was nice.
And then if you turn it to the preview channel and see what's on, and then every time I turned it there, it scrolled right above the channel I wanted to see what was on. So it was like,
you ever get that thing, Kris, where sometimes you was on the preview channel and they forgot that you didn't pay for it, and you got like 5 minutes of the Tyson fight.
They leave it on for a minute, then it's like,
Then it's like, nah, get your broke ass out of here.
You thought.
Right, you thought you was gonna watch Iron Mike tonight.
Oh boy. They don't know about that. I told you y'all had it.
They don't know the struggle.
Y'all know about that. That struggle, man. They don't know about that struggle TV watching, bro.
Yeah.
That's that struggle TV.
Had the rabbit ears and you tried to get it. Like, does the rabbit ears work with the cable box? If I can just hold it right there with the pliers, I can kind of see that look a little bit like Lex Luger right there.
Right.
Look at that hanger. Look at that hanger over there.
Like
that hanger.
back in those days, I used to think, man, I would never get tired of wrestling or comic book movies or comic book shows and all that
Right.
stuff. And now you just have all this shit on demand.
Like it's too much.
Right.
It's like I'm like, I'm good off of that.
Chris didn't even see Fantastic Four. He was like, "Nah, y'all got it."
Like we've done shows on Mondays, Nate, where we've been like, "Oh, wrestling is on. Yeah, let's finish doing this show, and we'll watch wrestling when we get to it." You know, it's not the way it used to be, man. Like back in the day, it's like if wrestling was on,
You was watching wrestling.
yeah, you left what you were doing and watching action. Now it's like, whatever, you know.
Chris is broken up with girlfriends. 30 of the girlfriends Chris is broken up with was because wrestling was on. I can't do putt right now, girl. Razor Ramon about to be on.
Hey, Chico, I gotta go.
You're like, Chris, did you want to finish our date? Say goodbye to the back guy.
But when Kid and Bret Hart are about to wrestle, I need to see that. You know,
Like, why is Chris throwing toothpicks at all these young women? That's disrespectful, Chris.
Something happens to my gold, something happens to you.
But Gerard, getting us back on track. That was a wonderful diversion, though. Getting us back on track. What do you think about kind of the buffet of wrestling that's out there? Like, do you think that the audience has an appetite to sample all of it? That just came to me, Ray. That metaphor. It's just natural, Ray. It's just a talent.
That's why I need a professional, y'all.
No, though. I don't think the audience does. And personally, I think Chris has been hitting on a very big point this whole time is the wrestling boom. And just like I think WWE is at a very, very strong popularity point right now for the sheer fact that you can withstand botching Cena's heel turn and still keep that energy. And still have these big, great events and still have people ranting and raving about things and these big moments. I don't really feel like a downturn from WrestleMania has happened. Yeah, some weeks in the energy, whatnot, but like I don't feel a popularity turn down. And so
yes, steady. I would say.
To be able to withstand and to survive a bundling of a storyline, because you had the boost of the Bloodline storyline, and then you had the boost of Vince being gone, and then the official Vince being gone, boost again, and then the Levesque era. Now we're using hospital instead of local medical facility, and we're boosting and changing the game, and you can feel the rise of WWE in these last few years. That bubble's gonna pop. They already slipping and they already messing up. That bubble gonna pop at one point, and when the bubble pops, to me, that is I want to see what happens to the rest of that audience. When you have this fix for wrestling, and when you have this desire for wrestling, will you then take your energy and go elsewhere with it once that WWE bubble pops? Because when that WWE bubble pops, will you invest in a TNA right here? Will you go and check out wherever they land? If they land on A&E, or if they get a more visible network, are you going to go check them out? Are you willing to jump on and pay that $50 price tag for an AEW pay-per-view? Right. Can you follow along with them on cable? Do you have a cable network for that? I'm fully with that, but I can tell you where my interest is as a fan, and I'm gonna just keep it a buck. I'm 33 and I ain't got the time. I got work, I got family, and I got other things in life. Yeah. I can't always keep up with New Japan. I can't always keep up with TNA, and I want to keep up with TNA. I don't have the time to keep up with MLW. I'm going back retroactively right now to look at some of that stuff. So, when you have
watched the episode of NWA Power in forever.
Hey, when was the last time I talked about that? I couldn't tell you that. And like, it's a great show, but I never even I have it on the DVR in the living room, but I don't even watch WoW. And like that's
you done gone too far now, Gerard. You done gone too far. Steven, you don't know this, man, but like I said, I don't really have time for New Japan. I don't really have time for MLW. Like TNA, I got a little bit of time for. It's mainly AEW and WWE, but there is one promotion which, when we did our year-end awards last year, I gave the promotion of the year, and that's this man, David McClain, and Jeannie Buss, and the WOW Women of Wrestling, because it is the best show if you are busy, because it's like an hour, and it ain't even really an hour. It's 45 minutes plus commercials. They're going to give you 3 matches with 3 storylines. David McClain going to say something crazy, and then that's it. It is very courteous and conscientious of your time, and you get to see some pretty good wrestling. So WOW, to me, is just the perfect comfort food wrestling show, and there's not enough of that, I think, because every wrestling show is at least a 2-hour commitment right now.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a 3-hour commitment, but WOW, 45 minutes, I'm good.
Yeah.
You know,
But the
Dark
nice
used
thing
to be
about-
like that. AEW Dark used to be like that. And they 1 hour in and out. It used to be, but y'all, you just, man, I apologize if I'm taking, but I just started thinking about all this stuff, man. I have to. The full disclosure, I'm retired from the military, so I always say I ain't got no job. I'm like Tommy on Mars. I ain't got no job. So, like, I got time to watch all this shit, right? So I have to like not look at it from my perspective. But hey, man, like it's like my married friends are like, oh yeah, I don't do what y'all do. You know, I don't have no kids. I'm not married. I got all this free time, so I'm a different type of person. But yeah, it's dude. Like us going back, time is precious, man. You gotta bring it, and like I said, that 1 hour WOW, you gotta bring it. If it's good, you gotta bring it. Like nobody don't want to waste their time. People are afraid to lose their time and their money. You don't want to do that. They're like Big Worm, man. And I know you ain't playing my money. You know,
Like playing with my emotions.
Emotions, yeah, shit, no. And when you play with your emotions, especially wrestling fans' emotion, and you miss their money, I'm so happy that I did not pay for a TNA pay-per-view. I was coming back from a show, well, not a show, but a event. And what was that pay-per-view that Swerve and Moxley? Everybody thought Swerve was gonna win.
AEW joint.
Shit, that pay-per-view was shitty, and people had paid like $50 and asked for refunds and stuff like that. That's the moment I think
Double or nothing.
Yeah.
Which one was it?
Dynasty.
Yeah,
Dynasty.
Yeah,
Dynasty.
that was the low point for him.
That right there. I think that pay-per-view is what AEW like. We need to get our shit together. And ever since that pay-per-view, they have been doing that bullshit like they used to, because like they would play around with stuff. And I understand the Death Rider stuff was getting to All In. It was a great ending, but that right there, I think that was a turning point for them. Like, don't do that shit. Don't play with my money and time. I was on a plane trying to find and I was getting knocked off everyone. Like, I want to see this stuff. And then when I heard the internet, I was like, you motherfucker, I'm not watching. I'm not giving you no $50 no more. I wouldn't even I was so mad. I was like so hurt and mad. Like, why would you even do that? It was like Ty Banks. I was rooting for you. We all was rooting for you.
Yeah. No, I was like that too after that AEW pay-per-view. I was disappointed. It was you don't do that to fans, man.
No.
People when they go see the Avengers, they want to see the Avengers win, and if they don't win, they want to know that they're going to win in the next movie, you know.
Exactly.
It's not this bullshit that AEW.
It'd be like watching Endgame, and at the end, Thanos is like, "Got you again."
Yeah, exactly.
Try again next year, player.
Yeah, it was like watching the Justice League and Lex Luthor stays president and just fucks the Justice League up. That's just how it is, you know. Every episode of Scooby-Doo, the person dressed up like the monster gets away with it. And you know, there's a certain predictability does need to be with some of these things, you know.
Yes.
You do want to see the good guy win or the protagonist win, you know. The journey is what it's about, you know. It's not about, is Batman gonna beat the fucking Joker? Of course he's gonna beat him. You just want to see what he uses to get there to beat him, you know?
Yeah.
And then the AEW just completely flipped the script with that Swerve bullshit. I don't understand.
Oh,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah. Anyway.
I'm sorry, I ain't mean to bring that memory up, y'all, but that pissed me off.
Yeah.
I ain't got that off my chest in months. I need to get that.
Hey, this is what this space is for. Any last thoughts on this topic before we get to, speaking of pay-per-views, before we get to one of our patented segments here on the NWA podcast and we do our AEW pay-per-view preview?
I would say just overall, my biggest issue when it comes to watching other content is ease of access. And yes, the internet is easy, but when I'm sitting down at home on the couch, I'm not trying to hook my laptop up in the HDMI. I'm just trying to pull up the remote and click it on. And so AEW, I can do that.
Right.
WWE, I can do that. The other brands out there, maybe finding a different way to expand into that space, whether it's teaming up or whatever you have to do. But if there is an easier way, the fact that I can have WoW on my DVR is beautiful.
Hold on, I'm about to blow your mind, Gerard. I'm about to blow your mind. WoW got a whole Pluto channel for free.
Yep.
For free. And you can watch WoW 24 hours a day. You know how many episodes that is, Gerard? 24. They give you 24 episodes a day of the greatest wrestling show on earth.
An episode an hour. You won't be sour.
Well, one quick thing that I did want to mention as well is that I think one way that the current era, like you guys were saying, the current era is so much better than before is not only with the way that you can access all of these different promotions, but I think when you talk about the appetite, if you're thinking strictly of like a diehard wrestling fan, I think that a lot of people aren't only just following different promotions, but are also following different wrestlers on social media and like their different platforms as well. For example, like when you see people who get released from WWE and then you might be in the casual zone where they're just like, oh, they just disappeared and I'm just WWE. But if you're a big time fan, then you're like, I wonder what's going to be happening with those folks. So I try to tune in.
Is there a correlation to this point, Ray?
Oh, stop it. See, there you go.
If you don't know Steven, not to tell family business, but I feel like you're part of the family now, brother. Ray Williams was heartbroken and crestfallen when he learned that Cora Jade was released from the WWE. Like you had never seen a man so distraught as Ray was that
Somebody
day.
called Dr. Umar. This dude, man, boy. Hey, you know what? You can go subscribe to OnlyFans. You be all right there, man. You got OnlyFans on.
You probably get a discount as a fellow OnlyFans creator.
Stop. Y'all, please.
I wasn't going feet pics. You know, you got your business. We can exchange. We can barter. We can barter like they used to. So
this man was he's part of the generation of Jade. That's what that was him. He was the generation of Jade.
See, I try to be serious for 1 minute, and here come Nate just blowing up the spot. But
he blew your spot away up, bro. Cora Jade. That's like, wait, hold on, Cora Jade. I can see it was like old girl. What's the name? The little skinny Jakara. I can see her love fine self, but you know. Yeah.
Oh, no. Well, in Ray's defense, Cora is black now. In Ray's defense, Cora is black now.
Stop
black.
His milk of magnesia.
There you go.
Anyway, we all have our thing, right?
Everybody's got a little something. Proceed, Ray. Proceed. I'm sorry, brother.
Somebody pull up the Dr. Umar meme.
5 lashes after the show, Ray.
There you go. Before I was rudely interrupted, even prior to quarantine. But you see all these other people like Matt Cardona. He had to make a living outside of that while he was on the indies, and like he had his YouTube going, and then he's doing stuff with the action figures and stuff like that. Indy Hartwell, she's doing great stuff with her YouTube channel. Ethan Page, who was doing some tremendous stuff before he got WWE or before he got into NXT.
Mustafa Ali.
Stuff with that. Mustafa Ali. So I think that a lot of people, instead of tuning in to specific regional promotions, they're now following like their favorite wrestlers in a way that they couldn't do before. Like you guys were saying, even back like before the internet, like you couldn't follow a wrestler, like, and then when like indie shows came around your area, it was like just old timey wrestlers. You're like, I didn't.
Yeah, the game has changed, man. Just not even just with wrestling, Ray, but with just everything, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you could be like one of my homegirls showed me, I'm not even gonna name the rapper, but he was up in her DMs, like,
What?
you know, and that was just not something that happened back in the day, you know, because there was no such thing as DMs in that sense, you know. But
easy access, huh? No.
Right, yeah. but you know, like even with wrestlers, I'm
find out a little bow wow on these streets, slide into people's DMs.
Like Ahmed Johnson and Prince Nana, you know, I got in contact with them, like, and a bunch of other wrestlers too, Tyson Kidd, you know, on social media, you know what I'm saying? Like that's how they, and that access has changed the game. I 100% agree with that, right?
Well, think about it. I mean, you're looking at wrestlers who have to promote themselves. You know, if the machine's not going to get behind them, I mean, I think the first wrestler that was doing like social media, like the way we're doing it now, is Matt Hardy. I mean, Matt Hardy brand. He was, you know? And so, and then you talk about Matt Cardona, because the machine wasn't pushing him. He was like, you know, I'm gonna come out with my own YouTube thing. Yeah. And so he built this cult following. So we like, okay, we like him, and he's no longer with WWE. What's he doing? You bring him to another promotion, and you start, you know, gaining traction and momentum with those different fans. And so these wrestlers they have to brand themselves, because if the machine doesn't do it, you're not gonna have nothing to stand on.
Yeah, like those internet fans out. What was the girl's name that started the OnlyFans? And I was like, look, man,
Jordan Grace.
Jordan Grace, yeah. It's like,
I was gonna say there's so many of them.
Yeah, so, but
I was thinking the
Mandy too.
I was look, hey. Look, I'm just a man. I was thinking of Lacey Evans, because Lacey Evans came out with one too.
All of them did. Like, and here's the thing:
Lacey Evans,
as a talent, you have to
get your paper.
Right, you have to be thinking about your own brand, because when WWE is done with you, Triple H or Nick Khan, they will release you at breakfast.
Well, and it's not an OnlyFans type of thing, Chris, but we could say the same thing about Xavier Woods with Up, Down, Down.
Right.
Like he's got his own thing.
Yeah. Yeah. He saw that.
Eventually they was like, okay, we see you doing you moving numbers with this. Come on into the tent.
Same thing with Oscar.
You can buy that shit from him though. The creativity is Austin Creed, you know. And whatever he does next is we can kind of follow it and throw money at it without the WWE machine, you know. That's kind of like how I've been thinking it, like with Nate, is like, you know, we could get our shit up to a point where we don't need these kind of like puppeteers, like not even like bashing them or anything like that, but you know, just saying, hey, you know, especially in wrestling, because wrestling is the worst kind of business to just kind of control your destiny. I was listening to that what's it, the Karrion Kross interview? Ariel, and like just the amount of games they play with this motherfucker. It's like shit. I don't know how these guys do it, man, because I couldn't. That would not be good for my mental.
They know who to do it with and who not to do it with, you know.
Yeah, they do.
They know who to do it with, and like today, like Karrion Kross brought it there. What he doing right now is really pretty smart, because you know he brought that new song out that he had brought it today. He had a new interest thing. He premiered it. I mean, everything I do is from a content creator standpoint. I look at it as content creation. I look at it like everything. This is how I am. That I'm a content creator mode. I look at how they create this content. How are they trying to get more eyeballs? What are they doing? Like he put a video out, his interest music. and for some reason it got taken down. And people like, where's that? He said premiere next on Monday. It's gonna come back out again. That's kind of smart because, like, if you own the music, they're not gonna take it down. But
Right.
and dude start his channel, like he almost had 1 million views with that video that he did. Long form video over 1 million views. You already making that money, and he about to hit 100,000 in like another week or so. Like these wrestlers are like, they're showing you that country creation, and WWE knows this. Content creation is different. They're fighting now against people like us. Like people like us can just blow up and do stuff and make ourselves valuable. If you put in the hard work, if you do stuff like the right way, you can make yourself a commodity and make yourself valuable. It don't matter who you are. We have the power now. They had the power. We have the power. We had the power with this microphone, like in this camera. All 6 of us right here, we have the power to change our destiny. All we gotta do is work hard and just keep working, and just boom, one day it happened. Sometimes it happens a little bit more for other people. Other times it takes years, but it will happen if you don't stop. And that I'm sorry to say that right there because that popped in my head. But this Karrion Kross thing, he's making this opportunity, using the most of it. He's using that momentum. He's still making money. The content creation game has changed, and WWE is trying to keep up with it. Somebody said earlier, I forgot who it was. I can go to YouTube and look at all the WWE stuff. WWE, remember we had the WWE Network in $9.99? Great time now, right? But now they're putting all that old stuff on the WWE Network. They are making money. WWE is the #1 or the #2 most subscribed channel or sports channel on YouTube. They're also in the top 10, top 5, top 10. These guys are making money. So everything has changed. This streaming stuff, we used to cut cord. Now we're paying same as cable. Everything has changed. Everything has changed. It's not like it is, and the rules are still being written. These rules can be rewritten. In 2 years ago, if their network stuff don't go right, or their TV stuff with ESPN don't go right, they can rework it. What if they just say just put everything on YouTube? What if they just put everything on YouTube? YouTube is really, I don't see YouTube going nowhere, but y'all, this is great. It's a content. We can learn so many lessons as content creators from WWE. It's crazy. You just got to say that success leave clues. WWE is leaving all the clues for success. If you want to take anything away, I'm saying, look at that, y'all. Success is a creator. Success leaves clues. Look at WWE. so Ray, I feel like if I can pick up on what Steven is putting down, what we need to do is fire you. You build something, get you 100 million views, then we bring you back, brother, and then we all can get the views from firing you.
And if I can add on to that, after we bring him back, we change his character and then bring him back to what he was before.
Okay, so he's gonna cut his hair too. He's gonna cut his hair. This is the real Ray Williams. He gonna cut a promo on us, and then 2 weeks later he gonna be back to the old Ray Williams. I like it. I like it. We gotta put out some t-shirts. We gotta put out some t-shirts though.
Hey, he's driving now. You know,
Ray's driving now.
He's driving now.
I got the company car now.
But I'm so serious, man. I absolutely love this. Like, I keep going back and saying I love being a creator now after being retired, but looking at all these like organizations, looking at these wrestlers and stuff, they are leaving clues of success. If you don't see it and don't jump on it for yourself, you're gonna get left behind, man. All this stuff is so great. It's great to consume, but it's even better to create to make that money and do it.
And it's all fluid right now. Like
so
everything
fluid.
is changing in the moment.
It's so great, man. And we can learn so much. I love what y'all doing here, man. I love shout out to a lot of people on the channel, like Linda the gaming girl. She's another creator, man. People from the channel. Y'all make sure you go follow these wonderful gentlemen, man. They're doing it up here. It's just y'all. I love it. I absolutely 100% love this, and I love wrestling too. Who would have thought wrestling would do this in the age of our Lord, 2025? Pro wrestling will give us all of this,
and I think, Ray, sometimes in life, to piggyback off of what Steven is saying, to find that success, sometimes you have to walk through many doors. And on occasion, Jay, some doors may be doors you are permitted to enter by the machine, but then other times, Gerard, sometimes you got to go through them forbidden doors to get to what you want to get to. So Ray Williams, let's talk about Forbidden Door coming up in London, man. We back in London on the other side of the pond for another big AEW show. And like Steven and Kris were saying earlier, it felt like kind of the low point of AEW pay-per-views was Dynasty. But ever since then, they've been putting out classics, man. And I am very excited for this card, Ray.
Indeed. It's got a lot of good stuff coming up. Got some fake outs too, which we'll talk about. We had one match that was kind of like alluded to for like 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden they flipped that on you. And then our cover boy up here, we didn't think was going to make it because he did have some injury issues, but turns out he's going to be able to make it. So we do have AEW Forbidden Door, our patented prediction segment. So we'll go ahead and get started with my favorite wrestler. I'm notorious for getting this, for botching this. I'm notorious on this show for botching this before. But Zack Sabre Jr., not Will Ospreay Jr. Zack Sabre Jr. versus Nigel McGuinness for the IWGP Championship. All right. So
you think
we'll
that's
go
going
ahead.
The show?
I don't. Well, they had it. They had the picture up first, so I'm just going by the order that they had the pictures.
That would be a hot
I'm
opener.
not sure.
It would. I think that could open the show,
Especially with them being in London. Yes, with this taking place in London next Sunday, the 24th, in the O2 Arena. So, what do you think, Brother Wright? What say you? What is your prediction? Who you get?
This is probably going to cause more controversy than that Kenny Omega, but I can't stand Daniel Garcia. I can't stand his face. I can't stand his dancing. I can't stand his.
I hate the way that you walk.
I hate the way you walk. I hate the way you talk. Oh, I can't stand that fool, man. I can't stand him, man. I can't stand the way he walk, way he talk, way he look, way he like eat his eggs, way he cook his bacon. I don't like that. I just don't like him at all. So yeah, internet. I don't like Daniel Garcia. Anyway, I think Zack Sabre Jr. is gonna it's gonna be a good match, but you know, Zack Sabre Jr. is not losing that title. Only person he's losing that title to is Takesha. And they're going to main event. Him and Takesha is going to main event probably night 2 of Wrestle Kingdom, which I hope I can get a ticket and go. But that's what it's going to be. So it's going to be a good match. Nigel's going to pull out everything, Tower of London, all that kind of stuff. This is going to be a great match. This is going to be, if this is going to be an opener, this is going to be a banger opener. If it's not an opener, this is probably a triple main event.
Some of us don't think that there's such thing as triple main events, but
I know. You know how they you know what we're talking. Yeah, I get it.
Hey, Jay, every match is a main event, Ray. Come on now, Gerard. They all main events.
I get it.
Well, in the words of Syndrome,
you'll get a main event. You'll get a main event.
I say in the words of Syndrome, when everybody's a main event.
Nobody's a main event.
Right?
Yeah, we all wrestle on main event. Okay.
Ooh. You don't want that, brother.
Hey, Brother Jay, what say you? Who you got?
Man, I think it's gonna be Zack Sabre Jr. Simply because I think it's good for Nigel McGuinness to get the country behind him, you know, another fellow countryman. I think they're going to pull out a great match. It's going to be short, but I really see Zack Sabre Jr. retaining for all the reasons that Mr. Wright had mentioned. So,
all right, I'll go next. Sweep so far. I got Sabre Jr. I don't have him. It's interesting.
Is he gonna hit the Zack Driver, Ray? Is he gonna hit the Zack Driver 97?
Brother Wright. So it's an inside joke way back like a year ago.
It ain't that inside. People on the internet saw it, Ray. It's outside
not
now.
Everybody.
Wow.
Not everybody. Just the postmarks and us. But yeah, I mixed up Zack Sabre Jr. Well, I think we were supposed to be talking about a Zack Sabre Jr. match, but it was on the show where Will Ospreay was going up against Swerve, and so I just started talking about Will Ospreay for some reason.
And even when we corrected him, Steven, he was like, okay, I understand that. But see, when Ospreay hits that Tiger Driver, we gonna see. And I'm like, Ray, it's the wrong match, brother.
Oh man, you got jobbed out, did you, brother?
He doubled down.
The worst part was he was making sense with it. It's like that's the worst part.
I was cooking, bro. Then I was like, oh, my bad. Because we were supposed to be talking about the first match. That's the last match. I don't know where my mind was.
Yeah, you kind of remind when you said that now, I kind of think about, I don't know if y'all collect AEW figures, but it was a one AEW figure where they had Dax Hardwood and they misspelled his name on the packaging. And it was so fun. You gotta go just look it up. And they spelled it some kind of different way, but it's like a variant packaging. I was like, how can you spell a man's name that y'all under contract with on a national toy? Oh, it was so bad. It was so bad. So yeah, it's almost kind of like that energy, bro. Yeah.
But yeah, I got Zack Sabre Jr.
I feel like we took the wind out of your sails on that prediction by bringing up your past mistakes.
It's so good. It's all a part of the bit. It's all a part of the lore. If you've been keeping up, we give you the payoff if you've been keeping up with the program for so long. Take some hints, Triple H.
Oh, put some black folks in the review.
It's definitely a payoff because that happened at last year's Forbidden Door. So
really,
door to door
storytelling.
From door to door, there you go. We ain't forgot.
This is an episodic podcast.
See, Zack Sabre Jr., you done finished the story, brother. We done finished the story.
Wrong blonde. Zach Rose Jr.
So you saying he got to get the UK flag tattooed on his neck?
Oh man, y'all better Cody.
That'd be hilarious.
That's the most hood thing Cody had done. Put that tattoo on his neck.
That tattoo.
He already got the sister. He said, might as well finish a combination, and put that tattoo on my neck.
Great civil rights leader Cody Devontae Rhodes.
Devontae.
We will never forget, brother Devontae. But Gerard, who you got?
Oh, it's nice and easy for me. It's Zack Sabre Jr. because why would it be anybody else? It's Forbidden Door. It's the IWGP Championship, and it's Nigel McGuinness. And it's no sweat and no bones off Nigel because, hear me, folks, I think if they do take it back to Wembley next year for All In, I bet you he gets the ROH World title in Wembley. One more world title shot. I don't think he just did these shots against Danielson and then now against Sabre Jr. for these two different world titles and just doesn't win for just nothing. I do think he gets his moment in the sun one last time, but it'll be next year. And that's for the ROH World title, just to throw it back even more because he is a former ROH World Champion. So, but until that time, nah. Zack Sabre Jr. is holding that belt until Takeshita can Blue Thunder bomb that right off his shoulder. So can't wait. See you on the 4th next year.
ROH though, it's like a shell of what it. It's the shell of what it once was. Though.
Maybe he's the one to bring it back, Ray.
Maybe
like the Matrix of leadership.
Hopefully they could get a TV deal by that time.
He's been seeing all these Rodimus Primes fumble this ROH World title, and you got to have Optimus to bring it back to its former glory, Ray.
Wow, that's that. A lot of people ain't gonna get that, but God damn,
that's a pull.
Boy, that hurt. That hurt my soul right there when you said Rodimus. I'm like, because that was a fail. Oh my God, that hurt. Dang, why you do that, man? Like, I'm just thinking about the table and the Allspark and all this shit. God damn. Damn, that hurt me. I ain't gonna lie. I cried when Optimus Prime died, bro. I was like, what?
Well,
no.
Damn, man.
And like, who is Rodimus? Come on. Like, oh my gosh.
Well, as Brother Wright deals with the childhood trauma, what say you, Chris?
Oh yeah, I'm going Chris Jr. for this one too.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Sweep so far. Are you gonna break the sweep, or are you gonna go right along with us, brother?
I
Nate?
just want to take a moment and say, what a time we live in, man. What a time to be alive. When not only do we have the clips back, we got this man Nigel McGuinness still out here on these big shows, man.
Yes.
And this is gonna be like, if it is the opener, I think it's gonna be a hell of an opener. In this setting, like I think it'd be a hell of a match anywhere, but to put it in this setting, in front of these fans, it's gonna go crazy. But yeah, I feel like Nigel comes up just short, so we can lead down the road towards Zach and Takeshita. So yeah, it's a clean sweep on this one.
All right. So next up on the card, or at least the order that I have, TNT Championship is on the line. We got reigning and defending TNT champion. I forget his name. Kyle Fletcher. He's one of the Kyles. I had a 50-50 shot.
He said, my name's on the poster, man. How you gonna forget it?
Yeah, I'm about to call him Kyle O'Reilly. Kyle Fletcher. Kyle Fletcher Jr., reigning and defending TNT champion, will defend against Hiromu Takahashi from New Japan Professional Wrestling. We'll go in reverse order, brother Nate. Who you got?
And it's not a problem per se, but I think one of the issues when you book a show like this is what deals are being made, what agreements are being made behind the scenes between these two companies. I want to lean towards Kyle, like that's what my gut is telling me. But it would not shock me if Takahashi took it. But I'm gonna go with my first thought, man. You know, you think wrong, you think long, you think wrong, Ray Williams, like when you was thinking about Zack Sabre Jr. and Will Ospreay. So I'm gonna go with Ray. Was like, that was unnecessary. I'm gonna go with Kyle Fletcher on this one, brother.
All right, coming on down the line, brother Kris. Who you got?
Yeah, I'm going with Kyle Fletcher Jr. as well. Like Nate said, it's always like with these deals with these other companies, and Tony Khan his guys usually win, but I do know that Kyle Fletcher Jr. I don't know this, but what the internet scuttle is that he's in the doghouse. I don't know, so I wouldn't be surprised if he lost, but I'm still gonna go with him.
All right, coming on down, Gerard. You think Kyle's gonna retain, or are we gonna have a new champion?
Oh, Kyle's retaining. I have no issue, no bones about it. I do believe Kyle is on a transformative run, like a Randy Orton IC title reign or John Cena US title reign when he was first coming up. And so I think this is to help establish him more as a up-and-coming rising star. And to me, his performances so far have been out of the park. I cannot wait to see a bigger storyline with him in that belt or a bigger match. But for Forbidden Door, I think this is a fun little squabble for him.
Yeah, I'm agreeing, and I'm going along with the trend. I think Kyle's going to take it. It's interesting how they didn't have him. I was expecting him to win the title at All In. I think it would have been more appropriate for him to win it at All In. I know your boy is a Texas boy with the Elder Rhodes, Dustin Rhodes. I know he's a Texas boy, but I'm like, if you're going to give up the belt 2 weeks later, you might as well. Like, what was the use of having you just to get the pop? Like,
it was a moment, Ray. It was a moment.
Moments are fleeting, brother Nate. And that was like nobody. I'm sure most of the people don't remember in that crowd that doggone Dustin Rhodes won the title, but I just
damn. You don't like that?
I was there.
Well, you didn't like that win?
No. No. I'm sorry. We could have just gave it to Kyle right there on the. I get the moment for Texas. It was cool, I guess, to be there live, but I'm sorry. Like, Dustin old. And when we got a show where we try to transform the game and show we going into a new era, Kyle Fletcher, the young prospect.
In a
I got
four-way?
2 knee replacements. I hope your knee replacements are going well, but I got 2 knee
Yeah, me
replacements.
too.
Dustin Rhodes. Nah, man.
Hey, you know, hey, Gerard, sometimes before you can get to Shador Sanders, you got to have a year of Joe Flacco. That's the way it goes,
Right.
brother.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
And he ain't signed no autographs. No.
But yeah, I just think this is Fletcher's time. I think, like you were saying, Gerard, he's growing he's growing so much. He's growing like exponentially as a performer right now. He's doing great work, especially since he first turned on Will Ospreay. So I feel like he's doing tremendous work, and I think they want to keep that going. And I think one of you guys were saying this as well, brother Kris. I think you mentioned this. What kind of deals are going behind the scenes? I think when you kind of look at it, most of the time for like the Forbidden Door, AEW is like, well, we'll sprinkle in, we'll have you guys win here and there, but we want our guys, our main guys, to kind of be the focus. But then when we go back to, I guess now they're going to be doing, I don't know if they're going to be doing a yearly, but the Wrestle Dynasty show now, where it's mainly New Japan, but it does have some AEW talent. Then and New Japan could be like, all right, well, we can get all of our wins back, I guess, on this show. So I think for like the big time matches, I think most of the AEW guys are going to go over to use wrestling partners. So, all right, moving on down the line, Brother Jay, what say you? Who you got?
Kyle Fletcher winning this one, the proto star. I think they're setting him up for a massive 2026, and they're just stacking win after win after win. And he's been delivering performance after performance, so I don't see that changing with this. So that's what I got.
Okay.
All right. Lastly, Brother Rightway, what you got? Who you got?
I'm gonna go with by way of count out or disqualification. I think Hero whatever say his name, he's gonna win.
Takahashi. Yeah, I got you.
Takahashi's gonna win. I think.
Oh,
in the past, like these shows, if this happens, because I'm looking at it right now, like their relationship with AEW and New Japan Pro Wrestling. I think New Japan Pro Wrestling is looking towards WWE right now, and if you see more if you see more New Japan people winning, then the relationship with them at AEW is okay. But if you see like nobody from New Japan winning, no, I mean I'm talking about like winning major matches outside of Zack Sabre Jr. match. I think that relationship might be in trouble because Japanese people are too proud and they're not going to want to be like looking like fools, especially if WWE is moving in on, want to move globally. Like they already went to Japan and, WWE is petty. They gonna have these conversations, and New Japan Pro Wrestling right now would be a perfect fit for WWE. Look at this thing. Remember when Harley Cameron had the puppet with Mercedes, right?
Yeah.
Big and like, give me that puppet. Then last night, Finn Balor pulled out that demon puppet, and they sold like so many at $100 a pop. It's little stupid stuff like that AEW needs to stop doing. And the little stupid stuff like let some people from New Japan Pro Wrestling win, shock and win the TNT title. And what happens? And what happens that to show that relationship, because this has been like a 3 to 4 year relationship, and Tony Khan claims to love like wrestling. I know he does, and celebrate John Baba. I mean, not John Baba, but whoever, I forgot it was name, but
Antonio Inoki.
Yes, Tony Inoki. Y'all, I think this relationship could be in trouble, like on the rocks, if a lot of New Japan Pro Wrestling wrestlers are not winning these matches. Even though wins and losses don't matter in professional wrestling, they do in Japan. And Japan, like when a big superstar wins something, it's on the front paper. It's on the news. It's in 7-Eleven. It's in lawsuits. It's on the paper. Like this person is like regarded as a hero, So yeah, they need to like come with it. So I think he might win this match like via disqualification or or count out or something like that. So I can see that. I can see that happening.
You ain't think about that, Ray. Triple H coming around with that Infinity Gauntlet. He already got the Triple H stone.
That is true.
Yeah.
And we were kind of mentioning it when we were talking about the rights deal. Is like WWE is trying to gobble everything up with AAA, and now they're bringing back. Well, they already brought back Evolve, and then they got the relationship with TNA. So I can see that.
I will say this: AEW can match whatever WWE throws at New Japan, so I don't think it's in danger as far as that's concerned. I think whatever they think is going to be the more salient deal is what they'd go with.
All I will say is if AEW does back up the drinks truck for New Japan, it's going to be a long season for the Jacksonville Jaguars fan, because that's where that money coming from. Trevor Lawrence ain't getting no support this season.
I
we
don't
got
care
to
how
pay
much
for this
money.
New Japan contract.
I don't care how much money you take from your NFL team. It's not going to help. Because I will say this. What New Japan is probably doing is also looking at TNA. And TNA had a partnership with AEW. How much should they benefit from that?
They didn't.
Let me look at them now with WWE. Wow, they're really benefiting from that. We're struggling as a company right now. We've been partnering with them. I've been going back and forth between some of these Forbidden Doors just on Wikipedia, just looking at some of the past cards. It's been predominantly AEW on these shows, but in some of those bigger matches, New Japan comes through. But at the end of the day, I think if they were to go with the WWE, and that's just me looking at the picture of what it is, the machine is the machine. They will get a bigger push and a bigger boost from that and then what WWE can do that I don't think AEW has fully done for the American audience is Americanize New Japan for you. Breaking it down through your video packages, through your informational, and through their, we love to talk about how much they can do YouTube, using their YouTube channel to then boost and bolster New Japan. Look what it's doing for AAA. Triple I. So I know how to say Triple I now. I know it's Triple I. So
like you may not be ready for this authentic Japanese food, but teriyaki madness, my brother.
No more California rolls for you, brother.
So that's my thing. Yes, the money could be. They might be able to match the money, but you can't match the reach. And Tony Khan might have the different services and abilities.
I don't know,
reach, but
I don't know the Japanese culture that much to know how much they, because I do think TNA has benefited more from the WWE deal, only because of NXT, not so much because of main roster stuff. I do think that when TNA was working with AEW, I do think AEW treated the TNA belts a little bit better as far as like people wanting them, you know, like with the TNA world title. Again, Kenny Omega won it and he acted like it was a belt that he wanted. When Christian won it, he acted like it was a belt that he wanted to win back. When Hendry was fighting Randy Orton at WrestleMania, Michael Cole and other dude was like, they went out of their fucking way to say, this belt is not for the TNA title. Like, and I'm like, the TNA belt has been held by Bobby Lashley, by Christian, by AJ Styles,
Jeff Hardy.
Like it's been held.
Kurt Angle.
Sting. Like, so why would you be like saying this belt is not for the TNA? Like Randy
Tessa Blanchard.
Yes.
One step too far.
Like Randy Orton is
one
too
spoiled milk
good to win the TNA title. That's
not spoiled milk.
Like you raggedy bitch.
I don't know how AEW or how New Japan's going to be with stuff like that, because I do think they pay attention to that kind of shit too.
Right.
Yeah, they
so,
do.
It's definitely something to look out for.
Yeah.
You know, speaking about talking about the Japanese, because I love Japan. I love Japan, and I saw you said Nefarious NA. He said he was over. He's coming to Japan too. I was stationed over there. My goal: I want a house in Japan. I try to make a yearly trip to Japan every year. I noticed something about the Japanese. Also, in like dealing with the video game world, Japanese are very, very prideful and very like just straightforward, and they don't take too kindly of getting embarrassed time and time after again. If they see how WWE is doing new AAA, and they seeing like all these other companies and stuff like that, and on Netflix and all that kind of stuff, and TNA, I mean, and of course Tony Khan got more money than anybody right now, but they would rather have their recognition and be treated well, and wait Triple H with kissing their ass and doing all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, I could see them severing. This be the last one, and also I can see Tony Khan being real petty and not letting none of them win. So you know, it just, let's see. This pay-per-view would definitely tell. I've been looking at this for the last year and a half. I'm like, this pay-per-view would definitely tell the relationship going forward with them, because they want to be in a worldwide audience. They survived a lot of stuff, and Japanese men are prideful. They're not going to go down without a fight. They're going to like, look what happened with TNA a long time ago. Look how they fumbled Okada back in the day. You know, they don't want another Okada situation. They don't want that. They don't want another Green Hornet, stereotypical racist kind of comment shit. I mean, a wrestler. So WWE is in a different position now, in a worldwide position. WWE is in a worldwide position. AEW is in a worldwide position too, but not WWE. So this pay-per-view is going to tell a lot about this future, I think. Then again, I could be totally wrong. Everything could be with them, be perfectly right, but we'll just see. Time will tell with this. I hope for the best, because I do think the relationship with them, or any relationship AEW has with any other outside thing, is good. I don't want them to move. I want competition. AEW is key for the wrestling world or wrestling business of being good, because if TKO had their way, y'all, I don't even want to know. But sorry about it. I didn't mean to, go on that tangent. Sorry about that. But
no, you good. No worries.
No, but David in the comments has a good section. Good section. Has a good comment about the fact that Takeshita just won the G1, and the fact that, like, hey, that's a sign of it.
Yeah, if Takeshita won the G1, they're staying with AEW.
Now, yes, Takeshita has his own contract with the New Japan outside.
There you go. That's what I'm about to say. He got his own contract.
He does have his own contract, but the fact that Tony Khan is going to, instead of promoting Takeshita, somebody who he could easily use as a star right alongside Kyle Fletcher. Yep. That's your Batista, Randy Orton right there. That weirdly is in the Don Callis family, but they could be easily rising at the same time.
Don Callis is Ric Flair in this analogy.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, if you say he's Triple H, we're going to have a talk.
But, you know what? I would say Don Callis is a little bit better than Flair right now.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, well, hey. But when it gets down to it, you can have those two. I thought in Texas coming out, we'd have both of them with titles on their waist immediately. The ROH for Takeshita and the TNT for Kyle. And the fact that neither of them had belts coming out, I was like, that's kind of interesting. To see that Takeshita have the G1, yes, please give him that well over the ROH World Championship, because that IWGP Championship is going to do wonders for him, making him a main eventer in a company that we can afford. We don't have to move a lot of people out the way for Takeshita like we do in AEW. The path is pretty clear. We need stars at the top of the card of New Japan. We need new big faces to get people in these seats. Takeshita is somebody that the crowds love. Let's put a story behind them. Let's make it a little more official. I think when you start to see that, I think the relationship could be good. I'm hoping it's good. I want it to stay good. The Forbidden Door concept came from them working together. Because of people who used to thumb their nose all the time at working at other people, that they were the only wrestling in the world. Now that WWE wants to play ball, I don't want them to snatch up every ball on the court too. It's not fun. Then I'll go play with them. Sometimes you just play on your own with your own people.
Well, we already saw how that story played out when WCW was purchased. No one like that. Why do we want history to repeat itself?
Well, the thing is though too is WWE is also a company like you always have to consider if they have ulterior motives, right? Because
They do.
Like with like I'm hearing the rumblings about them wanting to purchase TNA, AAA, got purchased by WWE.
Yeah.
I don't think New Japan wants to be for
collecting
sale.
these Infinity Stones, brother.
Right. Yeah. Hey, you know, it's what, I mean,
Triple H, yeah, he said I'm inevitable. Enjoy the show, kid.
He did say he wanted to destroy that pissant company. Remember when he said that?
like I mean, and also look at what
Yep.
WWE did to England too. You know, I don't think England
Yeah.
has ever quite recovered from that. I do think that New Japan is looking at it from all those different angles. You know,
There's benefits and there's risks.
yeah, it's a risk reward cost analysis that you got to look at.
Hey guys, do y'all think sidetrack before we get to the rest of the card? So Takeshi won G1, right? And Okada is the international, or is it international champion, or whatever the new championship is called?
Unified.
Unified.
Yeah.
And you know what? They've been beefing for like on and on, slowly and still surely. I think Takeshi's gonna like beat Okada. Maybe it like he win the G1 and then he wins the Continental Classic and then beats Okada. Because this is how I kind of see it set up, right? Okay, so Omega and Okada is going to have their rematch, and it's probably going to be probably around the Continental Classic, in the Continental Classic, right? So maybe he gets past Omega again, but Takeshi comes in and then beats Okada and gets that belt, takes that belt to Wrestle Kingdom, and beats Zack Sabre Jr. if everything is on the up and up, you know. But still, like I said, the whole thing, he has his on contract with New Japan. So, you know, you just don't know. So many variables, so many good stories that can come out. We just don't know how it goes, how it's going to go.
Kind of like a new age Kota Ibushi story where he was trying to go God mode, where he had to get the Intercontinental Championship and then the IWGP World Championship.
Yeah.
Okada and oh my God,
Tanahashi
with the reverse DDT. I can't think of his name. The Destino. What's his name?
Destino. Oh,
he just left.
Oh,
He just
yeah.
left. Yep.
Oh, his name.
Taking his name out. I'm tired, boss.
Somebody in the chat, let us know. Let us know in the chat.
They know who we talking.
They know that guy.
You know,
That guy with the eye.
That guy. Well, while we're waiting on the chat to help us out with that name, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next match that we have in the order that was given. So let's talk about the TB Naito. Yes,
Yeah.
Took me forever to get there.
Yes. Another TNA alumnus.
Yeah,
Indeed.
All right, let's go into the TNA.
Man, here's the thing. Before we get to this, Ray, I had such high hopes for Naito in TNA, man. I was like, no limit, man. Look, it's in the name, Gerard. There ain't no limit to what these brothers can do. And to steal a phrase from Chris Rock, when you're in New Japan, the sky's the limit. When you're in TNA, the limit's the sky. Because this brother was over. I was so mad. I was so mad that they flopped, that they failed those brothers, man.
Yeah,
It's like with Okada, they had that man. Y'all were talking about the Green
Hornet.
Yeah, the Green Hornet before had him running around like Kato with the mask,
with the Pope
on.
And Samoa Joe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was crazy, man. Why did
that was terrible.
I kind of miss old TNA. Like low key, I kind of miss that because it gave you something to talk about. Like, wait, how did they bundle this thing? What did they do?
You just sprinkle it in every now and then.
I think it was wait, he just beat AJ Styles that quick. Hey, what's going on, folks?
Every now and then, just have the Aces and Eights show up, just spice things up a little bit.
Who's that woman on Hulk Hogan's leg? As he leaves?
That's the owner of the company, Gerard. That's the owner of the company.
Is that Tito Ortiz walking out? Posing, man?
What?
Right.
Man,
Just went off the air like that?
they had
Okay.
such a fetish for MMA stars. We had Tito Ortiz, Rampage Jackson,
What's the other dude name? Chemo, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, man.
How did Pac-Man Jones become
Pac-Man
a tag team
Jones.
champion?
Who's
My God. Yeah.
Pac-Man Jones couldn't even wrestle
like
or do
at least
anything.
D'Angelo Williams got in there and did his thing.
Yo, Pac-Man Jones' theme song was cold though. He's bad. Who Pac-Man Jones? I'm like, oh, snap. That's too cold, boy. Hey, I'm up there while I was working out. I said, yeah, that song's clean, man. I love that song.
Downloaded that right off of LimeWire.
Yeah, I did too, bro. Who Pac-Man Jones? I'm like, oh. I said, this is cold right here.
The TNA, man. You had to be there. You had to be there.
Yeah, you had to be there.
Indeed.
Boy.
Well,
Somebody got it.
yes. Oh yeah. Well, another superstar with a very infectious theme song is the CEO. CEO Mercedes Moné defending her TBS championship in a fatal four-way match against Persephone from CMLL, Alex Windsor from AEW, and an opponent to be determined from Stardom. So we'll go ahead. We'll start with Brother Jay.
3 letters, 1 word. CEO. CEO. He winning. I don't see. I mean, she of course it's gonna be a good match because I mean all these ladies are talented. I don't even know who the fourth one is going to be. I'm very curious to see who they select for this 4-way, but I don't see Mercedes Moné walking out with 1 less belt than what she's walking in with.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna tend to agree. I think especially with her losing at All In, I think they want to keep that motor going with her with TBS and with her collecting other championships. I think she went to Sweden or somewhere over there in Scandinavia and won a belt and then just flew back. So I think she's still collecting. You were talking about collecting the stones, the Infinity Stones, Brother Nate. I think she's still going around and collecting it, but I still want to see her in that main event picture and eventually get that AEW title. But for now, I think right now it wouldn't benefit anybody else to put it on them right now. I think you got to keep the train rolling, the money train rolling.
You got that.
Yeah, it is.
I saw the vision, Ray.
Gerard, what do you say?
I would say it could be in this match if there was a better AEW representative than Alex Windsor. I don't see it with her. I think this is the last belt to go off of Mercedes. She has to lose everything else, and it comes down to the last belt, which is the first belt she won, the TBS belt. And to me, it's either you go all the way in reverse and go back to Willow, you revisit Chris Statlander because she had that little series going, or you give it to somebody who needs that win back over her, a Jamie Hayter when she's good to go.
Okay.
So one of those 3 to me, because I would have told you Athena, but Athena seems a little bit busy now, so I don't need her to backtrack. Go forward, girl. So, but no, CEO for the win.
Gotcha. Chris?
Yeah, I'm going with Mercedes too, and I've been seeing fans hate on her for now. Those belts look annoying, and shut the fuck up. The problem with the complaints on Mercedes that I see is I don't ever think they're real complaints. I think they complain about these arbitrary, like, bullshit things about her, justifying reasons to hate on her. But I do think that for this particular match, I don't see her losing the TBS title in a multi-woman match. I see if she's going to lose that, it's better. It's going to happen in a singles match, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense. Brother Nate, you
Yes.
know, keep the sweep going.
You know, Kris brought up a great point. Like, if she's going to lose this TBS title, it's not going to be in a multi-woman match, because that does not benefit whoever wins, because it comes across as fluky, or you know, Mercedes fell for the old banana in the tailpipe. You know what I mean? But here's the thing, and I want to be respectful, because all these women are talented. But I really don't know none of these other women. Like Alex Windsor. Alex Windsor, I literally just met you a week or two ago.
Right.
Persephone, somebody said Persephone was in this match, and I'm thinking, like, Persephone, you talking about the independent wrestler from the southeastern region from back in like the 2000s, the early 2000s, late 90s? That Persephone that was on Dangerous Women, a wrestler? She back? She back in the game? Good for you, girl. But no, it's this other Persephone I have no connection to. And then obviously I don't even know who the hell the starting person is going to be. So I know the only thing I do know is, well, I know two things, Ray Williams. Number one, it's going to be a hell of a match because of the talent that is involved. And the second thing I know is Mercedes Moné ain't losing this damn match. Not here, not now. For what? For who? So yeah, Mercedes Moné, keep the train rolling. Keep the Moné train rolling, as somebody said earlier. Keep the Moné train rolling and let Beyonce have this one.
All right, and we'll end off with you, brother Steve. Who you got?
Man, you know Mercedes gonna win this with her no dancing ass.
Yeah.
I'll be joking when she come out her white side, I be dancing.
She stay on beat a little bit.
You say she's counting in her head 1 and 2 and 3
and 1 and 4 and 1 and 3 and 4. I like, come on. I like, yeah, boy. I mean,
down to 2s and 4s.
Yeah, exactly.
She's funny, but you know what? She all right. I just don't personally vibe with her. I mean, I just don't like her, right? And it's not like because she don't win. I just don't like her as a person. Like, I seen her. I had some interactions with her a couple times as a person, and it just wasn't great. And I was like, yeah, you just kind of like just. And a lot of people who say that is just not. She just kind of just. You just have to be around her. But as a wrestler and stuff, yeah, she's okay. She's good. She's not the best. I don't think she's the best. I'm not gonna hate on her. As a black woman doing that, do your thing. You know, I'm 100% like Bianca. Like, go ahead with her.
Wait. I do have to stop you right there. You say she's not the best? Like.
No, she's not the best.
She's good, man. Come on.
Yeah, she's good. She's a solid 8. I mean, but she's not the best. I mean, it's a lot of other girls are better than her. I mean, she just got everything together. You know, she's attractive. She can wrestle. She don't have many things. She works well with a lot of people. She's not the best. I mean, I'm looking at the attitude too. It just not all together and stuff like that. I just don't see it. And the criticism is warranted, but also a lot of the criticism is a lot of racism too. There's a lot of racism. They don't like to see a black woman like her win on top of win and stuff like that. So I see.
And they've been on her since her and Naomi left the WWE.
Yeah, and Naomi, and look at Naomi. No, we're talking about that Naomi. Now I think Naomi is the best. Look how many years she's been going and doing all this kind of stuff. Now, if the rumors are true, like well wishes and stuff, I don't know, but man, that girl went into another mode. Everywhere she went, she reinvented herself. She went to TNA, reinvented herself, did it. So you know, like. Not hating on Mercedes, but Mercedes I just don't care.
But she's been a game changer, a legit game changer for AEW though. That's
she hasn't. I think Toni Storm's been a game. I think Toni Storm's been the more game changer.
She's been a game changer too, but I'm just saying the metrics for Toni Storm, not Toni Storm, for Mercedes. Ever since she got to that women's division, she does her segments do constantly rate higher than most everybody else's on that show. She is legitimate game
needle mover
for them. Yeah,
I will push back on that just a little bit. I disagree.
It's an undisputable fact if you look at the ratings and for it. It's not.
We have to look at the ratings, but I'm talking about overall everything. I think Toni Storm is far above she is. She's great. She is 100% good, but she's not the best. I mean, I think a lot of when people say stuff like that in your position, like, and I'm not saying that you're saying this, a lot of people just looking at like, oh, I love this person. I think this person right here. Yeah. I just looking at it from like a totality. I just don't, and also too a little bit of bias that I will admit.
Right, there is a personal
bias. I just don't care for her it really at all. I'm happy that she's doing. I'm happy she's doing because she helps out the black people. So like, but I just don't care for the woman at all. And I like if she fell off tomorrow, I'd be like, you had a good run. It's always FUBU.
FUBU.
Wow. All right. That's a pull. That's a pull right there.
Well,
I know that's what got people upset. Like, oh well, I'm sorry. That's how I feel.
Hey, if you agree or disagree with our thoughts about Mercedes Moné, you have a voice too in the comments, in the chat section, and especially with that super chat button. So let us know what you think. I know Muggin out there somewhere. Muggin out there just shaking his head.
Say this because I don't want to get. I did meet Mercedes at the San Francisco WrestleMania.
The one you stormed out of after they did Sting Dirty.
Not at the WrestleMania, at the NXT show, and she was cool with me, but that was before she became what she is now. So maybe somewhere between when she was beating Charlotte on NXT, and now she might be a little bit of a curmudgeon. I don't know.
Curmudgeon. That's
but I do have to say that because I know the Mercedes fans, because I have gone on record to say that before, so I do need to make sure I reinforce that.
Context.
So it's.
Oh, they like Beyonce fans. They come for your neck.
Oh yeah.
I'll need a bunch like Kenny Omega fans, really.
There you go.
They will never let you live that down.
Never hard. This man Jay Lacey ain't never gonna get a copy of the next AEW video game whenever it gets released 20 years from now.
Shoot, hey, they ain't. I asked Tony Khan about that. We still ain't getting that game.
Man, that game has so much promise, man. Has so much promise.
It did.
It was okay, but it was like,
And then you want to talk about, again, we're going to get back to the card here in a second, but you talk about like the WWE and their pricing. The pricing structure for that game was all over the place. We got the Ultimate Edition. We got the Super Duper Edition. We got the Young Bucks Exclusive Edition. It's like, but I just paid for the Super Duper Edition. Now I got to pay $20 more for the Young Bucks Ultimate Edition. Make it make sense.
Yeah, it's not the worst wrestling game I've ever played. It's playable, but it's definitely not like elite level.
How you got this mode called Anarchy in the Arena if I'm the only one in the arena?
You know what?
I can have Anarchy with myself.
So a little bit on talking about that game, right? That game, they just say this. Both sides had some issues with each other, and it broke down from the Uke side. From the I can tell you about how the Japanese are really prideful. The Uke side kind of like really just broke down, and also too being a brand new game in that specter, in that sphere of games, they overpromised, they underdelivered. They tried to use the No Mercy engine, which the engine, that Aki engine is still like goated, is good, but it still have it's complicated. It's to bring that to the hardware of like new generation. Plus on top of that and the delays, it just got overly frustrated for a lot of people, especially what been reported out there with Kenny Omega and different people. So and also like you said, they didn't have their pricing structure. They tried to do a different thing in the market of like, they tried to go the Fortnite route with wrestling. You can't do that. Wrestling fans are not, I said earlier, wrestling fans have money, but they still want a complete product. And the way WWE, WWE 2K games has been from, they even messed up with it. It was like 2K 18, 20. No, what game was it? I'm looking at it right now. 2K20. Yeah, 2K20 when it messed up everything. Okay. And on top of that, why WWE 2K20 was such a shithole, right, is THQ, but 2K broke or fired whoever the development in Japan, Ukes, and they went away. And they like, all right. So they said, you know what? You can have this, and they just left them in the middle of development. So the 2K people had to learn how to produce a wrestling game, and to this day, they're still trying to learn it. They got better. Like when it came out in 22 again, it was okay. They just now, and this is 2K25, they just now learning how to like simulate wrestling video games. So wrestling video games is definitely difficult to produce. They got like 3 more wrestling games coming out, and they still haven't came out yet. So
like was it one of them, the Wrestlers Code? Is that one of them that's been they've been working on that for a minute?
Yeah, the Wrestling Code is supposed to have like 100 wrestlers in it, but it's using Unreal Engine 5, and I don't know when that's coming out. They got a lot of people signed. People got signed who died on that game.
I was gonna say that people been signed for a minute.
Yeah, been signed for years. They've been signing people like the last 5-6 years. Then they got the spiritual successor to the No Mercy using the Aki engine. I forgot what UPW, I think it was called, Ultra Pro Wrestling, one of those two. And then there's another one. So wrestling games, wrestling period is just so different. And I've been covering all these games and stuff.
Retromania is out right now.
Retromania is really good, but Retromania kind of like died out because they didn't have enough updates. They are the spiritual successor to WrestleFest. And and spiritual successor, if you don't know, it means it's like the generation of, like, you got Mario, and it's this is just like Mario. So it's not Mario 4, but it's like Mario 4. So it's the spiritual successor. It has everything that game has, but it's really not that game. You can't really call it that game. So yeah, these wrestling games, guys, just be patient with them. They take time. I will say AEW Fight Forever is super cheap right now. It is an okay wrestling game. I guess a 6 out of 10, but a lot of stuff they promised, just like back in the day when TNA Impact came out. They promised a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, that TNA Impact game, man.
And they just it was a great concept, the Ultimate X match. It was super hard to develop for it, and it just died. A lot of these games, people don't know how to develop wrestling games because wrestling is so unique. You can develop football, basketball, hockey, all golf, but when it comes to wrestling and the square circle and different and the nuances and stuff, it's totally different. So it is what it is, you know.
There is one thing I will give Fight Forever credit for, Ray, as we get back to our predictions. If nothing else, like the story mode was a bit brief for my liking, but at least I always had a memory that one time I was in DC after the match, and my created character and Sting, the hero of my youth, had a slice of pizza at that random bar that looked just like that random bar that was in Texas when AEW was in Texas, and just looked like that random bar when we was in Cleveland. But me and Sting, that pizza slice will live forever. I got a screenshot on my PS5 of me and Sting eating pizza at this random ass shop in DC that will live forever, Ray.
Was he in face paint or was it just
yes, he was in face paint.
He was in face paint eating pizza.
Yes. Everybody in the restaurant you was at, everybody was still in a full character.
Wow.
Abaddon, Sting, anybody. They was all in their same character.
Was this a pre-sale?
Awesome.
No, this was on the story mode. Like when you could do different activities when you're in the different cities. You could train, you could go sightseeing. Like I met Nyla Rose at the Liberty Bell, and we had a nice picture at the Liberty Bell.
Hey, they tried. That's what they tried. Yeah.
It's fun if you have people over your house playing it. I've actually had a lot of fun.
The mini games and stuff.
People.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, like, it was easy for like my wife to learn how to play it, and people like that. So it does have stuff going for it. Like, I've played wrestling games where I just don't know why it was created, but in the AEW
money,
it was disappointing, but it wasn't the worst I've ever
like them
played.
ECW games back in the day.
Oh, dude.
No. Yeah, when they acclaim,
yeah, man. Yeah, the attitude,
When Raw, I never forget, like when I bought WWE Raw when I got out of boot camp, and I was like, I thought it was good, but it was just so. I never forget, like when you hit rock, you're like, damn, like I hated that spam. Like,
the PlayStation Raw, Or
Yeah. Oh man, so many.
Yeah,
we are developing a video game show for Nefarious Media, so we might have to do a special episode just for wrestling video games when we do that show.
Y'all, speaking of games, I gotta show y'all. Y'all gotta play this. WCW.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That right there. But they just started everything on PlayStation right here. Power Move Pro Wrestling.
Oh yeah.
That sounds like an old game.
This game right here,
Power Move.
This is actually New Japan Pro Wrestling. It just they couldn't have a license for New Japan Pro Wrestling, but if you played it, if I got New Japan Pro Wrestling over there, the Japanese version, right? But this right here is strictly New Japan Pro Wrestling. Got a referee in it. If you haven't played, go play this on PlayStation 1. You can find a copy. It's about $10. It's so good. But yeah, this started it all. This is goated. This is a good wrestling game.
No, that's basically Fire Pro Wrestling.
No. This is actually New Japan. Let me get it for you.
Fire Pro Wrestling, I think, on the PlayStation.
Yeah, Fire Pro's still going strong.
So this game, Fire Pro still. Okay, so this is Fire Pro Wrestling, Fire Pro Wrestling G. This is Fire Pro Wrestling on, but this right here, this is New Japan Pro Wrestling right here. This is it. This game right here is basically the American game right here. So these right here, these are the same games. This is a Japanese version right here, and I paid 200 yen, so like 50 by like $1 probably. This right here is this is right here. This is it. So yeah, these are same game, same thing, just the American version.
Terrorist is working.
Just like this. This is a New Japan Pro Wrestling game right here.
Yeah.
It just got a WCW skin.
Right. Wasn't that the same with the and now we going back on the Nintendo WCW game that had Eddie Gilbert and Ric Flair and them? That was a Japanese game that they just swapped the WCW characters.
Yeah,
in.
they had the Road Warriors.
Yeah, the Road Warriors on the cover. Yep.
Yep. Matter of fact, say this WCW game. I forgot I had it. This is it. Virtual Pro Wrestling right here.
Okay.
This is the Japanese version of it. If you turn it around, look.
Damn.
Wow. If you turn it around, look at this. You see but
look at that! Look at that classic Eddie Guerrero, man.
Right there. So these are the same game. It just when they were doing wrestling games back in the day, THQ, they were looking for games. They just looking for developers, and they found Axmic, whatever it is. These developers say, "Hey, let's can we do a WCW game? All right, put WCW skin on a New Japan Pro Wrestling game. And there you go. It's so good. If you go online, you can find who is who on here. This game is goated. This game is good.
I love that game. They should have did that when they made WCW Backstage Assault, because I don't know what they was thinking with that.
Oh, good. But then, like, going on more wrestling games, like we got New Japan Pro Wrestling 2. If you can go find that one, there's a good one. Then you have a unique game. It's called just The Wrestler. So I'm all on the wrestling game. That's not Goldberg. It's just a wrestler. No, I know, but no, it's just a wrestling game.
That's stunning, Steve Austin.
Why Goldberg look all distorted and weird?
No, Fire Pro Wrestling though, Fire Pro Wrestling is amazing. If you haven't played Fire Pro Wrestling, and what's so good about Fire Pro, like they go to disc right there. That you could just make people, and it's like rock, paper, scissors, but you actually have to wrestle, so you can't go in and just doing moves and stuff. Play the newest New Japan Pro Wrestling, Fire Pro Wrestling on a PlayStation 4. PlayStation 4. Yeah, so good. You can go to like the community and just download like AEW arenas, CMLL, any arena you want to, any wrestler on there. Over 1,000 created wrestlers. They look just like them. They have their moves and they said all that kind of stuff. Barbed wire. It's such a good game. It's underrated because people don't want to take time to learn how to play that game.
Right.
It's a lot to download. So yeah, go get that. Sorry, I love games. Y'all got me here. We said wrestling games.
Oh yeah, you're a guest, so
Yeah, and definitely like this is just a sneak preview, because when we debut our video game show over at Nefarious called Put You On Game, starring Ray Williams and Gerard Brown, like we will have at least one show dedicated to wrestling games.
Yo, do it, man. Hey, if y'all need me to come back, let's do it, man.
You already know.
I love wrestling games. Love some wrestling games. I think I got almost every last one of them almost.
That backyard wrestling with the insane clown posse on it.
That one too, bro. That crazy. And also too, before y'all do that shit too, it's a wrestling video game book that has all the stuff on there. I would love to have every wrestling game because they had like Matt Mania on the Atari and stuff, all that old stuff. Oh, it's so wrestling games are so fun, and some of them is so bad.
Fight for New York.
Oh,
the wrestling game. I refuse to hear anything less.
Yeah, them
than.
Def Jam games until they got the icon.
I wouldn't say Def Jam Fight for New York is a wrestling game. I would say it's a fighting game. I would say Def Jam Vendetta is a
Vendetta was the shit.
Vendetta was the wrestling game. Fight for New York took it to another level. Fight New York was what WWE wanted at one point. They wanted a wrestling show like that. That's why when they was doing Shotgun Saturday Night, they wanted a concept kind of like Fight from New York.
The
Urban Wrestling Federation.
WWE Underground. You watch it? You see Shane McMahon out there doing this thing?
Oh yeah, they wanted,
That's just WWE Underground. Come on now. Raw after hours, whatever it was called back in the day.
With
the Underground from the
Dabba-Kato. Big Jordan, the bodyguard, the bouncer, Big Jordan.
Boy, he was so sucky. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Dabba-Kato. That's almost like saying, what was it? Dijak and all them people, Slapjack and all that killing people.
Retribution. Yeah. Like we know that's Mia Yim. We can see Mia. You just can't put a mask on your face and not let us know that's you. We know it's you, Mia.
She took that role and did the most with it though. She the only one survived from that last
man.
One.
Listen,
Retribution.
All right, now let's go from retribution to retribution. Ray, where we at on this card?
Oh my god! All right, so before we get back to the card, now you
don't want to take a side trip. Oh, but it's for money. We can take that trip.
Yes. All right,
Anthony back.
Our boy T. Anthony, a very frequent contributor, says these fans now couldn't handle TNA Kurt Angle winning all the titles. Right, that was on the tip of my tongue too, when we were talking about
when Kurt Angle won the titles. I like the way TNA did that too, because one of those belts he lost to Jay Lethal, and it was a good match, and I don't think anyone thought that was going to happen, and I think you could do something similar with Mercedes in that way.
Elevate somebody.
Yeah, you shouldn't be throwing that away like her losing that belt in a multi-woman match.
T. Anthony also came out as we were talking about the wrestling, the video game wrestling. Now this is the premium content I pay.
Hey, I'm telling you, if y'all want an hour conversation on the benefits and the virtues of Rumble Roses, man, y'all know what you got to do. Just pay the money and we will talk.
This Rumble Roses right here.
And somebody who has played the Rumble Bros story mode both ways, because you have to play it both ways to unlock all the characters. It was a weird system, but it worked.
Boy, that game, you had to be there for that game too. My mama walked me like, "What you playing?" I said, "Wrestling." I said,
"That's funny."
Yeah, boy.
All right,
where we at, Ray?
Let's keep this train rolling. All right, so we're gonna move on. We got the tag team championships of AEW being defended as the Hurt Syndicate are involved in a triple threat match against FTR and against Bandito and Brody King. So we'll go ahead. Start with you, Steve.
Oh man, you know what? Just looking at the long-term thing, I can really see. All the stuff came out with MVP and didn't didn't want to lose to who else. And I don't know how true that was, but I can see this is where the Hurt Syndicate lose, don't have to get pinned. I can see Brody Lee and them winning this title since they got hot so quick, especially that little finisher that they do where Brody kicks him and then Bendo flips into that splash. Or I can also see FTR cheating, winning the titles, and then it sets up Edge and Christian, Cope
Mm.
and Christian to win the titles.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that, or even I can see like MJF coming down and like hitting Bobby or hitting Shelton or something like that, get some kind of way, and they lose the titles this kind of way. I really see this is where they can. This is the time for them to drop the titles. I can see them dropping the titles, and then they going after, I can see that because I really do think Tony Khan, he likes legacy, like the older guys getting the championships. And what if Edge and Christian get the titles in AEW? That'll be something for them. People be there for that. I really can see that happening, especially like a dynasty somewhere,
So you're predicting
or the next Canada pay-per-view.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh yeah, all out.
All in. All in. Definitely. They losing. FTR winning the title.
All right, cool.
All right. So real quick before we shift on to the next person for the next prediction, T. Anthony is chiming in again.
Uh-oh. He got them Gerard Brown pockets tonight. Out here on his Ted DiBiase, just throwing cash around.
Money. All right. He says the wrestler. Wait, they made a video game on Katsuyori Shibata. Oh,
Damn.
Come on, man.
I know.
That
Chris is like, you know what? We respect the super chat.
Yeah, I got nothing but respect to you.
All right, we'll shoot up.
That was wild. That was wild, T. Anthony. We appreciate it though.
We appreciate it. It keeps the bills paid over here, man.
Yes,
indeed. Brother Nate, who you got in this triple threat, sir?
I was going with Hurt Business to retain until I started hearing Steve's thought process, and I was like, you know what, this brother may be on to something. Maybe he has the right answer, Ray Williams. And then yes, there are ways you can have the Hurt Syndicate drop without taking away any of their heat. Whether it's MJF interfering or whether they're not involved in the pinfall. And so, I think we get FTR coming out of this with the belts through, shall we say, Nefarious. Nefarious means, and we start down the path towards Ray's dream match where his childhood hero Adam Copeland and his childhood hero's brother Christian find their way to one last title run. So I lock it in. I'll go with FTR, and I'll say Brodito takes the pin.
I agree. I think again, you just reminded me, Steve, that I was like, oh yeah, they do want to build up to that. So I got FTR winning as well. I also got Brodito taking a pin on that one, and I think this also builds the story between FTR and the Hurt Syndicate when you talk about how Cope hired them to kind of take out.
I was going to mention it too,
take them out before. So I think that plays into the story as well. It'll be interesting to see where her business goes or Hurt Syndicate goes with the MJF stuff, because that was just like a blur of like he's in and then he's out. Like, what happened with that? And then you did mention Steve about the whole stuff with MVP and him having heat, quote unquote heat, and then appearing on Speedball Mike Bailey's YouTube, just like F you, Speedball. That was funny.
He like, children, hey, tell him, fuck you, Speedball.
So that was funny. That was entertaining, especially like you said, Lashley and Benjamin just acting like two kids in the corner, like in timeout. That was funny. But it'll be interesting to see where they go from them, and if they push either Benjamin or Lashley into like some singles pushes. So, I could see that FTR versus even though the Cope and the Christian Cage reunion has kind of been rushed, like you didn't really let it breathe a lot, but I guess with this all out card being announced in Toronto, they want to push that heavy, and they want to promote that heavy. So I got FTR winning. What about you, Gerard?
So I am gonna have to go with. I think FTR wins the Eliminator tournament to then go to Forbidden Door to face the Hurt Syndicate. I do not think they win the belts. I think Edge and Christian somehow interfere with their win. I say that because when you have the Hurt Syndicate building up and having not lost, and they're having it for like you want to give and do something with that win and make it valuable.
Right.
And yeah, it might not be to a young talent, but talent that doesn't need it is FTR, especially if they're just going to drop it a month later to Edge and Christian, because then what did that really do for the title reign of the Hurt Syndicate? So I say they come out, they get involved, maybe it breaks down into a disqualification. This leads to All Out. I think we get a whatever the AEW version of the TLC match is. Syndicate versus Edge and Christian versus FTR.
Tables, ladders, and mobility scooters.
Hey, but what better way for them to get the belts finally in a almost classic style TLC match, like they always used to back in the day, winning it through a ladder match.
Just as long as Cope knows his limits.
Just don't jump off it. Pencil dive, homie. What are you doing?
Yeah, don't try to land on your feet when you're diving for 20 feet in the air. How about you, Kris?
I'm kind of thinking similar to Gerard, but I'm liking the Hurt Syndicate to win this match. And I think they're gonna win from MJF interference. I do think that they're ultimately gonna lose to I think we're closer to them losing than we were before. But I think the MJF stuff, just because of the way the breakup just seems too fucking corny when I watch it on TV. So I do think that it's kind of a ruse. I think they will eventually break up, but I think right now, MJF is gonna come out and people are gonna think he's gonna be against the Hurt Syndicate, but I think he's gonna help them win.
So this is the ruse that we thought we were getting at SummerSlam with John Cena. We finally getting our ruse.
I guess so, yeah.
And real quick, because I already know ruses all around. But before we go to Jay, I already know that some people in the chat section probably saying everybody that picked before Gerard pulled a Ray Williams, Zack Sabre Jr. Because we were treating this as if it was a triple threat match. So hey, it's live TV, baby. It's live TV. So even players mess up sometimes.
He get the receipt.
I know, right? Ray's like, finally, vindication.
He's ready to pull it, boy.
It is a triple threat match, already.
No,
or a triple threat tag.
It's the winner of FTR versus Brodito.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but Gerard was the one that corrected us on that. But yeah, Ray, you gotcha. and don't take your little victory lap, Ray, because really this could all just be an elaborate ruse, Ray. I'm setting you up for the future.
See, you know what? I'm just going to shut up because I'm not going to say anything about me actually thinking it was a triple threat match too. I'll just say, oh no, y'all got it wrong. All right, moving on. Lastly, we'll end off with you, Brother Jay. Who you got? First off, who you got winning between FTR and Brodito, and then who do you got the winner of that against the Hurt Syndicate?
I'm gonna go out there and say they got lightning in the bottle with Brodito. So I think Brodito's gonna win. I don't think they're gonna win against the Hurt Syndicate because as someone had mentioned already, I think the whole MJF thing with him coming out to run interference, to pull a swerve, wink, wink, to help the syndicate win in hopes of a favor for a favor, because he's got the championship match. Not to play my hand out with my cards, but I think that's what's going to happen. I think the syndicate retain.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. All right. And real quick, we don't have a poster for it yet, but we kind of alluded to it, and we're probably going to all have a clean sweep with this. Cope and Christian Cage are going to come together. Oh, go ahead, Gerard.
I'm so sorry. I just had one random quick idea and thought. I just wanted to say it on air before, just in case it does happen. I could easily see a world where MJF does come out, helps FTR win these belts to reform the Pinnacle by the end of it. So that way he can then have that backup in the main event to then make sure he gets that world title by the end of the night. Because you know what? One team left me. Okay, let me go over here to this other team that I've had a relationship with and see if I can get them back on my side. Yeah, gold for gold. I can easily see that being a means by the end of the night of FTR and MJF both having belts. But
I'm not mad at that.
I'm not saying that's what I want.
No, that's good. That's good.
I see what you did there.
So is that your new prediction, or are you sticking?
I just want to speak that out. I just want to speak that out there into the
throwing it out there, Kris.
Put it on the record, brother.
Hey, he's covering all bits. Like, hey, remember when I said this? Okay.
He's neither confirming nor denying that that's a prediction.
Hey, get that backup bit. I like it. Only in wrestling, boy, we try to cover our ass like that, boy. I love it.
You put out that "Don't be surprised."
Right. Don't be surprised.
Surprised.
I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but it would make sense if you follow the storyline.
All right, but again, we kind of alluded to Cope and Christian Cage reforming. It looks like they're going to have their first match back together against Nick Wayne and Kip Sabian. That most likely will either be on the pay-per-view card. I doubt that's going to be a 0-hour card or match. But no graphic for that. But I think we can all most of us can all agree, or we can all agree. Cope and Christian, they ain't going to lose their first match back together, right?
Nah. You know what?
Oh,
nah.
You know what?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised. They just got. Okay, you know what? I like how Edge thinks, right? Okay, so he came back at Forbidden Door. You know, he did his little entrance and all that kind of stuff. Then he made sense. Every time him and Christian do something, they connect the dots. So connecting the dots, they hood, they got the stuff. But what if they're just not together like they're not together, so they can add more to the story? And also to give these young guys something like that. I can see that happening, you know?
Oh, okay.
Because I mean the story, yeah, of course, old guys come there, beat them up, and boom, it's good. And they dispensable, like, you know, who could take the fall out of this? Not the champion, but what's his name? Kip can do it, and Kip will make it look good. But what if? What if, because you know they want to build the future. What if they somehow like lose, you know? And nobody is surprised. Wouldn't be surprised, you know. Like I can see it happening. So there go my double bit right there, though.
right. And it would like to that point though. To his point, like if you have the old guys just come out here and run through these kids, man. It kind of makes the patriarchy/matriarchy look like we ain't got to take y'all serious.
Yeah.
We ain't got to believe in y'all. So yeah, a win would do a lot more for them than a loss would diminish Edge and Christian, Edge and Cope.
Right. Yeah.
But I think you could still tell that story of them not.
Your Cope bias is coming through, right? Your Cope bias is coming through.
I think you can still tell that story of them not being on the same page for so long and then having like some hiccups, but still having them come through and win the match, because like individually you would say that even though Nick Wayne is coming into his own, you could still say like individually, even at their advanced age, like Cope and Christian Cage as like individual stars are better than right now at this moment are better than Nick Wayne and Kip Sabian. So I think
But
you
counterpoint, Ray, counterpoint though, if they lose this match, then they eventually win the tag titles, then you've already got a ready-made feud for the tag titles.
But then how would you counter to the counterpoint? How would you boost them up into that tag picture if they get their first loss right off the bat?
Because we go back
you
to
got
the
your hand
lab.
up, Gerard.
Go ahead, Gerard.
Tag me,
Counterpoint, Ray's counterpoint to my counterpoint.
Tag me. So what you gonna do is at the pay-per-view, they win. Kip and Nick get that win in. Nick Wayne get that win in. And then on a Dynamite, we have a fun. You know what? Actually, better yet, we ain't had this in a minute on Dynamite. Let's get that parking lot brawl back. Go ahead and have Edge and Christian against Nick and Kip in a parking lot brawl. Boom, they win that. They recenter their focus right back to FTR. And if we do the MGF thing, you know, it's just out in the airwaves. If that happens to be the case, they already got the goal. It's a straight line. But if it's not the case, hey, you know what? We got past them. We're back together. Let's do a 5-second pose. And now, you know what? Let's go after some gold. Let's go ahead and get the belts off of the Hurt Syndicate. And then FTR can be like, we need to get that too. And then it could be, that's how we get to that 3-way. A ladder up there, hang up them belts, and there you go. Because you can say, oh, Bobby's never been in a ladder match before. So Bobby wants to now be in a ladder match. Bam.
Well, he has been in a ladder
there
match.
You go.
Before,
yeah?
Yeah.
His first WrestleMania was a ladder match.
Yeah. He's been in a lot of He's been in a lot of matches.
Was that Money in the Bank?
Yeah.
In 22. Wow.
He looked scared as hell in the match, but he looked like he wanted to climb the ladder, but he was in the match.
Like Samoa Joe in the Ultimate X-Max.
Right, yeah.
This is foreign to me. Well, I could dig that idea. The only thing is that as far as with the parking lot brawl, is like Cope and Christian Cage are like, man, we 50, man. You ain't gonna have us bumping on no concrete, bro. What you talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, I would have said the same thing about jumping off the top of cages, but I mean, we was just doing that last year. So. We over here dropping people like we having these hardcore matches with wild spike bats and all this and all.
Yeah.
I mean,
you know,
what's
give them that Sting booking, man. Just protect the elders.
Yeah, I would say they carried him through all that.
This man's Sting dropped through a plate glass window.
Boy, well, that was crazy, right?
That match still one of my favorite AEW matches, man. How they were able to put Sting in a match like that at that age.
Yeah.
When he jumped off that ladder with that elbow drop to Chris Jericho, I think. Like, what are you doing jumping off a ladder, brother? All right.
They called him though. Hey, Sting and no joke. Hey, Sting and no joke. Sting said, "I'm going out like this, man." Sting did from getting almost broken by self and Triple H, and he came on back. Yeah, he did good.
Like that Sting match at WrestleMania. That's when Chris got up. He got some free tickets to WrestleMania. Was in there. That wasn't even the main event. Chris got up, walked out of Levi Stadium, and drove all the way back to LA. He's like, I can't deal with this.
He missed the heist of the century. He missed it because he was so inflamed.
Enraged. Like it was because it was not comfortable in that arena anyway. It wasn't the stadium. The walk was long as fuck to get to your car, and it was kind of compact, so you knew getting out of there was going to be a pain in the ass.
Where were you sitting?
I was sitting like there were some pretty good seats. They were like the first level, but they were kind of like back.
Were they riser seats?
Yeah, they were riser seats.
So you could see right at the ring, right?
Yeah, you could see it. You had good like optics of everything and all that, but you know, they were good enough. It was just I just couldn't like once Sting, because I knew for a fact Sting was winning the match. I went in there thinking he was going to win the match because this is his first WrestleMania, probably going to be his only WrestleMania. And I was like, yeah, Triple H, Vince, they have to know better than having Triple H go over in this shit. And then
Triple H said, "Gotcha, bitch."
Exactly. That Levesque tax, boy.
Yeah, I was just done after
Chris
that.
got up like Jerry Maguire. Who's coming with me? Who's coming with me? And they were like, Negro, we paid $5,000 for these seats, man. We ain't going nowhere.
Oh, I was at that same WrestleMania. I was like, nope, I'm staying here. I got tickets to Raw the next night too.
Chris was looking at him. Come on, Jay.
Yeah,
Solidarity,
because the plan for me was to drive back to LA after WrestleMania. So I was like,
that would have been a long ass drive after that show.
Once that shit happened, I was like, nothing else on this show is gonna be good. So
Chris getting back to the parking lot with the Hulk, Incredible Hulk theme song playing in the background.
Yeah.
All pissed.
If you've been on the 405, you know you want to catch that.
Chris beat all the traffic that night though.
Had a good time. You've been on the 110. The 110. That's
Chris had a 2-hour head start on everybody else.
Yeah.
Boy, I get now. You say that I get that, man. I would have got because that pay-per-view when they had. That pay-per-view was good, but it was like a underrated because everything after that it started just ramping up and stuff. That one part of the show was just like, all right, get y'all asses out of here with that stuff, man. Then here come NWO, then here come DX, and like where X-Pac gonna go? Like it just so stupid.
I thought because of all those smoke and mirrors too, I was like, okay, so I guess this is how they're gonna have Sting win with this kind of bullfuckery. And I would have taken it, I would have been fine with it. Don't like if it was Sting versus Undertaker, I'd have been like, yeah, Undertaker's gonna win the match, but this is a legendary match between two of the spooky guy from WCW versus the spooky guy from WWE,
Triple H said, watch how spooky this get, kid.
Yeah,
they got you, boy. They got everybody.
And Triple H helped Triple H.
Once you finish, kid.
Triple H himself. That's just something he's gonna do.
How much was parking?
The parking was for me. It was like $50, something like that.
Ooh, they got you.
Yeah,
they got you.
Damn,
I paid $20.
SoFi got me.
I had a long walk though.
I'm just guessing because I don't even
remember my steps in that night.
Yeah.
See, y'all, nobody really say anything about when you go to wrestling, them parking fees. Nobody talk about that. Nobody talk about that. Them parking fees, they just like bend over. Here's a jelly, boom, right there. Like, and look, and it's so bad you gotta pay for it, right? Because you got other people honking behind you, like, and you can't make no decisions.
You can't turn around.
No, you can't turn around. But you just gotta like, how much parking? $75. What?
Yeah.
Here you go. Here you go. And like, I ain't never been that high. I'm just saying, you gonna pay that. You'll come up that money.
Parking lot attendant just looking at you. If you broke, say you broke.
And in LA,
that's why I park on the street.
If you go to an event at the Forum in LA, the parking there is so horrible. It's like not level parking. It's just one big ass parking lot. But it gets so crowded, and even if you like Uber to the event, like it's gonna take your Uber. You have to go to the sidewalk so the Uber guy could get to you at a decent time, because if he goes through the parking lot, that shit's you're gonna be sitting there for a minute, man.
You'd be like, coming to America. They got you, boy. Man, we love wrestling, but they sure be taxing us.
Man.
That's the truth. That's the truth. Yeah, that's why if you're in the area that got good public transportation, that'll be your best bet. Like in the DC area is like the main arena is like a metro station or a subway station. It goes right up to it. So if you
ain't having no WrestleMania, no damn DC, Ray.
I'm not saying
They ain't doing
I'm
that.
not saying put WrestleMania there.
Just enjoy your DC Defenders Championship, Ray. Just enjoy what you have.
I'd take a return of capital punishment. Just bring that back. I ain't talking about no.
Don't say
big
that too
bullshit.
loud in this political climate.
Oh Lord.
wow.
Well, like that.
Hey,
like
you
been
think
telling
Triple H gonna have a? Oh, you think Triple H gonna have a pay-per-view in Chocolate City? He can't even get Chocolate Brother on the damn pay-per-view. No.
For real, that is the truth. We don't see color, brother. We
Yeah,
don't see
and-
color. Then you're
and-
enjoying the show.
And Trump has been having his fucking goons lying on DC, just like acting like it's as violent as it was in the 90s, which is just not true.
No.
You know? Like,
And one dude, he told me, I saw murders on my ring camera.
yeah, that motherfucker.
Stop the cap.
That was Benny Johnson.
Big cap.
Stop the cap right now.
Right.
All right.
That's almost as believable as getting beat up by Black MAGA in Chicago while you eating the Subway sandwich.
How about say Juicy Soleil?
The Subway, the sandwiches?
Sandwiches? I mean, you had a cup of bleach? And I mean, I went to a company show. Matter of fact, I went to a company show with I don't know, y'all know Ron Davis. Y'all follow him? Y'all know
Oh, the comedian?
Yeah. Ron Davis, great comedian, funny.
Yes.
Ron Davis come. So he was down here at Laughing Hole, whatever it was here in Plano, Texas, right? And he made one of those jokes about that. He say, like, so you meant to tell me that at black folks out at 3:00 in the morning, he said, at a Subway, and you gonna get jumped. That means they had to bring the bleach, and the noose.
Right, yeah.
And he was saying, like, now, he said in front of black folks, he said, we ain't gonna, like, black folks gonna agree in front of other people, but when you get home, like, man, I know that nigga lying.
Right.
It was rough out there, man, because I wanted to believe Jesse,
Yeah,
man.
you wanted to believe him.
Yeah.
And he still trying to lie about this stuff, man. Come on, Juicy.
Right, yeah.
It was African MAGAs. I heard them. It was Godfrey from the 7-Up commercials.
It was just such a far-fetched story that you just couldn't really.
So plain.
You had the empire and then you threw it away, man.
He did, right?
Damn sure did.
Really did.
Damn sure did. But speaking of an empire, sometimes you got to go through a forbidden door to get to an empire, Ray. Let's get back to this call.
Yes. Indeed.
It's like we're going into Narnia, Ray. Let's get back to this Narnia that's behind the forbidden door, Ray.
Yes, and one superstar who we can count on and who will usually does never lets us down is one timeless Toni Storm, as she defends her AEW Women's World Championship against the winner of the Casino Battle Gauntlet or Casino Gauntlet Battle Royale. Say that 3 times fast. Athena. So let's go ahead. We'll start with Gerard.
Oh no. I struggle with this one because I'm like, wow, we're executing the contract this soon. This seems kind of interesting, and all on the same show as NGF cashing his in too. So, are both folks going to be successful, or are both folks going to fail, or are we going to get one or the other? And who is going to be the one? I would like to say, with my heart of hearts, Athena is winning that belt. And I'm just going to go with what I want. I think it's going to be a great match. I thought Timeless was going to lose it to the CEO, and she didn't. Right. I think it's time for her to lose it to the Goddess, though. Because I do believe we need to get the Goddess. I mean, she's basically been pushed off of ROH, but, like, she could lose this match and fall right back onto the show. So I need that, like, hook, line, and sinker to know that she will be on AEW television going forward. So I need her with that world championship. That's right.
Gotcha. Chris.
Yeah, man. This is a tough one too. And I have gone with every black wrestler on this show so far. So I don't want people like thinking I'm picking out a race, because there have been times where I didn't pick any black people. So I want to get that out the way, because I'm about to pick Ember Moon, Athena. The only reason why, though, is because that streak has just been so amazing to watch, you know. And it's been so, like, you didn't have to derail a bunch of women on the main roster to create it, you know. They did it on a show that for all intents and purposes is disposable, you know. It's their version of NXT now, you know. And I think that, but I do think the streak, I don't think they're gonna. I think the way Tony Khan's mind works is the way WWE did that shit with what's her name, Asuka. I don't think he's gonna want to do that with Athena. I think he's gonna want to protect her. I think she's gonna have both belts. And I think she's going to be on a collision course with Mercedes and with Tony Storm. I think women's division in AEW is extremely interesting right now.
Okay. All right. Nate, who you got?
All right, Ray. Keep it on the poster because I ain't did this in a while.
Posternomics.
You know. This is something we do from time to time, Steven. We look at the graphics and we break down the clues that Tony Khan is trying to tell us through the poster. So when I look at this poster, right, we got Toni Storm, who we have used as the counterpart in pro wrestling to Marilyn Monroe. She emerged victorious in her last match, which was against the wrestling counterpart to Beyonce.
Right, yeah.
Now in this match, I would say Athena, we got, instead of Beyonce and Marilyn Monroe, we got Marilyn Monroe versus Tina Turner. All right, follow me. Okay. Tina Turner, one of her biggest songs was called Proud Mary, right? The course of Proud Mary, we rolling on a river. This show is taking place in London near the River Thames, okay? Use your geography, Ray. Tim Duncan played for the San Antonio Spurs, right? Okay. Tim Duncan, one of the greatest power forwards of all time. You know who some people would say is the modern day equivalent to Tim Duncan? Giannis Antetokounmpo. The Greek freak, okay? He's from Greece. You know what else comes from Greece, Gerard? Mythology. We talking about Zeus. We talking about Hera. We talking about Hercules. And we talking about Athena. And that's why when you break down all the clues, when you break down all the breadcrumbs that they laying in this poster, I'm still going with Toni Storm. I want to go with Athena. Because I love everything Kris is saying. I love what he's saying about how if Athena wins, now she is firmly established in this main event mix. And we can have all sorts of combinations between her and Mercedes and Toni Storm. I think all of that is fantastic, but I've been burned too many times. Okay,
yeah,
much like Prometheus when he tried to steal the fire from the sky, Ray. Much like Icarus, he flew up to the sky, but his wings was made of wax, and wax melts, Jay Lacey. And when you melt, you fall down. And I have a feeling Toni Storm is going to be the one putting Athena down, unfortunately. This has been a sad installment of Postonomics.
Like I picked every black person right now. Wrestling, that's just not wrestling.
I'll say that's not. Don't put that on your DraftKings bets.
Yeah. Every black person doesn't win on wrestling, you know. It's like
not in WWE.
What if that's the forbidden door?
Yeah.
We're gonna push black talent.
Yeah, WWE. You watch it, you're like, you'll predict. Well, Kofi Kingston's gonna win this match, and then you'll be like, yeah, but Apollo Crews won earlier, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah. So
too many Negroes in one.
Too many gimmicks. Too many gimmicks, brother.
Yeah.
The limits in sky. Remember?
Right. Yeah.
It's the forbidden door, not the bizarro door.
WWE shows based off the black people on the shows, like, okay, that she's winning, so that means this black person's losing. So
it's so bad that in black fans we have to say that because we know like black Twitter, black wrestling Twitter, we know. Like,
Yeah,
this is how it is. Black person win a championship, like, all right, when a nigga losing.
yeah,
We
exactly.
like
In 7 seconds to Brock Lesnar.
Right, yeah.
We like, can we at least get a money when Jay won that belt? Everybody like, he ain't keeping that belt long.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I said it the night he won it.
Yep.
I bet he ain't win that long. Like, it's just like, why can we keep a championship for a long time? So just
Street Profits already gone.
Why 6? Oh,
New Day already
They
gone.
trying to tell you something with that too, Gerard. The Wyatt 6 won the title belts, right? They gonna keep that title reign until January, brother.
6.
Open your third eye, Gerard. It's the insurrection in the tag team division going on right now.
Hey, go do the spit at the White House.
All right, Steven, are you holding to I'm pretty sure you want the sister to win, but
oh yeah, I wanted my beautiful Nubian queen to win this match. I mean, she right down the street from me, so you know she right down the street, a little hour away. So you know, hope she wins. I really do hope she wins, though. You know what? AEW surprised. I love how AEW use black talent. Just point blank. They use black talent really well, real smart. They use black talent as talent, as some people say, but they use it as good talent. Look how Swerve did. Swerve did good. And since the installment of AEW, every year they had their project 4 or 5 people they use and they bring up. I think this year it was like, you know, Tony. Well, she been in that, but you can see. I think it's gonna be one of those people because this is how I see it. Anytime Tony has a press conference and he sit there and you know he with his coffee and he's really engaged with somebody looking them up and down and stuff, he has plans for them. So I think he has plans for Athena. Now, will she win a championship here? I don't know. I want to say yes. I'm gonna put out. I'm just gonna say yes because she can do something that's not been done in wrestling. And Tony likes to do stuff that has been done in wrestling. He likes history. He likes that stamp in history. She already the longest running RH champion. So what if she becomes AEW champion? I mean, the first black AEW world champion. Come on, you know. I mean, women's champion. So you can have like 2 kind of history things, and also too, just I really do think she might. I'm not holding hope. Because I still love Toni Storm. Toni Storm, that bitch crazy. I love her. That she is amazing. One of my favorite. She's in my top 5. I love her. She just hilarious. Things she say. She's a character. She's something what AEW needs. I mean, she's gorgeous too. But still, just what she done from WWE is a total. Yeah. She did the Scott. She's like the female version of Scott Steiner. You know, she got 2 different careers. When Scott Steiner turned Big Papa Pump, it was totally to the sky. That's her. She's like the female version of that. So, but with all that being said, I really hope so. I can't call it. I want to just because, hey, I want the sister to win and see history made, and I think that might happen. I really do.
But you wouldn't be surprised if Toni Storm won.
No, I wouldn't be, and also I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be a little bit disappointed, but I'd be like, okay. But I say Toni Storm is Toni Storm. Toni Storm is like the standard bearer. Right. She's better than Mercedes.
Don't get Kris started.
I don't care about the preference. I just, like you said, Mercedes wasn't good or some shit like that. Like Toni Storm is good. I think that's an arguable point.
Yeah, it's an arguable point. Yeah, it's like who you see
is good. I don't think. Yeah, that's
Mercedes is not bad. She just like you said, you can have an argument say it's who's better. That's always going to be it's personal preference and stuff. And what I hate when people have personal preferences, they lie. I'm not gonna lie. I my personal preference why I don't like it because of why I my interactions. And I would tell you I'll be biased with somebody. A lot of people don't like to say that. I be honest, you got a bias, just say it. Who gonna hurt? You ain't going to jail because you got a bias. Man up. You got a bias? Oh well, you got a bias. Everybody got a bias. Just own it. I don't care what nobody say on Twitter, I'll block your ass.
Oh.
That's what the block
I could attest to that. You ain't blocked me, buddy.
I'll say you've been blocked so many times. Well, Corey J did block you that one time.
Oh,
Ray.
stop it! Stop.
Did she?
All right, moving on. No, she hasn't.
Oh, hey,
It's a part of the gimmick.
Hey, matter of fact, Hulk Hogan blocked me a long time ago.
Oh, damn.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, because I cussed him out when he did all that stuff. When you
I was going to ask, are you 6 feet tall? Because that could weigh into his decision.
Yeah, I'm 6 feet, but still, you know, I cussed him out. He blocked me. I said, dang, he ain't unblocked before he died. Oh, well.
Damn.
Wait, who blocked you again?
Hulk Hogan.
Terry.
Oh, Hulk Hogan, yeah.
Yeah, that's the only person. That's the only like wrestler who had me blocked. Except that time, Teddy Long got his stuff stolen.
Yeah,
Well,
Teddy
yeah.
Long blocked me on Facebook and on Twitter.
What you say to him? Make him block y'all everywhere. That was a.
I don't know. The Facebook,
you did something, Chris.
Yeah.
I got at him and he said he was gonna he'll add me. I'm gonna add you back on Facebook, player. I promise. And he never did. So,
he hit you with the Barnell Hill. He's like, how many times I told you I was gonna unblock you on Twitter, Chris? All the time. How many times have I actually unblocked you on Twitter? None of the times. And what would happen if you tried to approach me on Twitter? I might get sprayed.
Right, yeah. That's Hollywood talk, man.
I mean, that's you know what? When I block people like that you got to take energy to go. You said something to that man because you have to go into each and every app to block you. That's work. So you said something crazy
what
that
Chris did.
I don't know because he like during that time he was blocking everybody though, and he said that a reason why he blocked people on Twitter that day, and then he blocked people on Facebook too. And
Next step, you was about to go one-on-one with the Undertaker player. You
Right,
lucky. You lucky.
so something happened. I don't know.
I mean,
did you insult his shirt? Did Teddy have a shirt?
Nah, I respect Teddy Long, OGs. I don't, like even when he has an opinion that's different from mine, I don't get mad at him the way I would like someone else with that like puts their opinion around a bunch of stupid words.
Yeah, but that's a block. He worked you. You worked for that block. He worked you.
Right.
That's a job. He went
time out of his day to block
he
you.
like, hold on, I'm gonna get this nigga. Like, where he is? He looked at your profile, saw your face, and I'm gonna block that nigga here.
Had to make sure it was him.
Yeah. Make sure you had no double accounts.
It was Chris with a K, not with a C.
I know
Exactly.
that's work. He went to work blocking you. Or his admins or somebody did because
Maybe it was his PR people, Chris. Maybe they the ones that blocked.
Yeah, I don't know, but I know I wasn't the only one that got blocked. So because it made it on on No DQ.
That's the time. Okay, that's the time he got hacked. That's the time he got hacked.
Okay.
Yeah, he was just blocking every fucking body.
Yeah. That's the time he got hacked.
Okay. So maybe it wasn't personal, Chris, even though he did never unblock you.
I know, right? That's the thing right there. He never unblocked me.
That's the perfect part.
He unblocked everybody but you.
Yeah.
Hey, imagine going to getting an autograph. Hey man, you blocked me. Can you please unblock me? Please, here's my account. Let me see your phone.
Yeah.
Teddy's like, that's not gonna work for me, brother.
Right. Yeah. Like I met him at the WrestleMania in Atlanta. I thought we had a moment.
Now, Atlanta's a city that needs another WrestleMania, Ray, not DC.
Right.
Okay. God, no. See, you already got the Minnesota people after you, Nate.
Minnesota. Minnesota. You don't deserve no WrestleMania. The best you can get is a SummerSlam, maybe, because it's warm in Minnesota. But no, you don't deserve no damn WrestleMania.
Well, the way Triple H is going right now, you might get WrestleMania at the fucking White House.
On the White House lawn.
Yeah, in a year or two. So maybe you could go to that one. Ray, shoot.
You definitely know black people don't go win that show.
So you can charge me $20,000. You can charge me $25,000 just to sit on the lawn. No, thank you.
Why is Travis Scott hanging out with JD Vance? That don't seem right.
Why are you smoking weed?
I know.
Maybe he needs to smoke weed. Maybe if they smoke some weed, things would change in this country.
Listen, I'm all for people like that, but Triple H knows don't fight no nigga like him. I'm sorry. Travis Scott, I don't care how many billions of people like that. When you see how that food act, you can't invite good niggas to a show like that on national TV. Be embarrassing us. No, man, come on.
Well, I think that was a Rock call.
I think that was Dwayne's call on that one.
Yeah, and Triple H.
Unless Dwayne was like, I'm gonna mess with you, I'm gonna get y'all because you know him and Triple H still beefing. So you know,
Right.
He probably like, I know I'm gonna get this dude. Like,
That's gonna be the season finale of Unreal when Rock show up.
If John Cena's heel turn was good, I would have loved that Travis Scott punching dude more. You know, the fact that the turn was horrible just
and then it amounted to nothing at WrestleMania.
Yeah, it just make it that much worse, you know.
He was just hot. I was just like, I was so embarrassed. I was like, man, why this nigga on TV? Come on. I ain't talking about, man, he just embarrassing. He walking down, smoking. I like, oh, please, all the stereotypes you are lit. And I'm going on Twitter like, yep, same people. Monkey emojis, all this kind of shit. I'm like, oh.
Well, Cody, I saw Cody on his new show he has. He said that that's like he'd rather him do it the way he did it than not lay in at all. And he said nobody took the time to teach that brother how to fucking throw a working punch. So, I mean, you know, that's what you get, you know, when it comes to that kind of thing.
To be fair, his punches did look more realistic to Shane McMahon. So
y'all got to say, yeah, more realistic. Yeah.
You saw when he, even Cena like, damn, Cena could hold on.
Yeah. It's too real, brother.
Yeah, he hit that dude so hard that Cena like he flinched a little bit but stayed in character, and then you saw how Cena protected Cody, like no, he ain't gonna do this no more. But I was like, ooh. He smacked the fire to him, and like Cody's a better, but everybody was mad except for Cody. Cody,
right.
Yeah,
like, Cody's his father's son. He know what the game is.
Yeah, everybody was mad except for Cody. I would do this to Travis Scott. No, you wouldn't, because you wouldn't.
Yeah, come on, man. That was getting on my nerves too. It's like this dude. And Travis Scott is not a no-name rapper. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He actually is somebody with a little bit of clout, you know. It's like, why would you like bring him to the show and have wrestlers beat his ass? Is that like
right?
You know, is that what you want to tell these wrestlers that they participate? You know,
you got to give him a receipt, Cody. Like, no, right. I don't.
No, you don't. Yeah, you don't. It's like that. He didn't know anything. It was just like, you could tell people the celebrities who know what they're doing or are excited to be there. Mm-hmm. Travis Scott was a mix of being excited there, not only doing, but also being super high and not ready to perform.
Right.
So,
yeah.
And it was just a beautiful mix.
Yeah. And when he jumps people, that's what he probably does. Shit. If I was jumping a sucker, I'm not gonna be throwing in no like softball punches. Shit.
Right.
Getting it laid in. Yeah.
He like Andre 3000 in Be Cool when they gave him the gun. He's like, don't give me no gun because you know what I'm gonna do with it. Like you know what I'm gonna do. Like you told me to hit this man. That's what I do.
Right.
Yo. Man, he hit that dude to next week. He hit him like even people who you have y'all friends who like don't watch wrestling when they see something like, man, what happened with that? Because like 3-4 people hit him, man, it seemed as he not the shit out of Cody. He slapped the shit out of him. He like, cause like, what's going on here at wrestling? Oh yeah, he that was for real. He slapped the shit out of him.
Yeah,
he from your neck of the woods. He from H-Town, so he was laying it in.
He did. Oh yeah. I just like, God dang, cause that thing's like, I was like, ooh. He cuffed that. He's like, wow. He like,
right.
That was one of them black dynamite slaps. Like, wow.
All right. Well, I was gonna say, let's go ahead. We all know that.
You all know that Tony's to an abrupt halt, right?
Yeah. We all know that Tony Storm and Athena are both professionals. So let's go ahead.
Okay, I see how you brought it back.
I tried. Jay, who you got?
Do I go with AEW's version of the female Brock Lesnar, or do I go with my heart?
Dang. Brock Lesnar. Whoa.
Well, we know. If you know, you know.
I was like, she's only taking out one. Jay.
Well, I mean, One is it could be a trend.
Start of a streak.
She's beaten Willow before.
It ain't that many over there. Let's take out many, man. And it was a longer match. This wasn't no 7-second match.
Very true. Very true. Very true. But I think what's going to happen is I think Toni Storm's going to get the win, even though I would love for Athena to get the W, especially with the streak that she's on. She's been putting on, high quality matches, but I think they've got something with Toni Storm, and I think they're going to keep that and keep the crowd happy. And I just think that Toni Storm's going to retain. But I would really love, since everyone else is hedging their bets, that Athena goes up and get the W. Yeah.
Yeah. Where's the pay-per-view at again?
It's in London.
London.
Oh yeah. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I'm out.
You got to throw the geography in the mix.
I made a pick. I'm sticking with it. But yeah, I completely forgot about that.
That's a good thing because she has a losing streak in London. She lost at the first All In. She lost against Mariah May at the last All In there too. Take a breath. That's part of the story. She loses in London. She can lose again.
Yeah.
And see, that's why you're my tag team partner, bro.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
I appreciate that.
And the fans will be happy if Athena wins. It's not like they will riot. It's not like it's not like what they did with Swerve. Shit.
Right.
They'd be fine with Athena winning.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I can see it going both ways, but it's just we already and I know Kris, you were talking about the streak. That's been primarily in ROH, but she has lost outside of ROH when we talk about the Owen Hart Invitational against Mercedes Moné. She lost that one. It was controversial, but she lost that, ended up losing that one, and I thought she was going to win that one. And so I think although there is now for Timeless Toni Storm to lose, because it doesn't hurt her any by losing. And she can always come back around and win for a fifth time. But I just think, I don't know. I just don't see, I can see where you go. And plus, even if you do have Athena win, like there's no way they're going to have her keep that ROH belt. She's going to have to retire, or not retire, but she's going to have to kind of like relinquish that belt in order to focus on AEW.
Well, answer me this, right? Is the ROH women's title on the line also, or is it just just
AEW title?
Yeah,
just the AEW women's title, since she has the contract. She is signing off on the contract. She's executing the contract, so the ROH belt is not on the line.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah.
Yep. And so, and plus, she also, because she still has a match, I believe, coming up against Mina Shirakawa for the ROH title as well. So,
okay.
Although in my heart of hearts, I do want Athena to win. I think it would have been a lot. It would have. I think that with all the stuff that went right at All In, I think there's so many things that they could have like went off with even a bigger reception, and her winning the Owen and then her beating Toni in her hometown, in her home state. Like, I think that would have been the cherry on top. But right now, I think Toni's going to break the curse, Gerard. I think she's going to win it for England. So I got Toni.
Why break the curse when you can do it next year at Wembley when Nigel wins that ROH title? Come on now, homie. We have future shows to book.
You got to think ahead, right?
Man, I think they did their long-term booking with Cowboy with Cowboy Adam Page. I think they were like, man, let's let it breathe. I don't feel like doing all this long-term booking. I'm not tripping.
Okay.
So let's go ahead to the next one. All right. So we were talking about Swerve before. We're talking about Swerve at Dynasty, and now we got Swerve against Kazuchika Okada for the AEW Unified title. So I guess I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and start this off. So, Brother Steve, I think if any of us from the culture has a good chance at coming out with the W on this show, it's gonna be my guy Swerve. I think, although I could see Okada kind of winning, and I think it was Ujirad who had the idea of him coming back around and having Takeshita take the belt off him at the next during the Continental Classic. But I just think like Okada's already had the championship for over a year, even though this is the unified, like it's essentially the Continental Championship, and he's had it for over a year. I don't think he loses anything by losing this championship, although you did just put him in the Don Callis family, but I don't think he loses any luster from him losing against Swerve. And I just think if you're not going to put Swerve right into the world title picture and right back up against Hangman, I don't know why I called him cowboy-ish. Hangman Adam Page. If you're not going to put him right back in title contention in that area, then you might as well put him in. I think they were saying that they want the unified title to kind of be just as prestigious as the world title. So I'm gonna go with Swerve.
Yeah, what's his name? Rick Sid told me that the unified title is their version of the Raw World title.
Yes, that's a newer. They want to have two main world championships, so they can have case who got the world title. Then they won't have that continental title. That's why he holding on for so long, so it can mean something. It'd be Cowboy Will Ospreay. No, stop.
See how fun it is, Ray? Everybody's getting in on the
fun. All right. Jay.
Ray is disgusting.
Cowboy Will Ospreay.
We'll use that Cowboy driver 97, Ray.
Ospreay shit.
Oh my goodness, bro. All right. Jay, who you got? You got Okada retaining, or you got Swerve?
I got Swerve winning with the buckshot stomp.
Everybody, y'all at home, y'all in the chat, everybody can play this game.
The buck stop shot. Oh, that's wild. That was a good one.
Yeah, I think like you were saying, with this title meaning something in terms of the prestige. I mean, Kazuchika Okada is a phenomenal wrestler, phenomenal pedigree. I think Swerve on the streak that he's on right now, put him on a side quest. If he's not going to go after Adam Page or the world title right now, put him on a side quest. I think this would be a good look for him, and something that when he does media, represents the company. Have that title on his shoulder, and I think it's a good look for him. So yeah, I think he's going to come out victorious at this one.
Right. All right, Steve.
I think this is going to be the only one that's going to go to a time limit draw.
Okay. Oh,
okay.
Because I see this, man, a loss could hurt either one of these guys.
That's true.
The way they lose will hurt. I mean, this is one of those matches like the win would make it absolutely great for Swerve, but also the loss will hurt Okada, and then the loss will hurt Swerve too. So I can see a time limit draw. I can see some interference leading Swerve's next opponent. It's either do or die on this match. If they're gonna go straight up, I want to see Swerve win it, but Man, this is I can also see a time limit draw on this one because time limit draw and then lead right into the next pay-per-view, maybe Dynasty, because that's Swerve's pay-per-view, so maybe he can win it there. This is not going to be no one and done. Definitely, this something's going to happen here. Is the lead to another pay-per-view match? This is going to be a 3 or 4 month. I hope 3 or 4 month like feud. So yeah,
You know how many people would be pissed off if they went to a draw, paying $60 for this?
Right. The way they do it.
This match was taking place on like
on how they do it.
Collision or a Dynamite, and I can see a draw, but I think it has to be conclusive. But I mean, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but you don't want to, take. We were just talking about the goodwill of the fans and take the goodwill out of that by having a BS finish. You know what I mean? So
no, I think the way AEW does their time limit draws, they do their time limit draws so good. It's like at the last minute, like this motherfucker had one more second. They do it really well. I haven't seen a time limit draw done badly at AEW, and also they don't do it often either. So it's time for another maybe time limit draw, because the last time they did time limit draw was Swerve and
I was gonna say this would be the second time Swerve lost out. Well, on a time limit draw.
Yeah, but if it's continuing the story, which it did, usually these time limit draws are leading to a story. They just don't beat like WWE. Oh, well, we forgot it. Let's do something else like next week. Totally forget it.
Technically, it'd be the third time because it could tie into Swerve's history. Because not only did you have the Ospreay match, but then you also had the triple threat match.
Which one? Which triple threat match?
That was who was in that one?
It was Paige and Swerve.
No,
wasn't there somebody else in there with him?
Dynamite match where he hit Big Pressure, and then it literally went to like the bell rung as he hit Big Pressure, trying to pin Hangman. That was another time limit draw.
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking of that.
It
match.
wasn't in the triple threat. The triple threat at Revolution with Samoa Joe and Hangman was for the.
Somebody said cowboy shit, bro.
But yeah, like Swerve.
You too, T. Anthony. Come on, T.
But yeah, more so than anybody in this company, he's kind of been on the short end of these time limit draws.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, if Swerve win, it'd be great because Swerve is in the top of the title picture. Yeah. I just don't see Okada losing. He ain't lost since. He lost once in the Continental Classic. That was one time. Who beat him in the Continental Classic? I forgot who beat him. Fletcher. Okay, there you go. So he beat him clean. So could it happen? Yes. This is a tough match because this is one of the match I don't know where it's gonna go. It can go so many ways. Both performers are great. You can have so many. You got 3 or 4 stories going out of this if you choose to.
Yeah.
And way Swerve does his stories, they lead to like 3 or 4. They're just not a one and done. So I can see this. That's why I said time limit draw, because if this is going to go on, anything with Swerve late in the last 2 years has always led to something else.
True. Brother Nate.
Yeah, I kind of like where Steven went with that one. Like maybe he's able to hit the buckshot stomp and just doesn't have enough time left, Ray, to win the match. Just go with the moment, Ray. Go with just enjoy the joke, Ray. Enjoy the joke, bro. Ray is like, I'm sick of y'all. I gotta go to bed.
Oh boy, and I added to it. I'm sorry.
Ray is disgusted right now. But yeah, like I could see this going a lot of different ways. I don't think though, I think the worst outcome of this would be Swerve losing.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Because then it's like, well, where does he go? Like, yeah, he's still gonna be an over character on this program, but it's kind of like you're boxing out the options of routes his story can take. So I think that's the least likely thing that happens is Swerve loses outright. I think we could have that time limit draw. We could have Swerve going over, or we could just have some kind of schmaz. And AEW doesn't really do much in the way of schmazes, but we could have some shenanigans, some chicanery, if you will, Ray Williams, from the family. but it's all in how you do it. Because I see what Jay is saying about like, yeah, man, if I paid this money to be in this stadium, if I paid the money to buy this on pay-per-view, man, and y'all charging like video game, y'all charging like Madden prices for these damn pay-per-views, Tony Khan.
Is that Madden prices?
Like damn, dog, like Madden prices is ridiculous for Madden, and you can't come down to like $40 and meet me halfway. TK, meet me halfway, brother.
NordVPN.
Yes,
exactly.
NordVPN/postwrestling.com. If you don't want to pay Madden prices for pay-per-views, NordVPN is your go-to. It's a touchdown, Ray. It's a touchdown. But I feel like if they do it right, Jay, if they do it well, because I think there is a way you can have a non-conclusive finish, but have it be a satisfying finish for the audience. But they have to play their cards smart. It wouldn't surprise me if Swerve won outright, and that's where my head was going leading up to this match.
Now keep in mind that the Continental Classic rules or Continental rules, no one's allowed at ringside.
Right. That's what I was thinking. But you know how AEW is with their rules.
A rule is a rule until it's broken
in the ring.
Was Don Callis not at ringside at All in Texas?
For Omega, yeah.
And that's why they made these rules. That's why they made the rules for that very reason, because there was a screwy finish. So during the press conference, he made that ruling that from now on there's not going to be anyone at ringside. They're prohibited, and there's only a 20-minute time limit. So to your point, that could happen.
Yeah,
could happen.
So yeah, like I think the most likely outcomes are either Swerve winning outright or we get a draw and then we run it back. So
yeah, they're gonna have to run it back. It's just the story. I like, you know how lately people been saying AEW doesn't have story. These jokers, since I guess you can look back to the Death Riders, we gotta thank the Bloodline, because the storylines, they had retaught the AEW audience to wait patiently for a story and also give good ass wrestling. So I definitely see this. Like if it's that all them rules, I can see this going all 20 minutes and it's in, and then they gotta run it back.
And speaking of storylines, if you're looking at somebody who Swerve was intricately linked with, like Hangman Page's story from the beginning of AEW to now has probably been their best success.
Yeah,
in terms of a long-term story, when you talk about him winning the championship and then losing, and then the tag team with Kenny, and then the beef with Swerve, and then the greatest moment in acting in pro wrestling history, where you burned my house down, you threw a shirt on my baby, you deserved it. I know, brother. Like that moment still, like they should have won an Emmy or something for that. People's Choice Awards, Cable Choice Awards, BET Awards, something.
NAACP Image Award,
Image Award, or something for that, because that was a performance them brothers put on us. But I think just talking it out, I'm inclined to agree with Brother Wright and say we end up with a draw and then we run it back at a later date.
You say he get a Bobby Jones Award then.
Bobby Jones.
They won a couple Dove Awards, man. A Soul Train Award, man. They got an ESPY for that moment.
Hey, and if they did a Source Award, I know Swerve would be happy about that one. They still give those awards out.
The Source Awards? Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think the BET Awards do. I don't think the Source Awards.
Okay.
They got an MTV Music Award for that?
Right.
That would be funny.
All right, Chris.
They got a Maxim Magazine Award for that?
Oh my God! Oh, hey, what was the black version? Not Maxim. What was that?
King.
Oh, boy.
I said that too quick.
King Magazine. Well, we got Instagram now, but back in the day before Instagram, we had King Magazine, boy. Megan Ford or Megan Good, well, not Megan Good, but Melissa Ford.
Melissa Ford, yeah.
Melissa Ford on King, boy.
Yeah.
Here we, boy.
Melissa Ford driving a Honda Accord.
Yeah.
Shout out to Game.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with a draw.
All right, Kris. What do you think?
Swerve is winning this fucking match, man. And I'm gonna tell you why. Like, they got so much bad will from people after the last time they fucked with this dude.
It's a makeup.
I don't see them doing that again. I just don't see any planet where TK wants that kind of smoke again. Okada is good. See, the thing with Swerve is their main person right now. It's Swerve, Ospreay, and Hangman. Now, those are their guys. And you really have to tread lightly with them. With Tony and Athena, it's a little bit different because Athena is on a come up, you know.
Right.
So I think that would be received a little bit better than them doing that shit to Swerve again. And plus, how'd he do at the show last year?
Forbidden Door. He beat. He defended his belt against Ospreay in the main event.
Ospreay, okay, and he beat Ospreay. Okay, so he did okay. So I do think he's gonna win. When did he lose to Danielson?
The next show after.
Okay,
that was the big show.
Right. Okay, all right, cool. So I think Swerve is just gonna win this match straight up, and that's just gonna be it. Yeah.
Okay. They flip flopped All In and Forbidden Door again. Forbidden Door was first last year, and All In was first this year.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. They did it though.
Yeah. But Gerard. Oh, sorry.
I wanted Swerve. I want Swerve. My heart says Swerve. You shifted my initial thought with the press conference statement because I was definitely going to say, fool me once in a steel cage with Kenny, Don Callis. Fool me twice in Toronto, Don Callis. Fool me again in Texas, Don Callis. I assumed it was just going to be another Don Callis interference. And then that was going to lead to Kenny Omega because you'd say, how do you deal with an upset arena like that and like a distraction loss? Kenny Omega comes out, him and Swerve clean house. They lead to a tag team match later down the line. Those two together, I think that could get a good reaction out of it. But that being said, I'm starting to lean on the time limit draw. I hate to say it, but like, but that's a story. I couldn't beat Moxley. I couldn't get Will out of here. I previously couldn't get Hangman out of here, and I couldn't get whoever else I couldn't get out of here. Okada now. So like I have a finishing problem now. Ever since I lost to Danielson, I'm having an issue actually getting the job done in these matches and special big matches. What's going on with me? Yeah. I think that's a great story for Swerve to tell to evolve the character, but who knows where we're going. But I think Okada sadly gets it because I'm ready for him to lose that belt, and I want Swerve, but Dynasty tricked me really hard, man. Like that was a rough end to that.
Yeah, man.
So I don't want to get my hopes up, but I do think this match is going to be phenomenal.
Yeah.
And one thing of note that I haven't heard anybody else bring up on this whole panel. Swerve was talking on Dynamite a couple weeks ago. He's already pillowed his loss. He was like, I know there's rumors about me being injured and all, but like, and I am injured, but like, I'm still gonna go into this match because they give it my 100%. So like, he's already talking about why he's gonna lose. That I'm injured, and I'm hurt. So it would be a surprise for him to win, and I'd love that. Yeah, but I can see why that'd be the time limit draw. If it's like if you get that, what is that? The Dominion match? No, Dominion's when Kenny won. Whatever the second match is with him and Okada, where like Okada's crawling and trying to beat him, and like Kenny's dead, but then the time limit goes off. I think that's what you get with Okada trying to crawl and beat Swerve, and the time limit goes off.
Okay, I can see that happening. As far as Kenny Omega, he may be a little bit busy later on in the evening. We may get to him within the main event, but we'll go ahead. 2 more matches left to cover. So next match, the last, I would say the last sanctioned match of the night is for the AEW World Championship against Cowboy Bob Orton. I mean, Cowboy.
See how fun it is, Ray. When everybody participates.
Cowboy Bob Orton.
Hangman Adam Page defends his championship as MJF goes through and reluctantly executes contract against Hangman. So what do you guys, we'll start with Kris this time.
Yeah, you're gonna start with me on this shit. I don't know.
Good old buffoonery. I know how you love it.
Right. I'm gonna go with Hangman. I mean, I could see it going either way because I could also see like, the story of MJF chasing, or not MJF, Hangman chasing.
Hangman.
But I think I think MJF is gonna have a tougher time to it than just beating him. And how many pay-per-view defenses has Hangman had?
Zero.
This will be the first.
Zero.
Be the first
Yeah,
one.
I don't see that. I don't see it him losing after just one. But you know, stranger things have happened. But I'm gonna stick with Hangman.
All right, brother Nate.
All right, so you all know that Cowboy Curtis is one of my favorite wrestlers of all time, man. I love what this brother brings to the table, man, to the playhouse, if you will. But no, man, I've this one is probably tougher to call than it should be, because generally, like Wrestling Logic 101 tells you, we gave you this big story to crown Adam Page. We're not going to take this away after one defense. So Hangman Adam Page should come out of this victorious. But the MJF thing and the Hurt Syndicate and the Pinnacle, possibly, like there's a lot of things on this table.
Yeah.
But Kris, you know, Cody Rhodes was one of the people that helped founded this company, right? And what was Cody Rhodes? One of his old theme songs, Ray, back in the WWE. Whoa, it's only smoke and mirrors, Ray. Open up your eyes, Ray Williams. All these things meant to distract you, making you think that Hangman is vulnerable here. But he's actually going to come out on top. That is my prediction. That is my prediction that Hangman is going to retain, because it'd be like if we went through everything in Endgame, Kris. We went through everything at the end of Endgame, and in the very next movie, we saw Steve Rogers getting his ass whooped.
Right, yeah.
Like, well, what do we do? What do we do all this with Thanos for, Steve? If you was gonna get your ass whooped by the Vulture in this movie, you letting Michael Keaton put his hands on you like that? Michael Keaton
be Batman in another world.
Right, he's Batman in another world, and there's George Clooney. He's Batman too. Who is really Batman in this world? James Gunn, come fix this universe. But I think the MJF of it all is very intriguing. Like his relationship with the Hurt Syndicate, you know, him being suckered into this, executing his contract by Hangman Page. But Kris, it could also be a Brer Rabbit situation. Where Brer Rabbit is like, hey, Brer Fox, don't throw me in the briar patch, man. Don't throw me in the briar patch. I don't like the briar patch. And he throws him in the briar patch, and then Brer Rabbit is like, hey, baby, this is where I came from. I grew up in the briar patch. This is my environment. And you know, maybe it's a double ruse, Jay. Maybe it's a double ruse. But I also think, you know, if we gonna get theoretical, Gerard, there's another theory out there called Occam's razor. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And it has nothing to do with Scott Hall.
Simplest.
Yes, the simplest explanation is usually the correct answer. And that's why I'm going to say Hangman Adam Page retains, has his first successful defense after going through everything to get this belt again. But I wouldn't be surprised if MJF won.
Gotcha. And And we're not speaking of the authors of pain when we talk about Arkham and Razor.
That's the only clever thing I liked about Authors of Pain. Like, it took me a while till I played the video game. I'm like, hold on, them boys' names is Arkham and Okay, somebody in creative had fun with that one. If only they spent that much energy booking them properly.
Right. Well, that was the thing, is when you get it. I always say this: if you get a goofy ass name in WWE, you got a ceiling automatically. It just is what
the ceiling is the roof.
Right. Yeah.
And new heavyweight champion Slapjack.
People were telling me I was full of shit about Slapjack, like Dolph Ziggler, and I was like, he's gonna win this belt, and it's gonna be a forgettable reign.
Damn.
His name is Dolph Ziggler, man, and that's the seriousness they take him with, you know.
Yeah. Chris, you're not gonna sit here and slander my Detroit Pistons and then talk about 2013 Dolph Ziggler's world title.
No, I like just the name, man. I always go by just the way I go by algorithms. I don't go by like what I think of a person. Like, I like Nick Nemeth, but when they gave him that fucking name, that sealed his fate. You know, it just kind of it put him at a level that, okay, this is your max. He's lucky he fucking won the world title.
Damn.
in that fluky Money in the Bank cash in.
Damn.
Fluky.
It was a great cash in though. It was a great cash in
of all time.
Everybody it's a cash in though. It's a fluky thing. Like, that's not
Wade Barrett has a bone to pick with about that, because he didn't no, it wasn't him that it was him that failed. Yeah. Not everybody,
Was he the only one that failed?
I think
the Money in the Bank. What's his name?
Cena failed too, didn't he?
Cena failed. The dude that was
Baron Corbin failed. Damian Sandow failed.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what I'm thinking about.
Damian Sandow to a one-arm Cena.
Baron Corbin. Yeah.
Baron Corbin.
Like, I don't like the way WWE did Dolph Ziggler. I thought he should have got a sizable reign. But because I don't know if it was Jim Ross or somebody, they said that Vince McMahon had his mind made up about Nick Nemeth. Once he got over, it was like, okay, like just like they did with Kofi, it was like, okay, we're gonna give you a reign and throw you a bone, but your place in this position isn't meant forever. We're taking you out fast, and that's what they did with him.
True.
Mm-hmm. That concussion didn't help him either, but they took him out and gave it to Del Rio real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Del Rio,
yuck.
Niggas love Del Rio, Mexico boy, and WWE said we ain't bringing him back.
Right. They was like, nah, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me dose, shame on you.
And this will be the third time because we already had Del Rio 2 times.
They did, yeah, they did. I didn't even go front though. I remember when Del Rio came to Impact. I was like, okay, he about to turn over a new leaf. This is it, boys. Get ready. We got Del Rio. We got Austin Aries. Oh, damn. We got the 1996 Portland Trailblazers locker room. Damn it. Damn it.
And both of them dudes are cold with it in the ring, boy.
Yeah.
You can't lie. Del Rio cold cat boy. I'm sounding old as hell. Del Rio cold as hell, boy. I'm not saying nigga too much, but no, touch that. Boy, he's
and everybody, I used to love Austin Aries, man. It's like, no.
Boy, they didn't. He pissed somebody out. They blacklisted him so quick. Yeah, we ain't like your fruit eating ass. We don't want to be
see, Ray. Sometimes in life, you gotta eat more than plants and vegetables to get ahead, Ray.
Steve Jobs rest on ass. Get out of here. They ain't like that. I talked to him like 30 minutes in a show, man. Dude was cool as hell, man. He was just like he was just telling me some stuff like, how they was trying to push about and all that stuff. He was just like, man, he was just trying to, like, I think it was a little bit too late, like it's almost kind of like when you mess up so much, but then you get in church trying to get saved. Like, I'm gonna go to heaven, you know. He was trying to get saved too quick, you know. Like, even God go accept you, God, come on in, but everybody else be like, this man, he just doing this because he just messed up all the time. That was that kind of like thing. That's how I felt like it was. But he was cool, man. When I sit down and talk to different wrestlers and stuff, just sit there and chill with them, they cool and stuff. It's just like everybody here trying to make it, but so many folks be trying to stab in the back, get on money on TV. Man, even this YouTube game, I understand. I understand, boy, folks, boy, people will be people. I'm telling you, man. And then once something's out there by somebody, and you know, folks don't look up stuff no more. Don't try to ask questions. So I always ask questions. All right, this nigga, what this? I be like, what she do? You know, like that bitch crazy too. Like I remember, it's okay. This is a story. I was where was I at? I think I was doing something with WWE at one time. I think it was when she was at WWE. Yeah. So I was doing tribute to the troops, and I was somewhere. I was in whatever it was. Anyway, I go get something to eat, and it was like a little area. She come with her friends. She just to say she was in a mood, and she jumped over a fire. Like, and I'm like, what?
And who is she? Who is she?
Del Rio's ex chick, you know, Paige. She jumped over like this fire pit, and I was like, she like, I'm like, and then somebody said, don't tell her to do something because she'll do it. And I was like, oh, okay, you know, I just talked. I went on about my business. I said, oh, okay. After I was like, Then I saw all this stuff. I was like, oh, okay. And then the videos and all like, yeah, okay. I mean, she great person. We never had a bad word. I'm just saying, you know, when you see people in the element and the elements, and like, okay, you know. Yeah, I seen some stuff and talked to people, so yeah, this is people being people, man. Everybody trying to make it. Everybody trying to everybody trying to make it. That's all it is, man.
True. All right. Well, we know two people that are trying to make it and trying to make it out of Forbidden Door as the world champion. Who you got, Steven? Who you got? Or is this going to end with a time limit draw?
It's gonna be cowboy shit, bro. I'm telling you. This is gonna be good. Now, this is gonna be Alan Page. He got to be MJF, but he got to be. He's gonna do it. You can't just all that time they spend that dude building him up. And first title, it's always the first title defense is always a test. That second title defense is like that's where it's gonna be at. Just like Cody, you know, that first one was like, yeah, okay. But hit his second reign, second or third reign is gonna be like that's where it's gonna be at, you know. Just like remember Edge,
Chris's big example is Bret Hart.
Yeah, Bret Hart, yeah.
Or Edge. Remember when Edge won the first time and then lost it, and people lost their minds, and he won it like 80 more times. Yeah. So Bret Hart was definitely dude wanted it at a Superstars tape and against Ric Flair to get on TV like. Wait, Bret champion? Or like when Diesel won it from what you call it, and they 5 minutes.
Bob Backlund,
the second match, and he come on like Big Daddy's got the gold. I'm like, what?
He beat Cowboy Bob Backlund.
I found out Kevin Nash's name was Kevin Nash because Bob Backlund called him Kevin Nash after he lost the belt. He said, Kevin Nash is a bad wrestler or something like that. The next night on Raw, I was like, "Gosh, okay."
Shooting, pal.
You said the government. Oh,
yeah. And then Shawn Michaels said Shawn Michaels was on commentary with Vince, and he was like, "Who's that, Vince?" And then Vince was like, Vince like, you know, he kind of brushed it off. You know, could tell he was unamused. Right.
Well, son, you know, he do that nervous laugh I get. Well, when Vince ever got cut off, he always do that nervous laugh. You're like, and look to the left, look to the right, and do this little. Go back and look at anything. Every time Vince get caught on guard, he'll know they doing. Well, he do that little nervous laugh thing and do this little motion. He do it every time I caught that. I'm like, that dude nervous. He'll know it. What a maneuver!
yeah, that what a maneuver. When he doesn't know the name of a wrestling move, he'll go to what a maneuver.
or hit him in the bread basket. Like what?
Yeah.
He always says Freudian slip when he makes like a vocal gaffe, when he says something wrong. He goes Freudian slip, right? You know, he's got his little things. You know,
Yeah, it's a little
Cover his backside.
Like,
all right,
cowboy shit, bro. No.
Freudian slip.
Freudian slip.
Zack Sabre Jr.
All right, Jay, get us back on the rails, bro.
All right, so we got MJF versus Outlaw Ron Bass.
See how much fun we're having, Ray.
We done tacked on like another hour, y'all.
Y'all silly, boy.
We could have been out of here.
I love it.
Ray's
You
like,
know
we're
what?
supposed to been done.
Everybody else is saying, you know, it's his first title defense. So what? MJF is money. I think MJF is going to take the belt. He's going to throw it in his face, talking about how Adam Page is this nervous millennial cowboy. He's going to play into his emotions, and I think he's going to build into something down the line where it's like, you know, they're going to have their, you know, it's going to be a feud. But I do see MJF walking out simply because the next match that we're talking about, you want the people to leave happy, which kind of leads into what I'm going to think to pick for the next match. But MJF, I mean, he's got the movie with Adam Sandler that's been going crazy. He's a very compelling character. Him and Adam Page have had history since AEW started. So playing into that storyline, I think the title belt is going back home with the devil, unfortunately.
So you saying, Jay, is if All In was Endgame, then Forbidden Door is Doomsday before we even seen Doomsday, because Doom wins in this one.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I see the vision.
Franklin is looking at Doom right now.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, don't tell OG Rachel.
Ray actually watched the movie this week.
I did.
The only thing that I would kick back on is I don't know if MJF is money yet. I'm not prepared to say that, but the rest of your scenario it's on planet Earth. It's within the realm of reality. So
you wouldn't be surprised.
I agree with that, but I think that he's marketable. I'll say that. I mean, he's Hollywood right now, and if you're looking to go mainstream, why not go with someone that
when they don't have him doing the
people are
Brofoonery
familiar with right now? You know what I'm saying?
I actually think MJF, not MJF, not MJF. I think Hangman. I actually think he's more mainstream than MJF. I actually think I think he's a winning hand that you don't play games with, in my opinion. Him, what's his name, Ospreay and Swerve. I really don't think those are guys you fuck with that much. You know, MJF had a legit chance. You know, he did okay, but you know, I don't think anyone's gonna say MJF was. His title reign was cut short. He started off as a heel, turned babyface, and you know, the truth. Was the Brofoonery in that title reign or before it, or
the Brofoonery was doing the devil storyline with with the I'm blanking on his name.
Adam
Cole. Cole.
They were like hugging each other and.
He got hurt too, also
playing miniature golf, and
that was also when they did the whole thing with where he had to come out and make a statement about the nickel segment.
Right? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He had a weird title reign.
Yeah, it was a very awkward title reign. Yeah. Maybe a second title reign would would be more marketable if they do better stuff with him. You know.
Let me pose this question.
Okay.
What's exciting? What's more exciting to you all? A blank canvas of Hangman and what comes next for him and his future with the world title reign.
Mm-hmm.
Or that story that they teased of MJF having to get that world title and somehow survive Bobby Lashley.
Mm.
Yeah.
He just pulled a Matthew McConaughey from A Time to Kill. Close your eyes.
I think there are merits to both, but I would say MJF is not MJF. God, why do I keep fucking doing that?
Freudian slip.
I would say Hangman is I do think Hangman is a once in a lifetime talent.
Hangman?
Still in that from MJF. I do think Hangman, because Hangman is a guy that they fucked up so many times, and all he does is get more popular. And there's not that many wrestlers in wrestling, period, that have that kind of ability, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Yeah.
I like the
see
blank
that.
canvas storyline, but also too, MJF. He's money and he can talk his ass off, and also is better chasing the title than the babyface having it.
Yeah, that's always the argument there.
It's always that. But also AEW is so different, so they can get away with it. What's so cool about AEW? They can try this and get away with it. You know, they have the time to try this stuff. So we can try Hangman once again, because Hangman has been that guy since the beginning, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And do you need a title for Bobby Lashley to beat the hell out of MJF? Not really. It's because of them titles, you know.
Would you guys call AEW a babyface territory or a heel territory?
I would say neither. I think AEW is AEW. I think because the fans are those NXT fans went over to AEW and didn't grow. So they have to outgrow those fans and bring those new fans in. AEW is in a spot that I see it right now is still in a growing spate because so AEW, they came in, they had their honeymoon, they had their storms, they survived the storm with Cody, they survived the storm with Punk. You know, the little bit of missteps of not doing the story. Now they just getting their feet back up under them, listening, because if All In, Adam Page didn't win that title, it was over. So I don't think they're going to take it off the page too soon. If they do, they got to have a story, because people are like, okay, what are you going to do? You know, I'm trusting you. You know, they get to that point, and also people are starting to turn on WWE again. So this is a perfect opportunity. This is a perfect opportunity for a lot of fans to go to AEW, and you know, the next 2 years, AEW can jump leaps and bounds, and WWE know this. That's why they're doing that petty shit by putting reviews and trying to help TNA and all this kind of stuff. So I really do think it's AEW's time, because they survived. They got the money, but they survived. They survived Cody and Punk. Oh my gosh! Now they can get past that. You know? That was man.
I think AEW is at a point now where they're not going away.
No.
I think that no, even if let's say tomorrow TBS and TNT and all those turn networks are like, fuck off, they'll find another home, you know. They're viable, watchable TV. So I know a lot of people are like with it, because I think TNA, if they move to their night, I don't think that TNA will be in horrible shape. I think they would be viable competition, but I think AEW is just now. I think AEW is in people's veins now. You know, it's like you're not just. It's not something you're just gonna get rid of. You know, AEW has put it this way: there are people that were 14 years old when AEW came out in 2019, that their kids at home watching that shit, and they're like, you know what? I want to be an AEW wrestler. You know, that's how it used to be back in the day. It's like you had wrestlers like Lance Storm always talked about how he wanted to be an NWA wrestler or a WCW wrestler. So that's why he went there when ECW folded. Then you have guys like Triple H say, I always wanted to be a WWF wrestler. They're going to be wrestling upcoming wrestlers that are going to say, I always wanted to be an AEW wrestler, you know? That's where they're at right now. So I do think WWE needs to stop this stupid shit. It's I don't know what the fuck it would be different if head-to-head competition mattered like it used to matter.
Right.
But I could just tape fucking WWE or just stay on like Blue Sky or Twitter the night and watch motherfuckers put the clips on that and still watch the AEW pay-per-view. There's not anything that's stopping me from watching AEW. It's dumb.
Yeah. And to your question, Kris, I think maybe at the beginning you could have classified AEW maybe as a heel-leaning territory because I think that's what Tony grew up with.
Right.
Watching NWA, watching WCW. But when you have baby faces that are so compelling, like a Swerve, like a Hangman, you know, like a Will Ospreay, you know, doing that cowboy shit, bro. You know, like Tony Storm. Yes, put it on a t-shirt, Dickie Bird. But like when your baby faces are so good, I think we put that on a t-shirt, man. Patent pending. But I feel like when you have your baby faces that are so good and also connect with an audience, then that kind of shifts whatever your original plans were. And you know, Steven's right. Like they just kind of charting AEW's path from the beginning to now. Like when they came out, you the toast of the town. Everybody loves you. And then it's like, oh, wait, hold on, wait a minute. She was cute at the club, but now she got that big toe that looked like a pinky toe, and then maybe she got like one of them Megan Fox thumbs that look like a big toe, and like, she ain't perfect. And then you're like, hold on, but she can cook though. Oh, but she burnt the toast. She burnt the toast. I don't even know if we can keep this thing going. I'm gonna have to kick her to the curb like Kris did to his 47 ex-girlfriends. But then she turns around and she's like, hey man, like dude, like I was going through a rough patch and she was there for me every step of the way. I know we gonna make it. It ain't gonna be perfect, but we gonna make it. And I kind of feel like that's where we are with AEW now. Like, we didn't been through some things, but you know, I stuck with you, you stuck with me, and I feel like we're on the right path now.
Right, yeah, I think they have that. I know that's a perfect analogy. I think they have that kind of relationship with fans. It's not something you can just fucking. It's not something you're just gonna ruin by doing your stupid like head-to-head booking shit. You know, you got to be a little bit more clever than that, man. And also even putting TNA on a Wednesday, and be like, oh, we're good. We're putting TNA. Like
you setting TNA up for failure, dog. And somebody who grew up loving TNA, man.
Yeah, it's like if you're doing shit like that, that shows me you're out for some kind of vengeance on a company just for simply existing, for giving hundreds of wrestlers a job, you know, that, like for not
production crew, staff.
Yeah, it just makes no fucking sense, man.
It's petty. It's petty to the highest level. It's super petty. They can backfire on their ass too.
Yeah,
because you know what they say, how they all say back in God don't like ugly. You know what? They can really, because they bringing Brock back, and what that trial go down and some other stuff come out. You know, hey, you know,
they're playing with fire.
Yeah, like that. Like I mean, I think they're purposely trying to appeal to the old wrestling fan. That's why I think they have. That's why you get Triple H, being at Trump's press conference talking about, I'm the head of like with sex offender Lawrence Taylor. You know, I think WWE wants they kind of then they're getting rid of the press conferences too.
That's why they got rid of that. You know why?
Yeah, I think
they don't want that smoke.
Yeah, I think they want to be at a point where they used to be, where they used to do all this stupid shit and didn't have to answer to anybody. And you know, that's why they embraced Hulk Hogan. That's why they have Tony whack ass Hinchcliffe. Doing those things, you know, they want that crowd back. They see UFC successfully did it, and they want that in WWE. it's just, I don't think it's ever happening because for so long, they've tried to mainstream themselves. And they didn't realize that while they were mainstreaming themselves, all the mainstreaming of themselves that they did was woke, and this is where they're at now, man. I think they need to embrace who their woke fan base. I think they need to stop this shit. Because they're not getting back, the people that used to chant like the gay slurs and the racial slurs at events. That's not coming back,
And if you do bring those people back, you're going to have an immediate conflict with your existing audience.
Right,
and they don't want that coming across the TV.
Right, yeah. It's I don't, I think it's fool's gold they're chasing, right? And don't think they didn't hear Trump get booed when they showed him on the screen, and they showed him on the screen.
No, Chris, they were saying it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah. And they showed him on the screen with Triple H. Like, you think you're fucking gonna cheer Trump because Triple H is on the screen? Like, come the fuck on, man.
We're already inclined to dislike Triple H. Like, he's on a very short leash with a lot of the fan base.
Yeah, it's like this dude is already.
Now, if Trump was next to Cody, maybe you could get away with not having so many boos. But come on, Paul, come on. Like we already just kind of tolerate you sometimes.
Yeah.
My name is Paul. I don't want it all.
Paul's new slogan is WWE profits are up and we don't want the smoke.
Right.
Exactly. We don't want black folks on pay-per-views. Boy, you know what? When you ask,
the show, we ain't gonna win.
When you ask like certain people them questions, like why black people ain't get treated like this, and they had that silent pause, and then they get flustered and they do the little shake shit, and like, well, that's why them press conferences ain't here no more.
I don't see color.
I don't see color. I see talent, and the talent has color, and the color is black. We ain't with that. Snoop, he's okay. Cody's cool. Cody, his wife,
Cody just likes
his barbecue thing, and it's okay. So, but I don't know. Nah. Next question. Did you enjoy the show?
Like R-Truth, you can come back. Like, we don't need that Ron Killing stuff though.
Yeah. Hey, come over here to the pictures on the internet.
I'm driving now, Ron.
Right.
It's different, y'all. We're going live 5 hours. God, hey.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and land that plane.
It's light work, brother Steve.
Oh, okay.
I think our last episode was about as long as the last AEW pay-per-view.
Boy, y'all got to start doing weekly shows. Get them 2-hour shows. Now. I love it, but man, this wrestling stuff it's a different time, man. At least people right now. People still easily offended, but also people are more smarter, and people don't fall for the bullshit. And people start seeing the bullshit more now because we got this right here. It's open up now. It's Pandora's box open. You can't put the toothpaste back into the tube no more. And people see a lot of bullshit. And I really do think this is AEW time to strike while the iron's hot because even though we love WWE and stuff, but people start seeing people start seeing. With content creation, people see bullshit. People see if you real or not, and people see this stuff. They can like, wait a minute, hold on, you doing what?
Yeah,
you have to do that one time. Okay, this another one. They trying to do this pay-per-view, and I bet you they're gonna try to put Cena and Brock on this pay-per-view on in September. The time is All Out is on, and that right there can shoot him in the foot. Even though we're gonna watch it, but you don't have to do all that stuff.
And I don't even see. The thing is, I don't even give a fuck about a Cena Brock Lesnar match. It's not something I actively care about, And when I talk to when the postmarks and people come at me, none of them seem interested in it, like to the level that they're interested in other stuff, So I mean, maybe mainstream wrestling fans that's something they care about. I just haven't seen any evidence of that, online.
You right, man. You right.
Yeah,
that's true. All right. Well,
But
let's
you know
go
what we
ahead.
do care about, Ray Williams, this damn
Indeed.
unsanctioned main event.
All right. Well, before we get to that, because it's still myself and Gerard haven't had a chance to give our predictions, so I'll be quick.
Just go ahead and say
Hangman.
you want John Wayne to win this match.
John Wayne.
I'll pick Jerry Jones to win the match.
Oh,
They
never,
ain't winning shit then.
Leon Lett.
never those Cowboys. I never. Mm-mm-mm.
Dak Prescott doing that cowboy shit, bro.
I got Hangman, even though I do find it interesting. I think, like you mentioned before, Nate, I think it could be a ruse to a ruse, where
The
it's
rare
like,
double
you think
ruse.
you got me. MJF is like, you think you got me, but I'm always thinking one step ahead. Just when they think they had the answers, I changed the questions. if you will. But I kind of agree with you guys. I think it does make a difference for it to just be a month reign and not have any defenses.
Yeah.
I think it makes a difference. So I'm going with
Gerard.
Especially with the Moxley year they gave us, you know, it's like you want to come up for air and stay up for a little while, you know, before it's like, okay, go swim another 10 laps, you know.
Gerard, tell us why Blackjack Mulligan's gonna win.
Well, he not, sadly, because it's gonna be MJF. Revolution this year, Hangman beat MJF.
Okay.
I do believe, and I'm gonna retroactively change a couple of things that I've already stated on this show. I'm just gonna go with my FTR beating the Hurt Syndicate prediction.
Okay.
I think MJF hooded up. You might think it's Stokely, but it's actually MJF. He cost him the belt earlier in the night. FTR helps him get that belt by the end of the night. And so that leads to a rematch later on, MJF, Hangman. But then you get a 6-man tag out of it as well, because Cope and Christian will be helping them on a random Dynamite after they get done with that parking lot brawl. So keep all that.
You're confusing me now. Because this is the thing. Like with the WWE pay-per-view last month, I remember the prediction you made about Roman Reigns getting pinned and something that was never going to happen. But you made the prediction. You stuck with it. You stuck with it. So now I knew that this one next month, I'm not even going to remember what you picked. This month, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna be trying to pick what Gerard picked. I don't remember.
Here's the beauty in what Gerard did, though, Chris, and we talked about this the other day. Gerard has already learned at such a young age in the podcast, in his podcasting career. He's learned sometimes it ain't about the shots that you make when people's watching. It's about the shots you take that could sink. You taking these Caitlin Clark, Steph Curry, Trae Young shots from half court. Don't nobody talk about all the times you missed it, Steph Curry, but we're going to talk about the one time out of 10 that you hit it. Gerard is like, I'm a volume shooter on these wrestling theory streets, and I respect the game, young brother.
I respect the game, too. I really do, but, yeah.
Because hear me, Chris.
Yeah.
Them shoulders going on the mat for Braun. Braun going to get Roman shoulders on that mat before WrestleMania next year.
No, that's gonna happen.
Before
Man.
WrestleMania
Next
year,
you predicted it in a throwaway tag match with Duke first coming back. That was never gonna happen. That's all I said.
Great.
I think
you're right. You got to take big swings.
Yeah. I think he is gonna.
Those are the same Jordans too.
Shula Fowler. We got the Shula Fowler right there.
Running with it. We running
that's
with
just
it.
I believe I lean on stories. I lean on the stories and the stories they give me. You show me that there's a loss that's out there, that losses in wrestling always matter to me, at least. And so that's going to come back to bite Hangman eventually. That MJF's going to get that win back. 2, he's got that contract yes, he could lose it and it could be this whole ruse, but then doesn't that hurt MJF even more that you just got played like that? That you lost your black friends and you got played out all in the span of a month? Like, man, like you can't go to no cookout, you ain't got no gold. Like, what do you have at that point?
The pick for this match is MJF, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the pick for the tag team match is FTR.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Time stamp that for me, Ray. So I just Chris said
he wants to start keeping receipts.
Yeah, I just want to know the pick, you know. So,
MJF has a receipt right now that he's looking to get back.
Okay.
And I could easily see, yes, he might not have the Hurt Syndicate with him, but he's got a pinnacle of friends out there that he could easily pull.
I think that's a realistic pick.
I wouldn't be mad if they just big banged this whole card. And so, like, yeah, you had All In as one event, and then you just let Swerve win. So you have Swerve as unified champ. You have MJF as your world champion. You have FTR as your tag champions that are going to lose it to Copeland and Christian. You have Athena take the world title off of Tony, and now she's the champion because she couldn't do it in Texas. A lot of those things you kind of maybe wanted to do in Texas, just big bang it at Forbidden Door and just keep having these big, exciting events with things that you have your fans talking about from show to show to show. That's what they tried to do this year. WWE did. Oh, Jey Uso won and Charlotte won. Okay, maybe that's not big enough. Okay, John Cena heel turn. Okay, now we gotta get to Mania. Okay, let's do this next thing. Okay, boom. How are we gonna span out John Cena's heel turn? They're trying to span that out. What is AEW gonna do for their brand? Why not just big bang it at this point? Because like I want to see Swerve win a title. I wouldn't mind Hangman not having this long drawn out title reign and chasing Sue. I would love to just see Athena have another world title and then have the AEW world title at that. So like, let's just big bang it at this point and just blow it up.
Okay.
Makes sense.
I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. So
you gotta know where you're gonna go with all this stuff too, because it sounds nice doing that right now. And I would definitely I'm like Issa Rae. I'm rooting for everybody that's black, you know. But we gotta figure about where these players are gonna land at too. You know, like we gotta get that time to cook. Adam Page, you gotta get them time to cook. You know, you gotta give them chances because with every AEW title reign is always a long reign, at least 9 months. We haven't had no short title reign. You know, it just don't work like that in AEW. You know, maybe other titles, they switch and all that kind of stuff, but these world titles, they mean something, and that long title reign means something to that person, especially when they say wins and losses matter in AEW. I think putting up challengers in that blank as I'm thinking about it, that will work. But MJF is really good to come back and do something else. Now, will we see something different, like a story like that? Yeah, that could be, but that we can't rehash on what we've seen. We gotta like take chances on what's new, you know. And a lot of the newer stuff is in AEW's term is that long burning storyline, and we gotta give them the ball for a little while and see what's going to happen.
We'll see Sunday night.
Yeah. I think the long-term story we get into is Darby. I think that's the new one we building.
The Mountain Man, King of the
Man,
Mountain.
that's one person I don't want to see it too, man. I could toss his ass. I don't care if you climb a mountain or what. You know, shoot, you can go up Old Smoky. I don't care. Like, no, man. He just if he do win the title, let it be like quick and then get it off of him.
I mean, I told folks how it's gonna go. It's gonna go Hangman to MJF. MJF gonna lose it in a headlock takeover to Darby Allin, and then Darby Allin gonna get his little ass tossed around by Bobby Lashley, because though we said the threat was going to be MJF versus Bobby Lashley, MJF couldn't hold on long enough to
what
it
about
because
Shelton,
he was so
though?
scared
Does
of Bobby
Shelton get the
that
title?
Darby caught him slipping. And then Darby, because I always think of that Darby Samoa Joe series that I just love so much over that team.
Oh
title.
yeah.
Well, if Darby
Right,
can go with him, let's see what you can do with Bobby Lashley, because you just running out the ring and then Bobby just just slopping you like a wall and you just hitting the ground, I could easily see it. Like, show me what y'all can do. Some power spots with Darby.
Okay.
Bobby gets that world title reign. There you go. And then who does he lose it to? I don't know at that point, but
I like to see Shelton get the title reign.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like maybe like you say that, but then like Shelton stepped to the Bobby, like, Bobby, hey brother, let me get this one. And he like just look at him like he need to tell him, listen, you've been world champion. I never had a chance to prove myself. Let me do this. I can get it. And he like, go ahead, brother. Go ahead and do it. And then that might keep a little tension between them two, but like, yeah, I won that title. Because I really think, man, I want him to, or he get that Continental title. But yeah, I want to see Shelton win it. I want to see Shelton get that title. I think it's a good storyline for him never win the world title and finally he can be like when Booker T won the title in WCW and finally get that world title that he deserves. He can work with everybody and stuff like
That's
that.
That's not the Puerto Rican world title because he did win that, but I don't think anyone counts that.
The Puerto Rican world title?
No.
Yeah, he won the what's the their Universal Championship, which is their world title. The one the promotion that
for Carlos Colon.
Colon owns.
Yeah.
Was that IWA?
Is that what it is? I think so. Yeah.
International Wrestling Association.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I remember they used to have them top 10s in the aftermath. Like, who are all these people?
Right. Yeah.
You don't have them problems no more because you can see all the people, as we alluded to at the top of the program.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this is gonna be like we got one more match, but I think this match in particular is gonna be very interesting to see whether MJF can pull the wool over the eyes of the audience, or if if Ray's guy Stan Hansen can successfully defend the title one more time.
Cowboy Terry.
We done ran out of cowboys, I think. one of the funks, Dory, Terry, one of you funks.
All right. Well,
Cowboy Will Storm.
Beer money, bro.
Yeah.
all right.
See how much fun we having, Ray. You gotta embrace it, Ray.
Well, let's go ahead and get on to that last match. And the Mountain Man was mentioned earlier. We thought we were going to get Darby Allin versus Jon Moxley one-on-one, but then the wool was pulled over our eyes, and we ended up getting a 5-on-5 lights out steel cage match between the Death Riders, consisting of Jon Moxley, Claudio Castagnoli, and the mercenary Gabe Kidd, along with the Young Bucks, to team up against. And this is like a star-studded affair right here. You got Kota Ibushi, Hiroshi Tanahashi, Kenny Omega, Will Ospreay, and Darby Allin. So we'll go ahead. We'll start from the top. We'll start in the order that you see. So, Brother Nate, who you got?
Yeah, I don't have any question in my mind about who's winning this. My only question is somebody going to get set on fire in this one? That's what AEW likes to do with these type of affairs. But no, this is going to be fun. This is going to be a fun little spectacle. I'm not even going to call it a match. It's going to be a fun spectacle. But look, man, come on, man. Like they didn't like the Death Riders ain't no punks, but they're going up against the Monstars right now. When you talking about, we got the Golden Lovers, man. We got the president in the building. We got the Mountain Man. And then who else we had? We had one more person. Who am I forgetting?
The Golden Lovers.
I said the Golden Lovers. We got the Golden Lovers. We got the president. We got the Mountain Man.
And Zack Sabre Jr.
And Ray Sabre Jr. Ray's favorite person. I should have turned my forgetfulness into a bit. I should have turned it into a bit because then it would have brought everything full circle. But yeah, Ray, can he hit the Zack Driver 97 in a steel cage in an unsanctioned match? We don't know, but we'll find out. This feels like again, we made the correlation to Endgame multiple times when we looked at All In, and this feels like if Endgame, well, I guess technically Endgame did have kind of a coda in terms of Spider-Man: Homecoming being the like coda to Endgame, where it was like, here's all your feels, we're gonna fill this out, enjoy. But this is even more direct corollary because we still got most of the same characters. Like in Homecoming, all we had was Peter Parker and like Tony Storm, before Tony Storm. She was in that movie too. You ain't see her, Ray. That's how good of an actress she is, man. Tony Stark was in, you know what I'm saying? But in this one, we still have a lot of the main characters from the big movie that we just watched in Texas. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it's like they running it back one last time. This is kind of like when you're reading the story, man, it's like 5 years later, here's how everybody's story turned out. I think this is, despite one of us having a bias towards one of the participants on Darby's team, we're not gonna bring this up right now, Jay. We're not gonna allow you to influence us with your hate for Kenny Omega, because this is bigger than that, man. This is bigger than that. This is finally driving a stake through the heart of the Death Riders. That's what this match is. It's not to spoil anything about Fantastic Four, but Darby's team is Gravity, and the Death Riders are the villain that was foiled by Gravity. I'm not going to say who that was, but Gravity played a big part in how the story wrapped up. Science. It's science, y'all. It's science. You know what I'm talking about, Gerard. Gravity did his damn thing. Should have been called the Fantastic Five, because Gravity was a key member of that team. But yeah, I think, man, it's gonna go crazy. But if we are to do the title switch, then you do want to send the fans home happy. But if you have Hangman retain, then they're gonna go home doubly happy. So either way, Team Darby wins. My man came from the mountain, and he's on his way back up another mountain. But we'll see if it turns into a molehill. That's all I got on this match, Ray Williams.
Gotcha. And we've been corrected by T. Anthony. That Puerto Rican promotion was called WWC, World Wrestling Council.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because it was called the IWAWWC originally, T. Anthony. But you got to go back even further and do your history when Carlos Colon and Cowboy Bob Orton, right, was in a feud.
I knew you were going to.
But yes, thank you for the correction, T. Anthony. We appreciate. He not only gave us money tonight, he gave us knowledge. So we appreciate it, brother.
Of course. Brother Kris, who do you got?
Darby's team, and I'm passing the mic.
Yeah. I hear that. Yeah. Gerard?
Darby's team. I ain't got nothing more to it. Ain't that it's a fun match.
Ain't even got to be that deep, I guess.
Yeah. Same, because I got to get up out of here soon. So yeah, same. Darby's team. Brother Jay.
Kenny Omega's team.
Woo!
Oh, okay.
The ultimate ruse.
Maybe you might enjoy his entrance this time.
If it ain't made by a failing 10th grader, then yeah, okay.
Get your boy over there.
Yeah. Hey.
Damn. Omega High finna be on your back, brother. You need to leave.
All right. We'll end off with our guest of honor, Brother Steven. Who you got?
Boy, y'all are a trip, boy. I needed to laugh. I love to laugh, boy. It's funny as hell. Man, I would be so happy if something happened to Darby where he just be incapacitated, just like take his little ass and just throw him off the cage or something, and just like he just break in half and like to be in him, like just go. But definitely, I think this is gonna be the end of the Death Rider story right here, and Mox gonna take some time away. So I do think the good guys are gonna win. Long or they can but I guess it's gonna lose faith in Moxley. And then, this will be his ascent, him and Darby, and then he'll be off for a while and stuff like that. So yeah, they're gonna do. It's 5 people in there, so it's gonna be good. The good guys are gonna win. The good guys are gonna win.
Yeah, maybe John Moxley can finally take that fishing trip that he's been looking for the last 5 years.
I know, right?
All right. And with that, gentlemen, that leads us to a wrap. Another month in the books over here at the Nefarious, or not Nefarious, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
Yes, we did it again. We definitely want to thank our guest of honor, as you mentioned, Ray. He was the right guest for this month, brothers. You see what we did there?
Oh, look at that! Oh boy.
But Steve, we appreciate your time, man. We appreciate the conversation, brother. Real quick, I do just want to hit one thing because it is in the show notes. If you have thoughts about this, cool. If not, you can pass on it. But people have been hitting us up as a show. We did share our thoughts about this at Nefarious, but the passing of Terry Bollea, Hulk Hogan. Any thoughts, good, bad, and different as we head out this month?
I could look at it from a photographer standpoint. Had a chance to photograph him many times through WWE, TNA, independent stuff. That one independent show he did in Memphis long time ago. If you don't remember, him and Big Show did that. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him and Vince. You can celebrate his accomplishments, but dang, man, it's so freaking hard. Difficult for what he said about us and how he felt. And Vince McMahon said something. He said some racist stuff, and I don't think he's racist. It's kind of hard to believe that because you know how we are as brothers and black people. We can tell and stuff like that. Right. And I want to believe that, but just like, man, I hate that it just happened and stuff because I'm always good for second chances and stuff like that. I just kind of hate that he just didn't give us the apology that we desired, that we wanted. Right. And that's where I really say, try to look at it and I prayed about it, thought about it, joked about it, all that stuff. It's just really difficult. But also too, you can't deny the fact that if this man didn't do what he did, him and Vince, man, we wouldn't be here sitting here talking, laughing, talking about stuff. Because man, dude put wrestling on the map, man. Every time somebody say, "Oh, that's so Hulk Hogan did," shoot, like I was saying, like, man, I gave up Bozo for Hulk Hogan back in the day, I mean, and it just photograph him and stuff like that. That was just like, it was great, Yeah. And people make stupid decisions. People say stupid stuff. I can go against a grain. I don't think he was racist, but he said some racist shit. And like Sparker said, how you gonna defend him when he said what he was? He said, oh, he was, and it was a dark part in his life and stuff, and only him and God, got.
I don't think he had a lot of dark stuff.
I see what you did there, Kris.
I think that was the point. He was staying around.
He needed more dark in his life, is what you were saying.
But also too, I can't not I'm not gonna sit here and not, because I don't know what kind of conversation him and God has. He said he's a born again Christian. Okay, cool. Hey, I don't know. I don't know that we don't know. But I also too are not going to trivialize somebody else who want to feel a certain way. Somebody like black people want to feel. Don't trivialize somebody who's hurt. I saw people oh, you shouldn't say that. Man, let people say what they want to say. People handle stuff differently. And that picture right there, I set that picture up. But I can tell you the exact moment. Boys and Girl Club, WrestleMania 30. This is the Drew Brees show. You see Brees on the side of the left, right? This is his foundation. This is I set this picture up. Hogan coming in, seen it was on the side, and I looked like nobody was saying that. People, and if y'all already tell, I got a big mouth. I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna let people know. I say, hey brother, let's get a versus pose right here. And Hogan that sounded like a good idea. And and seen him say, hey, let's get it right, y'all two right here. All right, let's get a versus pose. Soon as I did it, I said, all right, let's go. And everybody started snapping pictures. I 100% put my life on. I set that picture up. I set that picture up of Hogan and John Cena. It was a charity event, WWE. I got pictures to prove it and stuff. Probably a video out there maybe somewhere who did it, but I put that picture together, him and Hogan, and like that was a really iconic picture that I'm very proud for. A lot of people don't know that, so I'm glad y'all brought that picture up. I set that picture up when I was on WrestleMania 30 weekend.
Wow.
Yeah. So there you go, man. So I look at it from a different point of view because I kind of halfway worked with him close on some different things and stuff. And yeah, I've seen some stuff, it just people being people. People can be evil, people can have their moments and stuff. It's just, it is what it is. I wish you would apologize much better, but can't deny the fact that this man, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be taking that picture.
Right.
So we made money off because of him. So yeah. Well, that's what it is.
I guess I can.
Yeah, go ahead, Kris.
So here's the thing with Hulk Hogan. One, I was saying, he's racist as fuck. But I'm gonna couch it with this. If Hogan just said the N-word in passing jest, I could forgive that, like people were tripping on Morgan Wallen. I was like, he was drunk and said something stupid. I didn't think that meant he was a racist. Or even when Paula Dean was, talking, saying to, said her shit. I could even forgive that. The stuff Hogan said was so vitriolic and it was so specific. It wasn't the N-word. It was, this is what I think of black people. And then all I've just listening to Brooke Hogan for the last month just kind of confirms my worst suspicions of him. I just think that was a bug he had in him. He had multiple chances to atone for that. Booker T asked him, hey, you want to do a college tour or something and we can, squash this? And he declined. What's his name? Mark Henry on the TMZ thing asked him to do something similar and Hogan declined. But he found his home. He found his sanctuary. He found his fortress of solitude, if you will, with the MAGAs, and that was his way out of apologizing. He didn't want to do the hard work of making it up to black people. He found an audience that was much willing to take him with his racism and all, and come on board. Even at the Republican National Convention, he was talking shit about immigrants. So, I mean, this is who this man was. Now, does this mean that I hate everything about Hogan's past? No, I think I'll go. I'm on record. I didn't say anything on social media about him when he died. I was like, I'm not gonna bash him. I don't want, I don't care what Nick sees. I don't like him that much either. But Brooke, she seems okay. I didn't want, and Jimmy Hart, it was a nice guy. I didn't want those people seeing that stuff. But yeah, man, I didn't fuck with Hogan in life after that tape. I don't really fuck with him in death. I don't get offended if people feel a way about him. If he was important to your childhood, that's fine and dandy. But I don't need Hogan. Yeah, am I watching wrestling because of him and Vince? Probably, but I still think I would have found my way to wrestling because I was watching NWA when I was a kid too. So I mean, I don't know, but I don't play those sliding doors, what if games and shit. And hopefully he made his words and stuff and atoned with his God, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ isn't my God, so Hey, that it is what it is. I don't bash Christians, but everybody finds God when some stuff goes down. So who's next, man? I need to stop talking now.
Gerard, go. You got it. You got it, man.
I am a young millennial who grew up watching wrestling, and my first introduction to Hulk Hogan was him coming back and being put on SmackDown basically post WrestleMania 18. And so I heard about the legends. Oh, hey, this the man that did a lot of stuff back in the day. He picked up a big man in Pontiac. That's down the street. Outside of that, yeah, he did some other stuff, and he's won some belts, cups the ear, all that. Cool. I already kind of accepted him. I never really. He kind of felt like he was out of time, out of my time, and so I never really had a big connection to Hogan. But besides when he came back to do the Hassan stuff or to feud with Randy or HBK and Vince, but it meant nothing to me. We get to the tape. I'm done with you after the tape. I have nothing. I'm good. Now, I'll tell you what, Terry Bollea gets plenty of work on WWE 2K25 on my universe mode because homie gets his own custom entrance. He doesn't get that Real American no more because he ain't no Real American. Two, homie definitely gets whatever I get to choose, and he gets the lowest stats because when my brothers need a come up, there's Hulk Hogan for you. So,
Carmelo Hayes getting wins on the pay-per-view over Terry.
Leg drops off the top ropes, off the ladders. Hey, he going crazy.
The young OG gets a win over Terry Bollea. Damn.
But I'm good. To me, when your apology is, hey, I got caught, don't get caught.
Right.
I'm good. Because then you're not being genuine. When the wrestlers around you got to beat around the bush to say, we don't like you, but we can't really bury you fully because we in the business. Cool. Well, I hear you too. I'm good with him. When we got to put Titus O'Neil next to you to make you look better, so you look a little more inclusive, and even your own hometown says, "Yo, one of these things is not like the other, and you don't belong out here next to him, Hogan." You got booed in your own home state. Get out of here. If your own kind, if your own people don't want you at times, what does that say? I get that, hey, wrestling fans, I get that he's made people's childhoods. I get that he's done a lot for folks. But he ain't done nothing for me.
Jay Lacey.
I kind of alluded to it off the mic, off the air. For me, I grew up a wrestling fan because of him. My cousins introduced me to wrestling, and he was on there and just doing larger than life things. And for me, it's like I never understood Never Meet Your Heroes until, the tape came out, the non-apology came out. So they say the opposite of love is indifference, and that's where I'm at. For me, Hulk Hogan died years ago. Terry Bollea passed away. He's a father. He's a husband or whatever. I feel bad for his family, but I do not have any feelings towards him or his legacy, and it's a shame because he should be celebrated because the wrestling industry is where it is because of a character. And Nate, you've said it before too. He was a lie. I'm not going to go any further than that, so. It is what it is. I can forgive him, yeah, but he never gave us the opportunity to forgive him. So that's where I'm at.
Ray Williams.
All right. Well, if you guys are following us on Nefarious Media Network, we did make our thoughts known about Brother Terry a few weeks ago, about a week after the passing, but I think the words of post wrestling's own John Pollock pretty much gathers all of my sentiments up. So let me go ahead and pull up
And I uploaded that picture if
Last
y'all wanted
word.
to see it.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll post it up as soon as I get through the article. But yes, so, and I knew this was going to happen. I knew Brother John, I knew he was going to kill it as soon as I heard about everything that happened with Hogan. And then I was like, after reading the story that he did about Sabu after his passing, I was like, oh, John, about he about to get it in. And sure enough, he did. And similar to his last words on his piece for Sabu, his last words on Hulk Hogan ring even truer. While we can mourn the memory of a man who brought entertainment to many, provided great services through his charity work, and grew his industry, but he was a man with many faults, and there are consequences for those actions. Over time, Terry Bollea and Hulk Hogan became one and the same, and disentangling the two was impossible. For some, they must do to preserve the make-believe rather than confront the reality. We can throw out words like complicated, but that's just the problem. For many, there is nothing complicated about this at all. Some live by the words of Hulk Hogan, while others' fandom died because of the ones uttered by Terry Bollea. We'll never know where Hulk Hogan ended and Terry Bollea began, and in the end, it doesn't really matter. So I'll just leave it at that.
Shout out to John Pollock, who run thing here at Post Wrestling with Wai Ting. The brother always is good at putting things in context. Yeah, that's a great picture, man.
So like I said, I was doing this much high quality. As you can see, the other picture was like off to the side. I was right here directing the traffic and the photo stuff right here. So, and this photo's been stolen so many times, and you can see my logo at the bottom, but it's been stolen so many times. So right photography. But 10 years ago, this picture, I think, when was WrestleMania 30? 13 years ago? Well, whatever it was. But that's it right there, y'all. So I come with receipts.
I know that's right. You and Kris both keep receipts. My last thing on this, my thoughts on Hogan, kind of echoes what everybody said here. He was a complicated person in the way that all people are complicated, which is that we are all flawed. And so then the question becomes, how do you kind of unpack all of this? And when you look at the character of Hulk Hogan and what it meant to this sport that means so much to us and what means so much to everybody watching and everybody listening, I completely understand why there may be feelings where it feels like, man, a part of your childhood just died. Full disclosure, and I've told this to Kris and anybody else when we talk about Terry Bollea over the years, I always respected the character of Hulk Hogan, but I was always a WCW guy. So my guys were like Sting and Flair and Dusty and them cats. Ron Simmons, you know what I'm saying? People like that were like, when I was a kid, that's what, kind of sucked me into this whole thing that I'm still here. If I had known then, Kris, what I know now, I might have been like, Mama, you could turn Magnum PI back on. I don't want to get addicted to this narcotic. Drugs are bad. Dare to resist. Drugs and alcohol, kids, and wrestling is both. But I think you can't understate his importance to this business, to this industry, to growing the sport. But you also can't understate what Terry Bollea's words did to a lot of people, particularly people in the Black community, where it irrevocably for a lot of people changed the way we thought about this dude forever. And so when I heard the news that Terry Bollea died, I said it to Kris, kind of, gallows humor or dark humor. I was just kind of like, my thoughts, because I had a lot of friends on one side that were just heartbroken. I had a lot of friends not a lot of friends, but a few friends on the other side that was like, good. And I'm like, okay. But I was kind of like, in the words of the character of Hulk Hogan, I just kind of like, what you gonna do? Death comes for us all. There's a birth date and a death date on every tombstone, and then there's a dash in the middle, and that's the most important thing because that signifies a life lived. So what did you do with your dash? And so Terry Bollea did a lot of great things with his dash, but then he also hurt a lot of people. And I think where I'm at with it is, like when you didn't apologize, like, okay, I get it. Like we live in an age where people don't like to apologize because they, especially powerful men, because they think it makes them look weak. When in reality, sometimes apologizing is the strongest thing a person could do. But then when he doubled down and was like, you know what? I ain't never gonna win them folks back. Let's go. Let's get this MAGA train started. It's kind of like, okay, all right. I whatever hope I had for, like, you know what, maybe he can come around. I was just like, all right, I know what you are, and that's cool. Live your life, man. Yeah. So when you talk about Terry Bollea, because again, like I wasn't cool with Hulk Hogan the character. Like I wasn't a huge fan of Hulk Hogan the character, even though it is fun to talk like a wrestler, brother. Like that Hulk Hogan voice, brother. It's just fun to do. Like me and my roommate would get high sometimes, like Travis Scott back in college. You just pass the potato chips, brother. What are you gonna do when I run wild on you on this Sega Genesis, dude? Like that just was fun. It was fun to talk like an '80s wrestler. But the only time I was like, yo, I love Hulk Hogan is when he was Hollywood Hogan, because the NWO is like still like, even though it fell off the rails, much like some portions of this show when Ray was trying to keep us on track. The NWO is still one of my favorite storylines to this day. But that was like the main time when I was like, yeah, Hulk Hogan, you that dude. Like when he came to TNA, I was like, I don't know how this is gonna work. He had a surprisingly good match with Sting in TNA, but then he's also the guy that's got like the owner of the company on her knees begging for this dude not to leave. And I'm like, oh, okay. Who did this help in the long run? I don't think TNA was helped at all by you being here, Terry, like except for maybe that first month or so. But I think Terry Bollea, now that his dash has, like, his life has a finite end, right? There's no more stories that Terry Bollea can tell us. There's no more things that he can do to either atone for something that folks might see as wrong or make it worse. Like, we have the book on Terry Bollea now, and it's up to the audience to decide, like, how they view this person. It's up to history to decide how they view this person. For me personally, it's just like, yeah, he was an important figure, but he let a lot of people down. A lot of people, particularly black and brown folks that were little Hulksters, that have to wrestle with this, no pun intended, because of not anything that they did, but because of your words, man. And so, yeah, it sucks that we have to contextualize all of this around your death, man, because it should be like everybody should be celebrating this. Like, yo, this is one of them dudes. This is one of them dudes up on Mount Rushmore of this business, man. But we have to have conversations like this because it's reality. It's the reality. So, you know, again, thoughts and prayers to his family and people that worked with him closely. You know, I know a lot of those folks are hurting, but just for me personally, it's like indifference is a great word, Jay Lacey. So that's where we'll leave that. But we did have to address it because a lot of people have been hitting us up this week asking us about it, and so we got to get the people what they want, Chris. But right. I think what the people want most of all, well, maybe it's just Ray Williams, is an end to another great episode. Ray is like, I gotta be at work in 5 hours. I've been up all night. They've been telling me all sorts of cowboy jokes and cowboy shit, bruv. And I stayed up. I'm gonna be sleepy. I'm gonna be sleepy at work for this. I didn't pay for. They talked about Cora Jade and my OnlyFans. I don't get paid enough for this.
Jay still wearing the Shula Falla for like a half hour.
You don't have that thing on his neck right here.
Yeah. Shout out to Jay for keeping the bit going. But let's go back to Steven Wright, I guess, man. We appreciate your time, brother. This was a great conversation, and this definitely won't be the last time you see this brother either here on NWA or over at Nefarious. But can you let the folks know where they can find you, man, where they can tap in to see everything that you're doing in terms of content creation? And again, man, we appreciate your time tonight, brother.
Y'all, it's been fun tonight, man. I think I'm a couple laugh and jokes, and man, it felt like home, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all find me at Mr. Right Way on YouTube. Go to YouTube, you'll find me there. We're trying to get to 100,000. Hopefully by the end of the year, we're halfway there. So you'll help your boy out. You like video things. If you want to say, hey, like I said, yeah, do that. Go subscribe to the Patreon. You know, do all that, man. We're trying to get there. It's been a blessing. It's been good. We got stuff for members. We got stuff for like every week. Monday. I'm trying to do 3 videos every week. Now I'm doing kind of 2, but every podcast we got a podcast. Not as long as this one, but it's like 2 to 3 hours. Every Thursday night, it's a full excited podcast. We talk about games. It's kind of like this flavor, a little after hours, a little fun and stuff. So just come join me there, man. I have a lot of great videos. I go a lot of places, go around the world, looking for video games, trying to help you find the best deal the right way.
Ray, he could have helped you out when you bought that copy of NFL Blitz the League, man.
Oh, which one? What copy? What version? On PlayStation 2 or 360? That was a expensive one.
I got the expensive one for PS3.
Oh, you got the. Oh yeah, that one is like $50 game now.
Yeah, but as you always preach on your channel, trades are the key, brother. So
you gotta trade, man. You gotta trade, brother. Okay, get that Goodwill deal, brother. Get that Goodwill deal and trade up.
Ray had to let that copy of Rumble Roses go.
Hey, there's some good games out there, man. Like I got if I put this video out tomorrow, dude. Like I said, I got a little preview, but I went and got a game, a Nintendo 64 at GameStop. It's the purple one, but it's a special one. You know, I got some other stuff, some Nintendo games and stuff, and it's something happened, but I should have it tomorrow. It's like y'all, I ain't got no job. I'm like Thomas. I just gotta get up in the morning, keep me some meat, and get on this video.
Well, somebody that does have a job. He is the head of the Nike table. The holder of the Shula Fowler himself, upper mid-card Jay Lacey, representing the mid-card mafia. Jay, anything y'all want to promote? I know you and Gerard got a big episode of Ring Theory coming out this week, so let the people know where they can find you, brother.
Yeah, thanks, Nate. Shout out to all the postmarks out there. Shout out to the mid-card mafia. We do have another episode of Ring Theory coming up this week, this Thursday. You do not want to miss. We're going to cover again everything that happened with the last WWE pay-per-view, the upcoming AEW pay-per-view, and much, much more. So check us out. We got that coming up. And you can find me at Jarek Wins on Instagram. Check me out there. I'm on Blue Sky as well, too, the Twitter, and some other things as well, too. So, yeah, that's all right. Again, another fabulous time.
Hey, definitely. Always good to have you, brother. So let's make that hot tag to your tag team partner from uptown, midtown, downtown, maybe even in your town somewhere. Because this man got the biggest house on the biggest side of town, ladies and gentlemen. Spent more money on spilt liquor in bars across this world.
Having a hard time.
Gerard Brown, the wheeling dealing. Gerard Brown, what you got besides Ring Theory and yeah, anything you want to promote, man? Always good catching up with you, brother.
Well, just to tap in on about Ring Theory a little bit more, we're also going to cover what's going on with Naomi, because we're going to figure out what's going on with this announcement from Monday, to see what the Clash in the Paris card looks like and how we're going to form that. We're also going to cover WWE Unreal, and then we're also going to I got a question about, if you had to jump in today as a fan, would you actually be a fan? We'll talk more about that. So catch you on the next one. But Brown, first of his name on Instagram. I just had a game, a House of Dragons kick, and I just haven't changed it since. But Brown, first of his name. That's it. That's all. Catch me on Ring Theory. Catch me on Nefarious Media, and catch me on the Drive for 500.
Appreciate you, brother. Let's go to this man, Ray Williams, the producer, man. This man, Lionel Richard Production, because he works all night long, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe we can link him and Steven up to talk video games, because a lot of people got a lot of different systems. Ray, the only one here that got a Gamecast.
Hey, I ain't never heard that.
You know what I'm saying? I heard a GameCube and Dreamcast. I said I got a Gamecast. Shout out to Malibu's Most Wanted.
Gamecast.
Ray, besides playing Blitz the League on your Gamecast, anything you would like to promote as you were getting ready for bed, because you got to be at work in 7 hours, man?
Well, first off, I want to get a shout out to mid-card Jay Lacey, upper mid-card. Let me get that right. Let's say
respect on the mid-card.
Yes. his brother. He's been helping me out. We've been a production duo like Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis tonight.
Okay.
So he's been helping me out a lot. And I told him I was going to leave early, but of course I'm still here. But I appreciate you, Jay, and appreciate all you guys. Yeah, you can find me on the Nefarious Media Network. As Brother Gerard said, while we're on the drive for 500. Recent stuff that we came out with, we did have Super Salad just came out, and specifically with me, I was honored enough to be invited for the Super Salad episode, which covered the Fantastic Four review, and also I had recently for our MMA based podcast, or our MMA driven podcast, Styles Break Fights. We recently had on MMA and WWE, former WWE commentator Jimmy Smith on to talk about the UFC moving over to Paramount Plus. He also gives his ungifted or untalented top 5, meaning those who didn't have like the speed or power, but still were able to make it to get it done and win a title, or at least get into title contention. So we banter about that, and then it's a solo show for the rest of the way because Chi-Chi's working hard. Chi-Chi Okafor, she's working hard with. She had double duty on that particular week on the week prior, so it's just me solo talking more about the UFC deal with Paramount, how it may affect not only the landscape of MMA, but the landscape of pay-per-view within combat sports as a whole. So please tune in for that. That should be coming out sometime tomorrow. So please keep your ears peeled for that. And again, you can just find me anywhere. You can find Nefarious Media Podcasts. That's all I got.
Okay. We appreciate you, Ray. I know people been giving you a tough time tonight, Ray, but we appreciate you, man. Yeah, some people I've heard some people out there have been joking and criticizing you all night. Don't listen to them people out there, Ray. Just know that we got your back, sir.
No problem.
Kris Ealy, what you got to say, Professor, besides getting ready to figure out what you're going to do in class and how you can reach these kids?
Yeah. And I have to be up early too tomorrow because I got to go to the doctor. Yeah, just follow me on Blue Sky. That's where I'm at mostly. I use my Twitter just to kind of promote my Substack. And my Substack is Professor Ealy. Just Google Christopher Ealy and Substack. I forget the website name. Next time I'll put it on display, but Google Christopher Ealy and Substack. It'll come up. Subscribe for free. I accept donations, but I don't have any paid tiers yet. We'll probably, once I hit 1,000, which will probably, if I continue on this trajectory, I'll probably be by the end of this month. But I'm kind of temper my expectations. So by the end of the year, whenever I hit 1,000, I'll introduce paid tiers. But for now, just follow me there. And thanks to our guest, Mr. Wright, Mr. Wright Way. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Dropping some of your video game knowledge and your wrestling knowledge and all the photography and all that stuff. And giving some levity to Hulk Hogan, because we're not known to be the most Hogan-friendly crowd.
Hey, it's difficult. I understand, man. I understand.
Yeah, so, but we I think that balance was necessary for tonight. So thank you for that. And just thanks to the panel as usual. Thank you guys for keeping me sane and keeping me watching wrestling, because I probably would have stopped watching this stuff a while ago. But the homie, the family, you guys bring me back. So thank you, appreciate it.
Chris just watching all these modern day wrestlers. They can't do it like Cowboy Barry Windham used to, man.
I know, right?
They can't do it like that, man.
The Widowmaker, the Stalker.
Yeah, the Stalker. Yeah, like who thought that was a good idea? T. Anthony got something to say on the way out.
Yeah, T. Anthony, to go along with the bid. Just learned that MJF is facing Jimmy Wang Yang at Forbidden Door.
Yes, that's excellent. Excellent way to close out the show, sir. Jimmy Wang Yang. Whew, that was a time. The Jimmy Wang Yang era. Lord have mercy.
Jeez, boy.
Again, that's I'm trying to tell y'all, this is a narcotic, because how can we watch Jimmy Wang Yang and what was Chavo's name when he was the golf guy?
Kerwin White.
Kerwin White,
Oh, we
the
all
Mexicans.
knew that.
How can we
Everybody
watch
sung
all
along.
this stuff and still to this day be fans of this thing? It's something they putting something in the product that's keeping us hooked. But we thank y'all for staying hooked with us tonight, man. It's been another fun edition of the NWA Podcast. Full disclosure, I had told the fellas before the show, man, because I was dead tired. Because this was my first day back at the job after my PTO last week, and they beat the brakes off me. So I was like, fellas, I know we usually do about, maybe 5 hours, 6 hours, something like that. I got 4. You getting 4 tonight at the most. Then it's a wrap. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, 2 hours after my predetermined time limit. And that just goes to show you what good conversation can do, and with having a good guest on and bring the energy up. So I had a great time tonight, despite being tired from work. But again, if you would like to help us, help us alleviate some of this time I got to be at work, hit up the Patreon. You're already checking out Steven's Patreon and showing him some love, showing him some support. So while you on Patreon anyway, you just got to cross the street to get over to the Nefarious Media Patreon, patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network. $5 gets you in the door. We may be making some changes to the Patreon here soon in the near future. So, sign up right now, because yesterday's price is not today's price. We're about to get on that WWE pricing strategy. You never know. But we are trying to do some things, man. We are 7 months into the new regime here at the Nefarious, and we enjoying the conversation we having with the audience so far. And then we're enjoying the conversation we having here on post. We're going to do it again next month. If you want more from me, hit me up on Twitter at @8 MOZAIK at Nate Mosaic. Nate Mosaic 757 on Blue Sky. I'm on Threads. I'm on IG, Black Nate, BLAQUE_Nate. I'm on Facebook too. If you want to send me a request on Facebook, you can try, but you probably gonna get blocked. Like, you are Kris and I'm Teddy Long in this equation. You gonna get blocked, and I'm not gonna tell you why. But again, for everything else, man, just search Nefarious Media Network on, and we're the first thing that pops up. So we're trying to change the game by any means necessary, even if those means may be nefarious, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you to everybody that took time out of their schedule to check us out tonight, man. Like, shit, we talked about not having enough time to watch wrestling. Some of y'all had time to watch 6 hours of us talking about wrestling tonight. So we don't take that for granted. We appreciate you. Shout out to John Pollock and Wei Ting, the proprietors of Post Wrestling, for allowing us to have this stage and this platform. And shout out to Righteous Reg for the theme song. Shout out to my main man, Austin James. You thought I forgot it, but I was just pausing for emphasis. That's how great this brother Austin James is when he designed that logo. Austin James with the logo. And again, thanks to you, the listeners, the audience, because without y'all, we'd just be talking to ourselves, and we would have did it in less than 6 hours. So for everybody here at the Nefarious Media Network and the NWA Podcast, I want to say we'll do it again in September. So the year is already flying by, but we're going to have a good time next month, as we always do. So for Steven Wright, for the holder of the Shula Fowler himself, upper mid-card Jay Lacey, for two-way Ray Williams, who probably already snuck off and is in bed right now because he got to be at work in 3 hours.
Yeah, I got to sneak off in a second too.
For Kris, who is sneaking off as we speak, the double ruse is afoot. For Gerard Downtown Brown, I am the Godfather, Nate Milton. And remember, the revolution may not be televised, but it damn sure will be podcasted. See y'all next month. Hit the button, Jay or Ray, one of y'all, both of y'all, because we out. The delay on the button is crazy.
Hit that button. Close it out.
Somebody hit the button. For shit, bro.
It pauses. Tough. Oh man.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off kilter, the professor, the godfather. Post wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest it's pop excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.